a spinning ball, not from where I'm set, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true about myself, it's always new. I just want to scream, yeah, this black. Open my eyes, no going back. It's what a surprise, the earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this black. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fact. It's what schoolmasters lies. The earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with Eric debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
What's everybody doing? It's so quiet in here.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, Gospel. Any Globers today at all? Anything interesting? Or has it been just quiet today?
We were chatting it up earlier, but you know, we got into topics of good old like philosophy and stuff, and not just philosophy, but also just logic and the process method. No, efficacy. That's the overarching word I'm looking for. Efficacy. I'm always trying to teach people to not use etymological fallacies and stuff like that, and that one thing led to another, and we got into all sorts of various discussions and stuff.
Let's see. Like misrepresenting the definitions, not agreeing. Same thing.
Hmm?
Is that what it led to?
Well, I mean, eventually those conversations can go down the roads of what can or cannot be known and that sort of thing. But anyway, I don't know. There's some shooting in the foot processes that can take place if you have certain axioms of certain levels of unknowability.
Yeah, I get it.
But I don't know.
That's where speculations comes in then.
Kind of. It's
yeah.
It's a hard one for me to. I may see something as completely logical and valid, but then if somebody questions logic itself, what foot do I have to stand on? We're operating on different axioms. It's kind of like that. I think that there might happen to be people that reject the notion of logic as or reject the law of non-contradiction. I don't know. I know who really rejects the law of non-contradiction, and that's basically every heliocentric loyalist must embrace the rejection of the law of non-contradiction, because there's all sorts of not hypocrisies, but logical inconsistencies within the heliocentric model, and therefore embracing the rejection of the law of non-contradiction is necessitated in being a heliocentric loyalist. So there's that.
Well, what do you want? The globe doesn't give them a whole lot. So that's what they got. That's why sometimes you can't blame all of them for sounding the way they sound, because it's like they don't have a lot to work with. They've got a bunch of little fairy tales, a little bit of math, and they're trying to make that all into our reality.
Yeah.
And it's like you said, it's full of inconsistencies. So imagine trying to make consistent sense out of things that are consistently inconsistent.
Sure. I mean, it'd be like, hey, can you build me a house? Yeah, I'll build you a house. The dude's got a box of toothpicks, right? Just one box, not like 50,000 boxes, just one box of toothpicks. And he does the best he can. You know, he puts little, splits in the toothpicks and kind of squeezes them together and uses tension and different good building practices with his toothpicks. And then he shows you the house, and it's like, house? And they're like, yeah, house. Which, I know I'm just being silly, but you're right. They don't have much to work with. In this instance, the toothpicks are more real than their conceptualizations, so I'm giving them too much credit, really, by saying that they have a box of toothpicks.
Yep. You gave them more than they have to work with. They don't even have a box of toothpicks to work with.
I know.
It's actually only a peer-reviewed report of a box of toothpicks, but that's just the way it is. We have the consensus though, so you rest assured we do have the box of toothpicks.
Type.
But the peer review group was a group of kennel workers. They're certified kennel workers, so they can tell you that that box of toothpicks is absolutely there, and that house can be built from the one box of toothpicks.
You mean the group of people that applied to community college, went for half a semester, then dropped out, and they consider themselves certified kennel workers, but they've actually never even worked at a kennel in their entire lives, but they
Pretty
pretend
much.
to.
Pretty much.
I'm like, I thought we were talking about toothpicks. It's like, yeah, actually dig into who Eratosthenes is
Yes,
and
I know.
tell me that this analogy isn't spot on. Go on. I'll wait.
I mean,
Your
let's keep
analogy
going.
couldn't be spot on. That's just absurd.
Let's keep
looking.
going. Let's keep going with the parody on what the Glover story. It's fun. So then you get so far down the road from the actual the situation with the house being built. That's why we started with. We ended up a long convoluted trail of hits and misses that okay, so these people wrote this, they didn't work in a field that can be proven with the scientific method. Then you have some other group of people that said they did something else having to do with the sky, and that they proved something else that was back that should have been proven before, maybe 107 years ago or something along those lines. I don't know, just spitball.
Right. Yeah, we've got no curve in the chat here. Let me unmute you. No curve. Go ahead and say hello. No curve. And yes, I did change your name for
No
easier pronunciation, because before it sounded like no cure, which almost sounds like the word cour for the word heart in French. So no heart, that would be really sad, and you wouldn't be alive. But no curve is demonstrable. Oh, gee.
Aw. Well, we don't know what happened because you didn't say anything, but we're just going to assume you just hurt your feelings because you
What happened
changed
with
your
Underdog?
name. I'm sorry. Am I being too mean? Sorry. I'll stop.
Anybody
That's
got the
That's
information?
childish. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
Underdog. Did Underdog speak, or were they just like?
No, Underdog's been muted since I muted them. I was speaking. I was changing my voice, so that's probably what you heard. Yeah.
Come on, Mike. Underdog. Say hello. I'll give you a whole 15 seconds.
Yep. Because you said in your little title, "My life is spicy." I want you to explain. What make your life so spicy? Maybe that's not a good question to ask.
I disconnected them.
Okay.
They can come back.
Bye-bye.
Bippity boppity boop. I just I think that these folks see, like, there's a strategy to do. So I actually thought about this. it's a better strategy to just DC somebody if they're hot micing, because typically it means that they're AFK. Not always, but a lot of the time. And then they can simply join, and if they continue to hot mic, you just disconnect them. And I don't know. And then in regard to somebody that doesn't have roles, if you DC them, when they come back, they'll be muted again, but they won't have the red mic. So they're like starting from scratch. So a disconnect is actually a really, really decent strategy.
Well, you're able to do that. I'm not. But I was just looking to see if I can move people, and can't. But that's another option. But I'm not able to move them.
So if you right click on somebody, you can't click move to.
Only if I'm in the VC check-in.
Oh,
can you just
I didn't understand any of that.
And that I didn't either.
Yeah.
Dark, you cut out.
I'm just saying, could you just please ban them? They're really irritating me.
We're talking about
sometimes
people that haven't
bans-
spoken. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes bans are merited, but not due to. Sometimes they're not merited.
Yeah, what we're talking about right now is people that have not spoken yet, basically.
Yeah.
Just ban them, because they're obviously going to say something wrong.
No, it's not obvious.
Not necessarily. We can't ban them before we hear them screaming obscenities.
I happen to be a moderator and not a moderator. Just saying.
It's good to be enthusiastic, yeah?
Well, what do we have here? Okay, Underdog is back. So here's what I'm going to do, Underdog. I'm going to move you to VC check-in 1. And somebody hopefully will join them up there. Miguel went up there. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's the way. I like it.
I think it's been about 3 or 4 years I've not heard yet.
The gain on your mic is like really high or something.
Okay, if I back off, is that better?
Yeah, I mean a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, okay. This Underdog is saying it's nighttime here. I can't say anything. We'll give you a listening pass. At Miguel. They just need listening.
Okay, is my mic any better now?
Yeah, a little bit better. It was like a little heavy, a little distorted.
I took 50% off, so off the gain. If I need something, can you hear me well?
Yeah, it's better.
I'm distorting though, yeah?
No, it's better.
Oh, good.
Anyway.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just going to sit and listen. If I've got anything to say, I will. If not, I'm going to just keep my mouth shut.
Okay.
He just left.
Yeah, he was in the lobby saying it was late and they couldn't talk, so blah blah blah. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, let's just give him listening pass then.
Yeah, he just DM to me, and they said I can't talk in a foreign language. So, and then I asked him what language you speak, and he just left. Just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Strange.
Hmm. That's amazing. I'm sure everybody's had the experience where they go to search for something on YouTube or they use a search engine and they search for something. And no matter which keywords you put in, no matter which order they're in or which new keywords you add, you cannot find anybody writing anything on the topic you're trying to look into, almost as if no one has ever thought such a thing as what you're looking for. Not, obviously thoughts don't transpose the internet involuntarily, but we call this phenomenon shadow banning and censorship. And it's always very interesting when certain things are impossible to search for, because all the returned results, like when you search for flat Earth, all the returned results are the opposite of what you're actually looking for. For instance, you might look proof of flat Earth, and all of the videos or articles that you return are proof of why not flat Earth, the opposite of what you're actually looking for. And it's like, well, that's kind of weird. I looked for this, but everything is the opposite of what I just looked for, and I can't seem to make it look for what I'm looking for. Because of course the algorithm always knows better than you. But in this instance, try looking up Tom MacDonald is controlled opposition.
My, the earth is flat. You search for this, but they give you that. No matter how hard you try, the globe can't come back. My, the earth is flat. Flat Earth dude, all cars, calling Flat Earth dude, all point bulletin, Flat Earth dude, Flat Earth dude. Car 54, where are you?
Is it that Herbie?
I don't know. Is it? I could have mixed.
Oh, nope. That was 53. Herbie was 53, not 54. I was close.
What's up, Sonny?
Hey, I was going to tell you something. I don't have my phone, so that's. I don't know if you tried to.
Yeah,
text.
I heard that yesterday. Oh,
Okay.
hang on. I got a phone call.
All right. That's weird. I mentioned phone, and he gets a phone call.
With that being said, you can't find it if you can't find it if you look for it on YouTube, but you can find like videos exist on YouTube. Look, Tom McDonald as controlled opposition. I typed in here. I'm going to type in those exact words. That's what I'm going to do in YouTube search, and I'm going to see what happens.
Interesting.
All right. So, for instance, I type in verbatim. Tom McDonald as controlled opposition. I literally copied and pasted it, same capitalization and everything. Right? What do you get? You don't get what you're looking for.
Yeah, I've noticed this trend as well, that it's psychotic results.
It's gaslighting.
Mm-hmm. It's a narcissistic ploy. It's common, like, sandbagging, gaslighting. These are all things that narcissists do.
But
yeah.
I did a search Tom McDonald control opposition, and for me it searched different. It appears. Let me just give you a print.
Yeah, because they have to go along with your particular variety of mind control. they have to change. Oh man, what a world!
Aqui agora. So I'm gonna post. Here, okay, so this is what I search from YouTube. From Google.
From Google, yeah.
So
All right, what happened?
It's good, Miguel. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Maybe they keep your profile searches and they censorship through that.
Well, web search is different than the YouTube search. It works differently. I'm a dude. He's a dude. We're all dudes. So, whoever these Veranda Report guys are, they only have 30 subscribers. Their videos only gotten 318 views, 15 thumbs ups, and they're basically applying what was learned in the Out of Shadows documentary to observations they've made about Tom McDonald. But anyway, it's interesting. And
Here's a question. Do you think we've been lied to about history?
what kind of, do you think that question is specific enough to merit a coherent answer?
No, I was trying to give you leeway. Okay, specific, yes or no, have we been lied to about history?
What history?
You mean archaeology?
From
History of Q-tips.
the history of mankind from 1500 to now. Is it correct?
At what point does history ever claim to be factually true?
I'm just trying to find out when the liars entered the scene.
At the beginning of mankind.
Yeah. As soon as there were men around and they said, we're going to be the ones, our whole family line, our descendants are going to be the ones that control all the other humans. Yeah, we don't know when that happened, but it did.
I don't want to be pedantic or anything, but isn't it like a lot of the religious Bible people think it's 4,000 years ago, or it's biblically told, therefore you can't go against it? I mean, which narrative should we believe?
You don't have to believe anything, actually.
No, yeah. I mean, people can make up all sorts of straw men about what they want to do with their brain and their thoughts, and then they can believe or disbelieve in all sorts of straw men, or you can just simply look at a thing for what it is and not straw man it. I mean, that's a novel idea. I get it, so it's worth considering. But in regards to history, history makes no claim in and of the definition itself, and or inherently, history makes no claim of being factual.
Yeah, Bible people.
I mean, it does say an account of facts, but it doesn't say the facts themselves. It's an account of facts. It's removed. It has to be removed.
It depends on
because
whose account, yeah.
So I could fill up a cup of water, but I can't take the actual cup of actual water at this moment in time and the process of me having filled it up and transfer all of that reality into I can record it, right? I could film it. I could write about it. I could talk about it. I could tell 5 people. I could get witnesses. There's all sorts of ways that you can show a thing that has happened, but the thing itself is still going to always be the thing itself. So accounting that the thing happened is always removed by a degree. So you have to consider the source. This is where confirmation is very applicable. Testimony, agreeance.
Well, we all believe something, don't we?
We all believe something. Is that the question?
Well, it's more of a statement. I mean, everyone believes, and yet you don't want to entertain belief. You just want
Who
to be factual.
who says?
Well, are we allowed to entertain belief or not?
Well, in regards to the appropriateness of that topic for this specific voice chat, that the topic is sanctioned for elsewhere because belief is not objective, right? Therefore, it's necessary for us to discuss if it has been deemed necessary for the purposes of this voice chat to reserve this voice chat for what can be objectively what is objective, therefore what we can agree on. Because
Okay,
when we're talking about objective things,
that's
things
fine.
that stand on their own, there isn't room for disagreement because it is what it is. End of story. Belief is a different topic altogether.
Okay, in regards to quantum eraser, from my perspective, he is very much a flat earther, but has a lot of belief as well.
That's what relevance does that even have? That, you know what that sounds like to me? You know, he very much has not him, but let's say Steve, okay? Steve Franklin. Steve Franklin very much has black hair, but you know what? He also has really ugly fingernails. It's like, so what does his ugly fingernails have to do
I'm not
with his
attacking
black hair?
anybody. I'm not attacking him. I'm not attacking you. I'm not trying to cause controversy. I'm just saying that there's a discontinuum there because
No, there isn't. It's a non sequitur. It's it's a non sequitur and possibly a red herring. Here's why.
I'm not trying to
Black
undermine
hair.
anybody or cause any problem. I'm just
Okay,
saying that
I hear your qualifications. Here's the issue. Black hair is mutually exclusive of the nature of someone's fingernails. Analogy. Someone's knowledge of the earth not being a ball is mutually exclusive of any of the beliefs, opinions, or anything whatsoever related to their beliefs or opinions. Mutually exclusive.
I'd agree with you to 99.9% because I do think that water is flat. But because we cannot prove it
That's not true.
scientifically, can we really prove it? We can't. We could be
Yeah,
wrong. There's that 1%.
no. No, there isn't.
There's no scientific method to prove.
Okay, so check this out. It is falsifiable. All you need to do is demonstrate curvature. Curvature's never been directly measured. Curvature's never been demonstrated. Therefore, the default position of flat and level remains.
Well, okay,
Very
then
simple.
maybe we are. You could argue, you could say that we are just like a small sphere, a circle on the size of Jupiter, surrounded by ice, and therefore that just doesn't answer any question. The Earth could be. Then they may be lying about the radius of the Earth.
What
So
radius?
the radius at 3959 or whatever it is.
What
Yeah,
radius?
what radius though?
They say it's 3959.
Yeah, and that was
Maybe it's a lot
falsified.
bigger than
So
that.
that was falsified though.
Or maybe it's bigger, smaller. You can't prove it either
Then
way.
it's all wrong, so they're wrong again. So and it still measures flat. So it doesn't measure a larger globe. It measures flat.
Agreed, but it doesn't prove that it's with a a dome over it either.
Yeah, no one said we had proof of a dome. We have proof of gas pressure, though.
Well, that's a dome, isn't it? That's the
No.
No, gas pressure is not a dome. Gas pressure is gas pressure.
Yeah, the shape of the container is mutually exclusive of the fact that the container must exist.
Just like the fingernails and black hair.
It looks like
Yeah.
we're guessing of what it really is.
No, not whatsoever. It's very important to make a distinction of what is mutually exclusive or not.
Is Dirk new to the topic or?
Well, if for some reason Dirk had a flat earther role, I'm not sure.
I noticed that.
Yeah,
I was like, what?
Flat Earth, yeah, listen.
But I've corrected that. I've corrected that to the
nice. No
I have
controversy.
I mean, for a second,
I have corrected that to the appropriate role of globe skeptic. Okay.
I mean, I thought you were saying the devil's advocate here for a moment.
One at a time. Let Dirk respond. Go ahead, Dirk.
Killing me.
Sorry. I just want to say, basically, even if you could say I was sitting on the fence, I do appreciate water is flat, and it is flat, basically. So, you can come up with pour a bit of water on a table. It's not completely flat because there's some like concavity to it. But at the end of the day, I'm sort of hedging my bets on the flat Earth. So regardless of which, but the rest of it is belief. We have no proof. Yeah, you can day in, day out undermine the logic.
Are you making the claim that laws of thermodynamics are beliefs?
No, but it matters where your border lies. It matters where you draw the line or the boundary.
The laws of thermodynamics are the line.
Where's the boundary?
The
Listen,
laws of
I don't have to have a
thermodynamics
belief.
is the boundary.
Listen, I don't have to have a belief just because I have speculations. I can have speculation all day long. It doesn't mean I sit there and believe those speculations I'm having. No, I can speculate on what those things are that I don't know of. I don't have to say I believe in them. I don't have to, like, concerning the earth, I don't have to have belief at all as to what I experience and have measured and tested myself. It's not about belief at all. It's mutually exclusive, just like gospel said.
Okay, where is the boundary, and is there anything beyond it?
Where is irrelevant? Hold on, Sonny. So you probably were going to say the same thing, so I apologize for just.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Bulldozing, but again, where is irrelevant? That it exists and is necessary for the presence of gas pressure is the only relevant point. Everything else is mutually exclusive of its existence. Where, why, how, none of that's relevant to the fact that it must be the case. It's the requirement for gas pressure. So any of the other questions are mutually exclusive.
Granted, but where does infinity lie with that?
Oh my gosh. Only God could know that. If it does exist, God could tell you. You better ask him.
He's not picking up the phone.
Not picking up the farm? What?
Phone. He's not picking up the phone.
He's not picking up the phone. Yeah. Clever. But again, mutually exclusive. That's why this VC focuses on the really is level, the what is, the objective reality level, because all of those other things are mutually exclusive.
Well, I wish you all well. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Well,
Okay.
I
In
hope
a few.
I hope you're able to understand the relevance of what mutually exclusive means.
Mutually exclusive.
Yep. That's why I give analogies, because sometimes these people get caught up either due to programming or just misunderstanding of words, and that's why I give silly little analogies like, "Oh, Steve Franklin has black hair, like really, really jet black hair. It's pretty impressive. It's shiny and black. Oh, but he's also got really ugly fingernails." Does the fact that he has really ugly fingernails change the fact that he has really black hair, or are those two things mutually exclusive?
No, but
Could his fingernails be ugly enough for his black hair to stop being black? Or are those things mutually exclusive?
are we qualified to
What?
answer that question?
Yes. Yes. Everyone with a brain that understands English and isn't a solipsistic person is qualified to answer that question. Yes. Now, if you're into solipsism, you disqualify yourself from any conversation in the realm of reality because you exist only in your own brain, and so do I. I don't even exist except as much as you've imagined me to exist in your solipsistic brain. But if you're not into solipsism, then yes, you're qualified to answer the question that I asked.
Can you? No, I'm not being like, I don't want to like cause a problem or anything. But can
You
you tell
keep
me
saying that, but how about you just let your actions speak for themselves?
Okay, tell me what God wants me to do.
How could I do that? Isn't that an irrational request?
Well, not really. I'm asking you
Really?
to
Why would
actually
you ask me
clearly and
then?
specifically tell me
Why
what He
me?
wants me to do.
Just
It's not
curious.
too much to ask, is it?
Why me? Just out of
No, just
curiosity.
putting it out there.
Huh?
Come on, God. Here you go. Please tell me what you want me to do.
Okay. What relevance does that have to do
Well,
with
I'm
the
connected to
analogy that I
Jesus,
don't
so
interrupt?
chill out.
You're not listening. You couldn't have possibly heard what I was going to say because I hadn't yet said it. What relevance does that have to do with the analogy I provided of Steve Franklin with his black hair and his ugly fingernails and the mutual exclusivity of those two details? What
I'm trying to
relevance
hear
does
an
that
answer,
have?
but obviously I'm just not capable of taking it in.
Do you know what solipsism is?
No.
Okay. You may be one, but let me ask you a question. Does reality exist inside of your brain only, or does reality exist outside of you? If you were to die, would reality still exist with or without you?
That's a great question, and I think it's a brilliant question. I don't have the answer.
So you're like an agnostic solipsist.
No, I'm optimistically hopeful.
Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that sincerely.
No, honestly, really, I really care. I do.
You're not sure what can actually be determined to be real or not.
No, I'd love to know.
How
Can
could
you
you
tell
know?
me? I'm listening.
Do you know what perception means?
Yes.
Give it a try.
No, please tell me. I'm asking. Can you?
You said yes. So is that a lie?
Let's not
What?
get into stupidity. Come on. You tell
What?
me the truth. No, none of us know. That's the point.
What?
None of us know the truth.
No,
That's
that's
the point.
your belief, which is demonstrably falsifiable.
Which door? Show me the door. I'll knock.
Okay. Yep, it sounds to me you're a little bit too much on the juice of esoteric and not in the realm of the really is.
No,
So,
no, 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 no. I really am on the really experiencing, from my perspective, what I can see, feel, hear, touch from everybody that surrounds me. I'm really clued in to hearing what everyone's got to say.
so I'm putting these definitions in the chat as well as their root meaning.
I can hear it every day. Everyone's got an opinion.
Yes, and there is also something known as objective reality that is mutually exclusive of opinion and belief. A rock isn't a rock because I believe it to be a rock. A rock isn't a rock because it's my opinion that it's a rock. A rock is a rock because it has the characteristics and the nature of being a rock.
That's why I'm so happy that you've got it all sorted out. Congratulations. Well done. You've passed the test.
Dirk.
Where's your answer key coming from, Dirk?
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can. Something's happened. The whole thing's gone haywire. And I don't know if you can hear me.
Well, I can hear you. I just don't understand what point you're trying to make, because to me it sounds like you've taken some type of mind-altering substance and you're not in your right mind.
No, I'm perfectly fluent. I'm perfectly able to converse with English language. The point is that what I'm saying to you is, congratulations, you've made it, you now understand. And if there is a little bit that you've not conveyed to me that should make me feel happier and really understand what I'm missing, please tell me.
Maybe there's a better person in the realm of deciphering incoherence than myself. It's requiring way too much concentration for me to decipher what you're saying. All I'm hearing is incoherent, esoteric
No,
nonsense.
I'm just asking you to tell me Jesus' word now, right now,
Okay.
so I can be at one with him.
So Dirk, what you are doing is you're being a provocateur. Do you know what that word means?
I'm just being asked you a question.
Dirk, do you know what provocateur means?
Yes.
Good. So, being that you claim to know what that word means, understand that it's inappropriate and not relevant to this voice.
I'm sick and tired of being.
So you can be sick and tired of anything that you like. You can believe anything that you like. For the purposes of this voice chat, it is inappropriate to be a provocateur in that way. Not going to play that game. Okay. Obviously, you have some type of vendetta. Okay. And you can go carry your vendetta out elsewhere, not here.
Wow, that was interesting.
See, some people get really frustrated with my method of giving people the benefit of the doubt, and they look at me and they're like, oh, look at him, look at Gospel Bearer there. He has no idea what this guy is doing. Meanwhile, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm providing people the rope that they prepare to hang themselves with. Metaphorically, I wouldn't actually give a suicidal person rope. I have actually been at the presence of aid to, gosh, how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've been
Yeah.
at the presence of 6 suicide attempts and been an instrumental
Here.
role. No, not in the Discord, for crying out loud.
Jesus.
In real life,
Okay.
face to
Okay.
face with
All
people
right.
in the process of attempting suicide 6 times in my life, and I have been there to help them. So I would never actually give anybody rope. So with that being said,
All right.
in the metaphor that I was providing, the way that I deal with people is I allow them to show their true colors, reveal their true intent, and let it be obvious for all to see. There you go. Anyway, no, it's
Yeah.
it's a highly emotional thing, by the way, to come upon someone that is in the process of trying to take their life. It's a very troubling thing, but when you get through to the other side, that too is a very powerful thing. And I can tell you, I have no knowledge of any of those people not being alive right now. I'm not saying that they are all alive. I just have no knowledge. And I at the very least, I knew if they're living for no less than 5 years, each one of them. But whatever the case.
Yeah. I mean, you did what you did, so.
Yeah. These games that people play, the provocateur role, they think that that's going to get them somewhere. It's
Yeah, it
it's like
felt pretty disingenuous from
LOLs.
his side doing that role playing, whatever. He's
Yeah,
didn't feel
big
genuine.
LOLs.
Yeah. Well, I played it as a game. That was interesting because I saw his role at first. I was like, Then I was thinking, is he playing devil's advocate or something? For a moment there, I was like, no, not the way he's talking anymore. So he was bouncing between subjective and objective reality, basically.
Yeah.
Of some sort, yeah. Yeah. That made him look very indecisive with his assumptions, or whatever you want to say.
Who is this? Why? Why would I? If you have that in your profile about me, then I'm not going to friend you. I am prejudiced. Somebody by the name of Mix
Okay.
or mutual servers. Just going to ignore that one. Go ahead and cancel that one. Cancel that one. Yeah. See, just what do I have in my? I forgot. I already forgot. Here. See, for instance, in my about me, I put I stand against the bigotry of aletheophobia, hermeticism, anthropocentric soteriology, apotheosis. So if you're, oh my gosh, I'm just now noticing that they truncated my about me. How dare them? So I have room for more, but they truncate it. You can't even read it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe it's because of, maybe I need to do my delineated list not as long. Maybe it's a vertical height situation. Whoops, comma, dash. Let's see here. Maybe that works. I think that might have fixed it. Save changes. But in this case, the relevant thing is aletheophobia. I am against the bigotry of aletheophobia. So if you have certain colors in your profile, you need not request my friendship. We'll just call them the blockbuster colors. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you mean. I wonder who thought it'd be really important to include a shooting star in that commercial. What exactly the relevance there is, except in an esoteric communication. Interesting. Yep. Good old fallen star Hollywood esoteric communication. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of strange. I'm sure somebody has an example. I mean, they would have to, right?
Where is everybody?
Oh, they're here. I told them to be especially quiet for the next person that came in, and they followed instructions really well. I never said that. I'm making that up.
Hey, Gospel, how are you?
Howdy, howdy.
Did you celebrate Mother's Day yesterday?
I'm sure my celebration would look very different than other people's celebration, but was my wife loved and respected? And did I communicate with my mother and grandmother? Yes, I did.
Good job. That's what counts.
A lot of people like to go out to eat. It's allegedly the busiest eating out day of the entire year. And we have gone out to eat in the past on that day. It just didn't work out this time. But as you hone in exactly what it is you want to eat, it becomes harder and harder to identify appropriate places to even choose to eat out at. Maybe I should read. I'm going to read from this book every now and then. The book that was recommended by Mary Mom, that a handful of us have purchased as a result of her sharing it. It is The Fallacy Detective by Nathaniel Bludorn and Hans Bludorn. Workbook edition apparently is the edition I bought. And it is a nice tool for teaching all about logical fallacies. Let me look at the table of contents and see if I can find, yes, red herring, page 34. Page 34. Let's see if I can read a little something from this. Oh, it's a little long. I have time. Yeah, I'll take the time. I'll do this real quick. Recognizing red herrings. When someone introduces a red herring, he may be saying something which is true, although irrelevant. Sparkle Dent is great for reducing cavities. Dentists say cavities are the #1 dental problem in America. I'm sure they would. This advertisement is saying something which is true. Cavities are a big problem. However, it says nothing about how Sparkle Dent will reduce cavities. If the ad says something like Sparkle Dent is recommended by dentists everywhere as the #1 cavity reducing toothpaste, so you should use it, then it would be addressing the issue. Instead, it introduces a red herring. Porcupines make good pets. Studies show owning a pet makes children happy. Red herrings are often good arguments. The only problem is they don't prove the point being argued. They prove something else. Son, spinach can't be good for me. It tastes terrible. Mom, it may taste terrible, but you still have to show me it isn't good for you. It is often difficult to recognize when somebody is introducing a red herring. Here is an example which is a little harder to recognize. A tract from XYZ something or other titled 10 Reasons to Believe in Life After Death gives the following as a reason number 1. The injustices of life. It would be difficult to believe that life is good if we knew there was nothing beyond the grave to compensate for problems of inequality and unfairness. While some people seem destined for happiness, others are born into terrible relationships and circumstances. Wow, that was really incoherent. If we summarize this, we might say we should believe in life after death because it would be unfair if there wasn't life after death. The author does make a case that life can feel unfair and an afterlife might make it seem less unfair. However, his argument does not show us that there is an afterlife. Therefore, this argument does not show us that we should believe in an afterlife. His argument is irrelevant. The only reason for anybody to believe in an afterlife, or anything else for that matter, is if there really is one, not because believing in it makes us feel good. Still learning how to read, guys. My apologies. There was a typo, it appears. Not that I'm trying to discredit the quality of this book. It seems accessible to a young reader, maybe a preteen or a young teenager, and that is, I think, its intended audience, young people. So that's nice. And then they have exercises and questionnaires, like a little quiz at the end. Is this a red herring or is it not? It's like an 11-question quiz. That's pretty neat. So you get to kind of test yourself and figure out if you're really grasping the concepts. Neat little book, The Fallacy Detective. Thank you for letting me share. All right. What's this guy's name again? Oh, yes. Why was I talking about red herrings? Is because I have a customer with the last name Herring. Yes, this is how I got on this tangent. It's just happens sometimes. That said, please use Oh, Miguel.
That's all. He did post that link to YouTube, Flat Earth interview with Marcio David. He's a Portuguese guy, Flat Earth Portuguese guy living in Netherlands. We are friends. I talked to him, but we never meet in the front to front. But yeah, I know this guy.
Cool.
Which way do the stars move, clockwise or counterclockwise?
Depends from which direction you're looking at. In the
Yeah,
So
that's
you're,
exactly what I was thinking.
you're looking down on the flat Earth.
no,
From
which side
above.
of your
Which way do
shoulder
they
you're
look?
looking from? Yeah.
Did I
Yeah.
answer the question wrong?
No, it's fine. If you're talking about sitting in the place where we can't go to see the whole thing from above, then the answer, I believe, would be clockwise.
So thank you. So if that's the case, if you're looking south, should be clockwise, and if you're looking no,
In both cases,
going
it's
on.
clockwise. It's about whether or not you're talking about from west to east or east to west. Because if you're looking south, then west is on your right and east is on your left. If you're looking northward, then east is on your right and west is on your left. So that's where the left to right or right to left pans out differently. Clockwise is still clockwise, regardless of that, though. 5:30 a.m. in Australia, Brisbane. 8:30 p.m. in London. It is 12:30 in Pacific Standard Time, p.m.
Uh-huh.
And by 30, I'm rounding up, just in case anybody's like glitching out because I didn't say 26 minutes. I just wanted to make a completely unnecessary, unprovoked announcement. Mostly just because I saw FE Batman here and wanted to see what time it was. Really, really early. That's the answer. Although I typically wake up around that time, 5:30-ish.
I think it's funny when Globers come in here and ask us, how do time zones work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, they just do, apparently.
Well, if you could just stop and think for a minute, you could work it out.
Yeah, I just ask how do they work? How do they work on the globe? Specifically asking them to go look at an actual time zone map and then see if they double down. Because once they see the incoherent political gerrymandering nonsense of those arbitrary lines, they have to abandon that argument.
I mean, how can you not understand that the sun takes the light with it, as it is moving away from you, for example, like from London, from 0 degrees longitude, right? There's there's 6 hours east of London, and sorry, it lights up like 6 hours, which is roughly around I forgot how many miles, but you know what I'm saying, like there, and lights up 6 hours west of London. So collectively, it's like 12 hours. So as the sun moves from east to west, it's taking that light with it. So obviously, you know, you have first you experience dawn. When the sun is coming towards you, you see a slither of light, and as it moves closer to you, it gets brighter. And obviously, around midday, 1 p.m., wherever you are, is almost overhead. So that's the brightest. During midday, during the afternoon, it's the brightest, and it just takes that light away from you as it moves west. It takes the light with it, and then you experience evening, then dusk and night. I mean, it's not difficult to understand, comprehend. Just think for a minute. What the question now is, how does sunsets work on a flat Earth? Also that many of them has been like in the flat Earth arena for a long time, for years. As long as me, and they can't comprehend simple concepts like the horizon, the vanishing point, the atmosphere plane. Like obviously that can hinder your vision as well. So they think that on a flat Earth, the sky, they think there won't be a horizon. The horizon is impossible on a flat Earth. So you should be able to see forever. They um, they can't think. Even when you explain it to them, they don't get it. They still go round and round and asking the same question over and over and over again. It's either they're too simple or they don't want to learn. They don't want to comprehend how everything works on Earth. But the first requirement is to be intellectually honest. You have to be honest and say, yeah, this is how it works. No, that doesn't work.
Not many people are like that.
Well, I mean, like I said, there are people who's been on the arena, on the scene for about 4 or 5 years or whatever. Like that guy Jambanta, for example. He still denies everything you explain to him, like the simple concepts, and he just lies. He turns it around. You say black, he say white. Contrarian. Because I don't know, it's either they don't, like I said, they don't want to learn, or they want to keep believing in the lie. Believe in the delusion. Personally, I think it's space, outer space. They love outer space so much that they want it to be a globe.
I think what you said first, they don't want to challenge their worldview. There's other subjects as well that challenge their worldview that they wouldn't want to know about either.
Yeah. Also, they talk about politics. They think they can't accept that governments will lie to us. They think everything that happens is as it is, as it happens. For example, what's happening with the court case, in London. That's the talking point over at the other server. They can't believe that the government will lie to you about certain events. For example, those conspiracy, not really conspiracy. I mean, for example, 9/11. I would say 99% of flat earthers will say that was an inside job. I don't want to get too into it. I mean, we're not supposed to talk about it, but you know what I mean. They have this mindset that the government could never ever lie to the people.
Yeah, it's the easy option.
Yeah.
I honestly think most people couldn't give a shit really about any of these things when it comes down to it. They're too interested in their own game. You know what I mean?
Well, I think your average Joe blogs on the street, right? They haven't got time really. If you got a family and you go to this you go to your slave job. You're working away like 9 to 5. Most of the jobs nowadays are long hours. You have to put in like 10 hours a day, and you have to go home. If you're a woman, you have to cook for the family. You spend like a couple of hours together, then you have to go to bed and probably have the weekend as a family. And they probably don't give a shit. The shape of the earth. They don't. They haven't got time to think about these things.
Yeah, I think it goes even deeper though. I think even if a lot of these people could actually see, they would still play along like it isn't. Just because it's not cool, it's not going to help them win their argument. I don't know. I just think a lot of people are just so interested in winning. You know what I mean, and being part of the crowd that I think a lot of them they choose to go with what's popular in every aspect of life. Do you know what I mean? People pleasers. It takes a
Yeah,
really rebellious person to
yeah. I think
talk.
they
Yeah,
can't do much about it. I mean, who can they complain to? No one. They can't change society. For you to change society, you need the masses behind you. Like revolution. One person can't change anything. You need people behind you. You need uh, a momentum. Of people thinking likewise. Similar thoughts, similar views. Even they have demonstrations and all that in London. People now and then. Like I don't know, 100,000, 50,000, 20,000, or whatever, and the next day it's like it'll be on the news, but nothing happens. They can't change the status quo. So
yeah.
life and
Protesting doesn't work, man.
yeah,
But you know what? I honestly think there'll be further down the line a bit of a split in society, and I think you'll start getting the woke crowd will get. I hate that word, but the people who are awake to what's going on, they're gonna. There's so much further to go, in my opinion. We've been so brainwashed and we're so lost that I think we're breaking new ground every day. So I think give it another 10, 15, 20 years, I think you're going to really start seeing, a real split in the way that society, the two halves of society live. And the flat
yeah,
earthers, will start banding together more, I think.
yeah. I mean, in London, for example, there's always been like demonstrations like against like the banking system. People will now and then would demonstrate. They smash up the shops and like they'll the financial district. They'll smash the windows of these banks and whatever. But nothing really changes. You can't change society that way. So what happens is like as soon as that it's over, it's like it's forgotten. Nobody, even the media, they don't really report it as an event. You might have like one or two line sentence like on like page 15 or whatever. Not where nobody looks at. Do you know what I mean? And there are people who wants change, but they can't do anything about it. It's like their hands are tied. They can't get that momentum going. Like I said, you need um, like the masses behind you to change society.
Yeah, I think it's I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I don't think it's really about trying to change society, man. I think society will go its own way. I think it has to happen naturally. I'm a fan of letting things come to me, if you know what I mean. Put out the right vibes or signals to what I want, and then it comes to you. So I think set it up. You know what I mean? I think people like the app. What's his name? Flat Earth Dave, who made the app. I think that will take legs. I think flat earthers will start doing things like that, creating little communities completely separate from you know YouTube and Instagram and Facebook. And I think that's when people will start getting together. I think sometimes it will take something negative to trigger that, but I think something will come and push this thing along. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It may not be a good thing when it comes, but 10 years down the line, I think you'll start seeing part of humanity accelerating again and developing again and becoming, advancing in the right direction. But it may take a split.
Yeah, it's amazing like how quickly the people in power, mobilizes stuff. For example, I don't know if you're aware that controversy where Boris Johnson had a party, beginning of the pandemic, right? They had a party in Downing Street. I don't know if you heard of that controversy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the media picked up on it, and like within a week, it was like brushed under the carpet, and it's gone. It just disappeared from the media. So as soon as it was gaining momentum, somebody it said, "Look, we have to put a stop to it," and that's it. There was a police investigation, and I think there was like a few fines handed out, and that was the end of the story. You know.
Sounds like you're into politics, dude.
Not really. I'm not really into politics, but you have to know what's going on in the world. I mean, my news. I've got like MSN. I just my as my like as soon as I turn on the computer, it loads up MSN. You just glance through the headlines. See what's happening. But you have to know. You have to be aware of what's happening around you. To understand and to understand the system.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
Man,
I
it's a
just
dirty
take
day.
less interest in it myself because I mean, who cares that they had a party? They got away with it because everybody knows it's a hoax and a bullshit fraud anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it was truly, something serious and he put lives at risk and this, that, the other, there would be outrage. I think subconsciously everybody knows it was bullshit. You know what I mean? Without going into it.
Well, yeah, and to make matters worse, now it's the other side. The Labour Party. Apparently, they did the same. They had a party as well, like, and the leader is under investigation at the moment. So, I
Everybody
mean,
was partying,
blue and
man. Everybody was partying. Most people were.
yeah, well, blue and red, like two sides of the same coin, really. You have like the Republicans and the Democrats in America, and you have like conservatives and Labour in the UK. So
Exactly. Blue and red make purple. That's the color of royalty.
yeah. Well, there's an old saying: "All roads leads to Rome."
Yeah. I honestly think if we've got a chance of truly waking up the old-fashioned group awakening way or whatever, I think we really do have to ditch politics, man, and we have to just completely get away from red and blue, liberal and right-wing, left-wing, opinions on all these things is the problem, really, because they give us these opinions and when you catch these articles on the news, they're giving you an opinion, and it is good to glance on them, but I don't know about being bothered by any of it. I think that's partly what they want, really.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the people in power, they're so powerful now that grassroots politics, like if you want to start from the ground up, that's impossible because they won't allow it. They'll suppress it straight away. They've become so powerful that they control everything.
Well, if you truly want change, why would you ever get involved in politics? Because nobody in politics changes anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They control it now, don't they? People like you and me can't change the system, but the only way is to get the people behind you, like get the momentum going, and to do that, you need somebody like charismatic. Remember, like Tony Blair, although he was Labour, like he was a charismatic person. Like he had character. He could get the people behind him, and for a while, the Conservatives couldn't get anywhere near to becoming like elected prime minister. Do you know what I mean? It was like Labour about 10 years straight. So you need someone like that. Someone with personality. Someone. But saying that though, that person has to be honest as well. It has to be have to work for the people. It has to come from the people. Is you'll have to be part of us, if you know what I mean. One of us.
Yeah. No, I hear you, bro. I hear you. I suppose I get more cynical as time goes by because I just think everybody who tries to do that in politics ends up either selling out or getting kicked out in some way or another. And I just have lost faith that anybody with good intentions will make it as a politician. So I think the answers do lie outside of politics.
What is your method, Big Root, if you don't mind me asking, for determining whether or not something that you hear, because I heard you mentioning listening to the news, what is your method for determining whether or not a thing that they say is true or the implications of what they're saying are what they are implying to actually be the case? What's your method?
Yeah, it depends what it is really, but if it's something, brand new without any prior knowledge, I'll really try and look into it with an honest, view, the same way that I looked into Flat Earth or other subjects.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Farmer Joe's farm has dumped 100 million gallons of milk this season.
Okay.
And yeah, like obviously that's super limited in information, but this was.
Sorry.
Oh, he's got a telephone call.
Yeah, he'll be right back.
Okay. Didn't quite get what he was trying to say.
I think he works from home and he gets like telephone calls all the time. So
like automatic. Where the calls come in automatically.
No, I think he just when he gets a call, he just deafens himself. So
yeah. Get it. No, but I probably need to elaborate that the point I was trying to make was that a lot of the information, the context that we get our information is very biased and very loaded, and I think when it comes to politics, you're so within this paradigm, this game, this illusion that whatever side you pick, you you know what I mean. It's the illusion of two choices when there is a third, a fourth, and there are other choices. So I think that's the point I was trying to make. That easy to point the finger and pick a side, but why do you have to get involved? You can do your own thing or go a different way with it potentially.
Well, the problem with the media today is like, people like what's that guy's name? The Australian guy, Murdoch, Rupert Murdoch, people like that. He like lays the law down for his editors. They have to do what he says. So people like that control the media, and they just promote their agenda. Whatever Rupert Murdoch says, or that'll be the news. So again, a handful of people control the media. It's not there's no such thing as freedom of choice, or freedom of basically freedom. Freedom is we've never had freedom. It's always been controlled. So I know there's a lot of people out there thinking that we have a choice. They're deluded. They tell what to read, what to watch on television, what to read. So there's never ever been a choice, really.
Yeah, 100%, 100%, man. It's the context that they're setting for us. They determine what's important, what needs to be reported on. And we focus so much on stuff that it makes the world seem, disproportionately more evil, corrupt, and it makes the corrupt ones seem more in control than they really are, and the choices they give us are in their paradigm. And I just think that's the real illusion. That's what it is. It's just that years and years of really digging into your psyche, and before you know it, you're walking and talking and acting like everybody else, with the same viewpoints.
Yeah, I always say democracy is an invented word. It's like gravity. Do you know what I mean? There's no substance behind it. It's just a created word that everybody bandies about. I mean, it's like gravity. You can't prove gravity, and you can't prove democracy. There's no such thing as democracy.
Yeah, it's a form of slavery in disguise. Basically, it's an illusion, and it's a clever way to get us to root for our own enslavement to materialism.
Yeah, it's like people going to vote. They think they're going to change the status quo, but what they don't realize is that presidents, prime ministers are selected, not elected.
Which is why it's
It's
pointless
like,
to try and get involved in politics, because it's just an act, isn't it? It's just a shop front for a racket.
yeah, I mean that guy, that comedian, George Carlin. He said it's a big club and you ain't in it.
Yeah, we are definitely not fucking in it.
I just placed something in voice text, a little meme. On the right hand side, you have the families that people have never really heard of, or we definitely don't see and we don't vote for. And then on the left hand side, you have the families that the families on the right side have hired to carry out their goals for the world. And then those people on the left-hand side, those families on the left-hand side, have hired the Elon Musks and the Bill Gateses and the George Soroses and the Bezoses of the world to carry out, what the people at the top want. And the politicians, which are puppets, selected puppets, like you said, they are basically store managers at the very bottom of the rung. and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. The world has been governed like that for the last 1,500 years. You'll see the families on the right have some Italian descent. Some people will say that those families are the surviving families of the great Roman Empire. So you're looking at least 1,500 years. And places like the United States of America was founded with the blessings of these families on the right. And that's why it took until 1870 in the United States for the black man to get the chance to vote. So we went from we the people, and in the course of human events and the Bill of Rights, which are actually the Bill of Permissions, we went from there until 1870 until the black man actually had a chance to vote. And then when they gave the black man a chance to vote, they put a poll tax on him, and they got the red shirts together in 1875, which was a paramilitary group to keep uppity black people down. That morphed into the KKK. And then Margaret Sanger, with the help of Bill Gates' great-granddad, who were part of the eugenics movement, founded Planned Parenthood in 1920 to keep the black person dead. Margaret Sanger wanted every black person dead on the face of the earth. So we've had 63 million abortions in the United States since Roe v. Wade in 1973. 35 to 40% of them have been against innocent unborn black babies, when the black population of the United States is 13%. So controllers like to control. They love to control. They control everything. They control the media. They control everything. They control voting. If voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it. I think we just have to wake up to the fact that freedom is an illusion, and the people that rule this world have decided that that illusion is going to be taken away, and we're not going to have freedom anymore. And we just have to come to the realization that we have to take care of ourselves, our families, our loved ones. Find a God in your life, why he can be found, and forget about country. Country is an illusion. Just love your God, love your family, love your relatives, love your friends.
Bravo,
Just kind of move from there. And I've realized this in the last 26 months. The last 26 months has told me that we never had a Bill of Rights in the United States. We had a Bill of Permissions. That's all we had. And there's no Charter of Rights in Canada. There's no Constitution in Australia. I'm not sure what you have in the UK. But, Labour and the Tories are all owned by the same people. And so that's all you can really do. I know that's not positive, but to me it's realistic, it's pragmatic, and that's kind of how things are. And if anybody disagrees, I'll have a peaceful disagreement with them and a peaceful debate and a peaceful discussion, and we'll part friends. But that's kind of how I see it. Thanks for listening.
One thing I noticed from your list is on the right, there's the Colombo family is missing.
Hey, don't you go talking about Peter Falk. Listen,
Colombo.
what is this anti-Italian thing going on here? Not that I don't actually know. I don't think I have any Italian blood, but even if it wouldn't matter if I did. But what's up with this anti-Italian stuff? Why the Italians?
It's not
to Rome.
It's
literally a list of Italian names.
Yeah, and much of it is because they're survivors of the great Roman Empire, which ruled the world for a long time, or the known world for a long time.
Yep.
So it's nothing against Italians. It's just who remained after the great Roman Empire went away. So
it's just truth, man. Jim, you brought up so many interesting points, and the timeline that you're explaining it and the way you explained it. It really has been an illusion since the very beginning, right? Like the slavery story as well with the black man. It is a big illusion, and the further you dig into the black heritage, especially African Americans, the shadier the whole thing gets, man. And the further back you go, there's a lot of black people as well trying to tell you this and trying to come out and say that a lot of the whole slavery story never happened. The whole thing was to completely change a nation into a slave nation, and it created that tier system. I'm not going to get into it too much, but there's a guy called Dane Calloway on YouTube who he's written several books on it. He goes into it, but yeah, man, you brought up so many points, and I think you bang on. It's not negative at all.
They teach us that the Roman Empire was defeated, but it just the Roman Empire became the Holy Roman Empire. It never went away. It's always been in control. So I mean, the Pope is it's like the old Roman Emperor. He's or I don't think he has like many power. Like Jim said, these people behind those people on the right, those families on the right, they're the puppet masters. I mean, the Pope is selected from wherever, but I agree with Jim that those families are in control.
What's interesting about the Pope that we see, the white Pope that we see is the gray Pope, who is above the white Pope, is Orsini, Orsini, and you'll see that's part of the 13 families on the right hand side. So the gray Pope is actually an Orsini, and then there's the black Pope that's above him, and the black Pope is the head of all the Jesuits, because the white Pope is a Jesuit. But because the black Pope has more power than the white Pope, the Pope that we see actually is subservient or under the authority of the black Pope. It's controllers like to control, and we have been allowed since birth to be allowed to know things. We're allowed to know things, and if we get outside of our box, our cage, or whatever, we're called conspiracy theorists, fat tards, nuts, all that stuff. They want us inside of a cage. They want us inside of a box, and they want us to remain there. And that's how controllers control. They employ behavior psychologists, and they know every trick in the book, and they know how to control human behavior and human thinking. Thanks.
Right. No, bang on. And they created privacy, people's privacy, so that they could hide, in plain sight for themselves. The privacy is for them, because if you have a private person who's taking over the world like Bill Gates, nobody batters an eyelid, because it's a private business. They don't have to do things, And I think it's genius the way that they've given the illusion of privacy. It's not for us. It's for them to pull this bullshit off, and they can do it.
So wait, careful, buddy. Like, we have this Fourth Amendment in the United States where, it's against the law for unreasonable search and seizure. So, I mean, you got to be a little more specific with your words with that, because, there should be more transparency in certain things that there isn't now. But, don't get ahead of yourself. You don't want to make it legal for the cops to barge into your dwelling, look at your stuff, take you and your stuff and whatever they want, like they do in China or North Korea or a lot of other shit countries. You got to be careful.
Yeah, I can see how that came across. I was talking more, in terms of business and, how you can hide that shit.
So Fritz Springmeier, his whole life's work and in the books that he wrote, all meaningless.
When I talk about privacy, I'm talking about how they don't have to, they can hide behind privacy and use it to justify anything. They don't have to explain anything to us as a private entity. So the families on the right on that meme, they get away with it because they're just private people. That they have their private rights. They have no obligation to explain. So this privacy that, yes, we cherish it, we love it. I know it's important, but it's also being used against us because we don't really understand it. That's my argument. Like, we don't really value it in the right way.
Well, yeah, it's a similar thing with gun rights. I mean, a lot of these super wealthy elite, they like having gun rights for their security guards, but they don't want you to have gun rights.
Yes.
Exactly.
Let me.
Some animals are more equal than other animals, huh?
I just want to get this clear. Are you saying that it is the Astor bloodline, but the Astor bloodline actually has a different name? Or are you claiming that all of those bloodlines are invalid? Jim, I'm specifically referring to you, the one that made the claim.
Well, I'll put a blog from a lady in the UK up here in a second on the voice text.
I'm
It
talking
goes.
about the 292-page novel that Fritz Springmeier poured his life's work into, and then was subsequently false flagged against as a terrorist with some type of bomb plot conspiracy that was tagged or that he got framed with, that obviously had no plausibility whatsoever. I'm talking about Fritz Springmeier,
I haven't read
author
it.
of
I
Bloodlines
have.
of the Illuminati, where that list literally comes from.
I haven't read his book and I'm not familiar with him.
Okay, I posted it in the chat. The entire 292-page book is at this link.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Where he delineates over, I don't know, about 20 to 30 pages of specificity as to why each of those names, the origins, the realm of speculation, the empty holes in validating, but also like what can be known. So he's a very, very, very thorough author. He's not like a crazy guy that's just sharing his opinions and ideas. He was an extremely thorough research author, and he didn't just write on that topic. I can post the other books that he has here, so you can find his other works at that website there. So I don't know, it's just peculiar to me because I have read through that book. I haven't read every word, but it's not like 13 bloodlines, but it's not like they're the only ones by any means. There's obviously other names: the Merovingians, the Krupps, the Disney family, the McDonalds. Like there's other ones as well. But then he also delineates reveals, exposes the esoteric communications of these special people. And anyway, cool guy. His whole story's on that website I just posted.
Thank
You
you.
can make up your own opinion on the man and his family. And
Yeah, thanks for doing that. Absolutely.
Yeah, Gospel Bearer. I don't know if I don't think you called it, but Jim said when he posted that meme that the families on the left are basically like like the ants. They're the workers, and the families on the right, they're the control.
Yeah, which comes back round to a question I asked about a month ago in
They got him.
Yeah, I just posted the blog from the lady in the UK that I've had for 3 years. So thanks for all the good information. Appreciate it.
Salam alaikum, Isa. How are you doing, brother?
Yeah, was someone mentioning talking to me? Forgive me.
I said salam alaikum.
Yeah, wa alaikum salam. Who's this, real quick? I can't look at the screen.
It's Tom.
Oh, what up, brother? How are you, man?
Yeah, good man. Long time.
Yeah, man. Nice. What you guys up to?
We're talking about Rome.
Interesting. That's cool.
You know, I have a conspiracy theory that the Vatican owns the country of Switzerland.
Well, was Switzerland in an agreement with England?
Well, the reason I say that is Switzerland, never it's not part of the European Union, and whenever there's a war, they're exempt. You know, they don't get involved. I think the Vatican money goes through Switzerland.
Yeah, I would concur.
I'm not sure if we're allowed to talk about these things.
Oh, why not? Yeah, I always look at it like, it's interesting. Like, the cool information protects itself. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It makes sense.
Yeah, thing is, I think they want the live stream to be like primarily for like flat Earth talk, So
Well, I think the people who started the whole show are part of the subject. Wouldn't you agree?
yeah, definitely.
So I think it's fair game.
Jim,
All related.
Jim 777 has some good info. It's really, really mind blowing.
You make an awesome point. You say the people have been ruling this world, have perpetuated the globe lie on us, from education and entertainment, because the people that control this world own the entertainment and educational systems, and they employ people to make sure that what they want done. So,
Sorry?
Absolutely, absolutely, whoever rules this world tells us how to believe in the shape of the world as well.
Yeah, I would agree. It's part of the convo for sure. But I've often thought, like, it's like they don't know. Like I've always said, like, if you got like the Black Pope by the neck and he said, "Hey, what's the shape of the Earth?" He would say, "I don't know." Nobody knows.
Also, it can't be a coincidence that they were pushing the globe like in the late 1500s or early 1500s, and Christopher Columbus, sailed the ocean blue. Can't be a coincidence. The Jesuits, they were going around the world, colonizing, or rather invading, other people's lives and destroying people's lives.
I always looked at it, like, if you think of it, or I've always thought of it like the lens I looked at through everything kind of the lens of law, like legality and law, and like there's what's called the law of conquest, and um, in a sense, it's like they make an offer. Like you think of like everything happens in writing, and like they make an offer, and like that's what like the missionaries did, and the missionaries came and they said, do you accept Jesus and the Pope as your, vicar, right? And like and some people said yes, some people said yes with conditions, and some people said no, and whoever said no got wrecked, and whoever said yes, either with or without conditions, um, they let into their empire, and yeah, I think that extends to so much of what we live under today.
I'm very surprised that they didn't destroy the Eastern religion. Like Hinduism, Buddhism, that
Well,
kind
they
of thing.
accepted them. They accepted them, but they accepted them with condition. They accepted them, but with conditions. That's why I don't think they went to like battle too hard. It's when people say no. That's why it's like even like it's biblical. Like that's what fascinated me. Like that conspiracy above all other conspiracies is what intrigues me the most, even still after Flat Earth. Flat Earth had its moment, but like I knew that I was studying this stuff before, and then Flat Earth even fine tuned it. But yeah, like because it goes back to these contracts. And you're completely like, what fascinates me right now is the way that, in my opinion, they wanted to destroy, like take like America and the concept of like, individuality, and they want to burn it down. And like, they think like the evil people want to burn it down because it's the only religion or it's the only political thing that keeps the frame of reference of God in the secular system. It's secular, but it's also has a religious undertone. And I think that religious undertone is what goes back to Rome. And that's where I think, above all, amidst all the confusion and uniform commercial code and all the rest of it, above all, there is the code of the agreement between the Christ and man. And that is that your sins and your debts have all been forgiven. But it's only when you accept that they've been forgiven, in the context of this financial system, financial/ecclesiastical system. So like everything is perfect.
But who controls the American political system? Is it the British royalty or Vatican?
I mean, I don't know because I don't own it. I'm not a part of it. I don't know precisely, but I don't think they don't have any real claim over you, and they know it. And it's only in as much as you'll give them.
Oh, it's so weird. It's almost verbatim what I said. I said the words, it was a little ways back. They can't take away what they never gave in the first place. What a novel idea.
All right, but you have to, it's like, I've been thinking about this lately, listening to debates and other channels and stuff. And if you think of something like, if you make a statement, like remember, like there's kind of a law or, kind of like rules to the game, as I call them, or as I've heard them called. It's like, you know what I mean? Like the facts are on the moon. Like the idea that you can't prove anything. So like in that context, like by making a direct statement about anything, it's an offense So like if you were to make everything a question and and lead one to like make that decision, or lead one to show the evidence, then like in that way you can always make a case for yourself, and always, in light of this ecclesiastical system, there's always the reprieve of forgiveness.
Sounds super Socratic.
Okay.
Only ask questions.
Why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? But but see, here's the other thing though too, is you can't ask a question. Like if you're in a point, like we were making a point the other day in the other chat, and it's like, if you like I think we were talking about air pressure, magnetic, or the electro forces on the earth, like that's atmospheric electricity.
Sure.
And how it could explain away gravity and this kind of stuff, and like how well, if we can show that, if we can demonstrate that, then wouldn't it reason to believe that that excuse is more valid than something without an experiment? And if you could agree with that, then you could also agree that this potentially has more credibility than anything else. And but it's like you can't just say, or I mean, like in a proposition of an idea, like you can't just like throw the idea out there, like as a statement. Well, we have, atmospheric pressure from whatever, therefore you're wrong. Like that's a statement. You can't prove anything. But if you were to say, hey, if we can prove this, then wouldn't it show that that could suffice? Like, you know what I mean? Like it makes them agree. It shows them, and you don't just offer up simple things. Like offer it up with, the complete. I don't know. I'm making no sense right now. I know I'm not. Forgive me,
So
but this idea, like
let's role play.
well, yeah, sure. But like
right.
to
Go
wrap
ahead.
something up. No, forgive me. I'm just saying to wrap something up is to not leave anything open. Like, if you were in a court of law or something like that, it's like you're not just sitting there arguing about, well, did you have jurisdiction? You're saying like, Your Honor, if it's, let the record show, if we didn't have equal, if you didn't, have a probable cause of a crime having been committed, and let the record show he's agreed that he's committed, a deprivation of right under the color of law. And I motion the court to dismiss. Like you end it. That's the thing I noticed in like law or any of this stuff. It's like people leave it open ended as though someone else is going to come and walk them through the door at the end. It's like, no, you have to pave those bricks, pave that road out the door. You know what I mean? So we always have a remedy. I just don't, I think some people have not recognized that they have to build the remedy themselves.
Could a question be, has it not been demonstrated to be anything but water boiling at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level? Like, I mean, is that the kind of questions you're talking about?
Yeah, and even and even like
Okay.
could it not be? You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Like because it depends if you're trying to find the truth. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you're going to cling to any one of the opinions or any one of the proofs.
So, for another good example, instead of me saying the law of non-contradiction is self-evident, I could say, can you provide me an example of a violation of the law of non-contradiction? Or is that not quite a question
Well, how
enough?
about this? How about this? Could you provide me an example? And if you can't, then can't we agree that there is no? You know what I mean? Like because
Sure. Okay, I got you.
like and if you can't provide it, then let it be known that you can.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like and make your point. Like because that's how you wrap it up and tidy it up.
Okay,
And get
so
out
you're
of the.
distinguishing between proof and knowledge, basically. We're not necessarily being able to prove anything, but we could definitely know things. Kind of.
Yeah, sure. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, I mean, well, we can know things, but actually, in reality, if you don't have any facts that provide any proof, how could you really even know anything? You know what I mean? Because if you're going to be honest, to a sense, you know what I mean. Like, but you can have subjective experience, whatever it is, like opinions. This is why the courts rely on the record of agreement between the parties in paperwork. That's why affidavits and and obligation is so important. And you have the unlimited right to negotiate. Therefore, you can offer negotiation under the principles which we were talking about before with this ecclesiastical system. And they can't refute it. And if they can't refute it, then let the record show that they've agreed. And if they can't come under notary seal showing as to why they didn't do X, Y, and Z, then, then an unrebutted affidavit stands as truth. And why would the court not motion for my whatever? Make a ruling in favor of my motion. Then same way in the flat earth debates. That's what I think. And that to me has always been the most interesting part of the whole discussion. All of it. Because I've always kind of explained it like, the flat earth, like the judge is a flat earther, but you can't call him out in the courtroom as a flat earther. You've got to give him the way to let you through the door.
Mm.
But he's trying.
Is that a statement of specificity, or are you saying judges in general? Are you speaking about a particular guy you know, or are you saying
I'm saying judges, when they are held to the rules with which they know they have to abide,
yeah,
they cannot buck them when they are brought up before them. And they're brought up before them in a way that is in the Socratic method.
I'm talking about the flat earth part.
But even the flat earth, like, I just say that in the flat earth sense, like the way to think of it is like, the judge is like a flat earther, and but you're in a room full of ballers.
I see what you're saying.
You
You're
can't,
drawing a metaphor,
right? And like, you can't, and like, you can't think of you can't, air out the judge as a flat earther because he's going to call you crazy because he can't lose the respect of the audience. So you got to do it, in chambers and like, I mean, I don't know, man. Our court system is really fucking cool. It's just we've got these premonition, these theories about it. I think that are long held and wrong. And that's not to say that there isn't a Saturnalian cult that makes them wear black robes. I'm just saying when you fucking bring up the ecclesiastical part of the game, they bow because they have no authority. And when you do that, and you've brought up and you've handled the financial side of the element of the courtroom, either through discharge or motioning for a statement, like, you know what I mean, and having not received one under notary seal, you know what I mean. It's like, this way to be able to move the courts in any way we see fit, like, like the Bible says, like, be ye not conformed to the world, but be renewed by a continual transformation of the mind. So the world's perfect. It's about how we look at it. Even like how cool is like I hope the globe does, you gotta hope, think of it like this, like the globe isn't going anywhere, and the reason, and the good reason that it's not going anywhere, is because without the globe you would never have the discernment necessary to become a flat earther.
I don't know about that.
Your muscles of discernment wouldn't be there.
Yeah, that's that whole like you wouldn't know what light was if darkness didn't exist, and I don't necessarily agree with that that line of reasoning. So you heard the good old fashioned story that the counterfeit technicians or whatever that they only ever do, teach these people with real money, and they never let the fake pass through their hands, so that by the time they've spent 10,000 hours studying real. This is a story I've heard. It's been told behind many wooden podiums of sorts. And these counterfeit guys, they study for thousands of hours the real bill, and by the time they come across a counterfeit, they know it right away because they know what the real thing looks like. And when a counterfeit comes, that's not true, and it's not even. Anyway, that example is probably not very relevant to what I was trying to say. It's probably a terrible example.
Very good.
I don't even remember what I was trying to say in the first place. Oh yeah. You said that people wouldn't even be able to figure out that the Earth. Well, I don't even understand the premise of that statement, because if they weren't being taught the globe, what are you presuming that they would be getting taught? And if that is flat Earth, then why would that be a bad thing if it coincides with reality in the first place? Or is there some other thing that you're suggesting?
Well, I'm just suggesting it's just what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, just almost like nature. It's like, why does it get so cold? I don't fucking know. But
Well, every time the sun goes away, it starts to get colder.
well, no, but I mean, like, the idea of, like, like, damn you, nature. Like, you know what I mean? It's so cold. Like, like, it's like, I don't know why we're in the predicament of where people are teaching the globe. Probably because, I mean, it explains some things to some extent. But, I don't know why I don't know why we're in that predicament. But
Wait, are you
just,
speaking metaphorically or literally?
what do you mean?
All right, so when you say, I don't know why we're in this predicament, I go, well, gosh, the mystery school religions of Babylon is why, but is that not something you're overtly aware of? Or
Right, but even like if it's the mystery schools of Babylon, does God control everything?
it's a little bit of a loaded question.
Well, does God control everything?
Yes and no.
God gives us challenges that we can overcome them and become more powerful for doing so.
Well, it's like, like I said, it's like, who am I to judge God by thinking that it's too cold in the winter? It's just it's just what it is. It's not about like whether I like it or not. It's just like, it's just the predicament we find ourselves in, whether it be
Yeah,
mystery school or not. But
but I
like, you
thought
know what I
that
mean?
the question is, why do these deceptions exist in the first place?
Well, I mean, that would go to my idea that, like, discernment would have to be developed. It's not something you just have. I mean, to some extent you maybe have, but like,
Sure.
but there's
Yeah.
like a discernment, like, is something you learn. You learn, like, not to trust everybody after you've been burned. You know what I mean? Like, you know
Yes,
what I mean? Like, it's
it
like,
is a
there's a
process.
certain,
Kids are
right,
gullible, so on, and yeah, for
right.
sure.
So, like, that muscle has to be developed in all the aspects of life. And I
It
don't know why.
seems,
And all I'm saying
yeah.
is, I don't know why the creator made it so, but it is what we're reckoning with. You know what I mean?
Well,
Therefore,
some people would point to this thing called the knowledge of good and evil. That might not be an answer sufficient for everyone, but some people, I think, would answer that question with that.
well, see, that's where I look at it, like, in the solution. Like, I feel like it's like the creator wouldn't give us a problem we couldn't get out of. And
I
so, if that's the case, then there's like a riddle to be solved, a game to be played, something to that effect. And in
I
my eyes, like,
no.
well, I'm saying in my eyes, I think that, like, the understanding of our court system is, like, for instance, just an ancient tradition that also teaches quite a bit. That's kind of where I was leaning it earlier. I've always kind of been fascinated with the subject. I kind of see
Yes.
it through the lens of that,
Yeah.
because it covers history, it covers relationships of men, contracts.
But you never been tempted to take the bar or any of that?
I have, yeah. Actually, my grandmother was an attorney. I was thinking about it for quite a while, but the only thing with that is that when I come to it, like, even like if I were to be in I don't know. It's complicated, because here's the thing, right? Some of the stuff that I might do, you or I, any one of us might be able to do in a courtroom, you're actually not really entitled to do as an attorney. And so an
Okay,
attorney,
yeah, I understand what you mean by that.
right?
And for the exact same reason, I refused to become a licensed counselor.
Yeah.
for the
I mean,
exact same reason. I know
like
exactly what you mean.
you're simply just a agent for the court. And
Yeah.
in one sense, I thought, well, because I started thinking, well, if you were a good enough attorney, you could get away with this shit. And if the other party or the judge is not constantly calling you out on it, you could get away with it. So, like, you know what I mean? Like,
True.
so you essentially could do it, but there's certain things that you can't do as regards to stuff that I'm actually talking about over here, like with our relationship with, like our particular authority over our particular citizen involved in a particular relationship with the government or the institution that we refer to as government. Like how we have authority individually over that account.
You haven't by chance been working with or talking with Witsit, have you?
We've talked a couple times, and I've tried to elaborate on some of the stuff, but
Gotcha.
I
You're
know maybe.
familiar with his South Dakota stuff and all that nonsense.
Yeah, I discussed a little bit some of the stuff with him. I told him, we had talked at one point, and I had made some suggestions, but he was already in the middle of doing things the way he was set out to do them.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I, I have nothing. You know what I mean? Like I might have my opinions about certain, like certain ways to do things, but I only know anything because I have tried everything else. Do you know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
I think like like if as soon as you interact with the system, no matter how you're starting to interact with the system, like you start to see it differently. And like and Whitsitt is on his fucking journey. I love that kid. I think he's the best. And I think
He's tenacious, and that's
yeah,
an admirable quality.
yeah, no, and he's just spot on. Anytime I've ever dealt with him, it's like he's just so sharp and with it. And
For sure.
I think some of the stuff that I talk about is a little, it's a little in left field for some people in regards to what they're actually doing and what they think they're going to be doing.
Philosophy
And
versus practical, or the
well, like
pragmatic.
I can't even. It's not even like it's not even anything. It's just style, and it's also just the understand. Like for instance, like I was going to say, like whenever you're an attorney, you're going to go and you're going to argue a case, and the other party's going to have an attorney, and they're going to argue a case. Well, only when two parties are in a disagreement can the judge have jurisdiction over the matter. If
He's the
there's
arbiter, is what you're saying?
Precisely. And so as someone, let's say, without an attorney with firsthand knowledge of a certain set of events, you could make an agreement that it would be hard for another party to dismiss. Especially if they don't have any firsthand knowledge, especially if they only have depositions, and especially if they're trying to go to trial over something that's already previously been settled out of court. So anytime two attorneys go together, all they're doing is bringing their best quote unquote argument, which means that that's why nobody knows who's going to win, because the judge gets full discretion, because the two parties cannot exist or cannot coexist, And then also, I'm better than that, the judge will notice how they argue. And if you read any court stuff, like whoever says no first loses. So something to that, like as soon as you go, no, you can't do that, I do not consent, you lose. So, that's just like, it's like and it's biblical, Matthew 5:25, the Christ says, agree with thine adversary quickly, lest you be brought before the court, So it's like, eat this shit sandwich. I'd love to, so long as you eat half first and you pay me $1 million and I don't have to actually eat it.
Yeah, different. Agree can also mean come to terms,
Right?
like
And so,
agreed upon terms. So it doesn't
right.
necessarily mean that you
Well,
concede.
Well, here's the thing: is that do actions speak louder than words?
That's a saying.
So, if I were to ask for you to give me any firsthand knowledge about something you couldn't give me any firsthand knowledge about because you were the attorney. And I said to you, and if you can't give me any firsthand knowledge, it's agreed that you're going to accept my motion for summary judgment. You know what I mean? When we get to court, you're going to say, that's not true. I didn't accept that. I didn't do this. And then I'm going to say to the judge, Your Honor, could you show me his response? Did he not fail to respond on the notary seal and therefore agree for the motion for summary judgment? And the judge might say, your paperwork's no good. And you might say, Your Honor, I motion the court that your opinion about the paperwork has anything to do with the case. I motion the court to second for the summary judgment, which has been agreed upon between the parties. Or else, can anyone else here show me that this guy responded under notary seal with any first-hand information? And if not, let the record show. Motion for summary judgment.
And can they not just be like, well, that's a loaded statement, and therefore,
First off, but who were you thinking would say that? Because the judge is not a party to the case, and the attorney doesn't have any first-hand knowledge.
Okay.
So when I've got my paperwork there, and I've given everyone 10 days to respond 3 times, and you didn't respond to any of my shit, who looks like the irresponsible party?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I get that.
So, and that's where the judge is looking at you like, yes, my flat earth brother, you just fucking did this, and you gave me a way out. And I tried to put a boot in your face, and you just fucking dismissed my boot in your face. Well done, dude.
Yeah, the whole real recognize real.
That's fucking right, dude. And they're not gonna they're not gonna let a punk pass through. They ain't letting no punks pass through, bro.
Okay, what is superseding a question? I guess there's a conversation going. I don't understand. I think Ireland is getting on about the Justinian deception and stuff. If you familiar with that topic?
Not really the Justinian deception.
Yeah. What do they call it? Dog Latin or whatever, and all caps, and the Justinian deception, and how there's this secret language when you write in all caps that accomplishes some type of
Oh no, I think he may be talking about like there's a syntax. There's a syntax.
Yeah, there's syntax as part of it, but apparently the all caps thing is part of this whole thing. It's a topic that a lot of people are very, very interested in. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all I know is it doesn't matter how it's written in the sense. It's about like, did the party get it? Were they able to read it? You know what I mean? Like, is there proof that they got it? There's like different elements.
Yeah, this topic that I'm referring to, they would disagree with that premise wholeheartedly, and they would say, based on the capital letters, the word no longer means what it says it means. Because it's capitalized, it now takes on a new secret esoteric meaning because of its capitalization.
Is that David Wynn Miller stuff?
Possibly, and it's associated with the topic known as the Justinian deception.
Can I speak up then? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay. Foreign language is actually listed in the Chicago Manual of Styles, 16th and 17th edition. It's listed on the foreign languages, and they have it titled as American Sign Language. However, it is a hybrid between Latin and incorrect grammatical English. Okay, so as I say, it's listed in that book as a foreign language. And when you have a court document, you can't have a court document in 2 different languages because there's no continuity of evidence. And whenever he was talking earlier, Isa, about stuff that you can't bring up in a court, that's why I put that in the chat, because that's something you wouldn't be able to bring up in court as a licensed attorney or lawyer.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, you know what's interesting, man? It's that Bill Clinton got off. Actually, David Wynn Miller was Bill Clinton's attorney when he got off on the word is, you know, what the word is means. So, like, you
I
know,
vaguely remember that. Yeah.
so like, you know, I mean, it's, you know, I know the wordplay thing has whatever, but I look at it, and from what I've learned is that it's like, okay, just give them what they want. Well, you know, okay, they want payment. Well, they want payment in a bankrupt system. You know what I mean? And you're at the court, and like, you know, in the UCC, which is the language of the bankruptcy in the United States, at least like in the United States, the code it's UCC 9210, which is request regarding a statement of account, and it says that failure to give that is a, you know, means discharge of the debt. And then there's UCC 3603, which if you were to take that instrument of debt and sign the back of it for set off settlement and closure pursuant to UCC 3603, which says that when tender of payment is made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument and the tender of payment is either accepted or refused, there is discharge. So if they refuse it, it's discharged. So you give them a piece of paper that they gave you with the bill on it for the whatever, you know, we can get all into that specific shit, but just the concept alone, you know, like the idea that you would be able to discharge that instrument by their their unwillingness to take it, you know, especially in a court of law where you're sitting at like the bench and you're motioning the court, and it's not the judge is just the official. You know, you can lie, cheat, and steal, but you can also pay debt with a piece of paper and a pen. It's pretty cool. It's like basketball too. It's like I've said, like, you know, it's like imagine like you know, you're playing basketball and somebody comes and steals the ball from you. You can't just go to the ref and be like, you know, he stole the ball from me, and you know, stealing's wrong. You know, it's basketball, and the ref can't decide what the scoreboard is.
True.
I don't know. I don't know. It's complicated, whatever, nuanced, but it's so fascinating. I don't know.
Hi, sir. Have you ever looked into the paper bulls and where they get their authority from?
Not so much from where they get their authority from, but my familiarity with the papal bulls is more in the sense that, like, when the Pope nullified the Magna Carta, he also took possession of all the minerals in the soil of you know, the crown.
That came later.
What is it?
First, I mean, you've heard of Sestigay Fee Trust, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, they came about in, I think it was 1302, 1307. And the first trust was Unum Sanctum, and they later incorporated into Romanus Pontifex. That was basically, you know, land and stuff. That was the minerals and so forth. There was a later papal bull called, I think it's Atari Regis. That's where the English crown, that's where the Queen takes the Commonwealth. That's off everybody. You own nothing. And the last papal bull is Convocation, where they actually claim your soul. Unless you challenge the papal bulls within a court, which is where they derive their authority from, and you will not have any say. Now, a court is set up where they allow so many verdicts to go, you know, in favour of you, but generally you're going into a court on a losing stand because of those papal bulls. They claim and own everything in their heads, shall we say, unless they're challenged.
I mean, yeah, I like your caveat, you know, unless challenged, because, you know, I think like, you know, again, it's like take the Sestigay Trust thing. because I'm convinced that your birth certificate is just a part of that old Cesta gave the trust thing where, the warriors went to battle for the Pope, and then some of them died. So their family members, like the children of those men who had bounty and loot that was owed to them from their fathers, they were given a certificate so that when they were of age, they could go and get the bounty and loot that their father had fought for. And
correct.
they've taken that, and we've instituted into our our socialism, whether it be like Social Security or whatever it is, because we've entered into a bankruptcy, and they've collateralized all the citizens, they've tried to collateralize all the people and make the citizen so that the citizen is the collateral for the national debts. Whereas and that's almost, it goes in tune with that idea that they own the soul and all the rest of it. But there's also the notion as these are just entities that we have control over if we recognize in our own mind that we are not exclusively those things. Like, I have a citizen. Like, even to the extreme level of where do you live? Well, if you say that you live anywhere other than in your body, how is that not a lie against God? Because it's your spirit that lives in a body, and your body has an identity in the world that that you can use to do banking, called a citizenship. You know what I mean? But we aren't these actual things. And when you know that to be the case, then you're almost free from that reign. And I think in the UCC, this is why I find the language interesting. The priority security interest holder is essentially immune from those conditions, because as a creditor, they can remain anonymous.
Correct. I mean, I view it very much like, you've heard the old saying, you walk like a duck, talk like a duck, you're a duck. Pretty much law is presumption. And by getting a birth certificate, we call it a national insurance here, it's probably called something different over there, getting a passport, getting a driving license, you're walking and talking like a duck, so they treat you like a duck. So that is all reversible. Practical. It's not practical for everybody to reverse all of that. But it's just basically, they presume because of your actions that you wish to be what they've set out for you. And that's basically what it boils down to. It is all reversible, and it is all counteractable within a court system.
Yeah, man. I think we have even their own ecclesiastical system being, it's set up from Rome. It says that man was given dominion over the earth. Well, a real man should have full understanding of this legal shit, just like their forefather Adam would have. You know what I mean? Dominion over the whole earth means you have an understanding of it. So we have to know these things in order to display that we're the children of Adam, without actually saying we're the children of Adam, because that would sound crazy.
Well, I personally, I don't want to offend anybody here, but I personally believe the Bible is a code for how to deal in commerce. Walking on water is the holy sea of commerce, and so forth. And Christ Jesus it's a way to work outside of the legal system that is set up by state. That we requested state setup. As I don't want to offend anybody, because I know there's a lot of people who have religious beliefs, and I'm not
Well, here's the
going
thing.
to knock that.
Just real quick on that point. You prefaced what you said with "I believe," which means no one should be offended. If you prefaced what you said with "the Bible is," then that would be very problematic. So, conveying your personal beliefs about what you think a book means is just that. It shouldn't be offensive to anyone.
I understand that, but again, I just know there's a lot of people on here that are very religious, and I don't want to offend them, but it's just how I view it. I see it more as a code of how to navigate the the commercial aspect of the system that we're forced to live under. Because I don't believe nobody. They say, well, nobody's born free anymore. Because everybody alive today has been born under the system of these paper bulls. So we're enslaved within this system, and there's no way out of it. Just an interesting footnote. Whenever you hear people saying about selling your soul, what that actually is whenever you're a baby and the hospital takes an imprint of your soul, the hospital gets paid for the sole of your feet. That's where selling your soul comes from.
Yeah, maybe that's one conceptualization of where that originates. There are other origin stories for that expression.
Yeah, I think like like the Bible and those books, it's like only God knows the mysteries of God. But like in those books is a lot of for me anyway, a lot of allegory for what I would consider to be the thinking man. God created us to be skeptics. Created us to doubt Him. Even what I mean, to be voracious in our skepticism. You know what I mean? Like what I mean? Like even so much as we to doubt Him. And then to prove Him. You know what I mean? Like and that kind of stuff. And I think, but there's all the allegory there. Like for me, like, and this is just for me. And again, I don't mean to offend, but Ireland, I find it interesting. Like when it tells the story of the virgin birth. Well, it's like, we've never seen this in nature. So it's almost like a wink and a nod is to think allegorically. You know what I mean? To think, beyond the realm of this world in that sense. And only God knows the mysteries of God. But there's so much allegory. Like I find it interesting that Barabbas, who was released, Barabbas in Hebrew means the son of the Father. So was the Christ actually released? And then they did the whole Christian crucifixion as like some ode to their pagan stuff. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah, they have the same name.
Yeah, Barabbas, you mean?
Yeah. Another translation would be Bar Jesus. That guy had a very similar name, and yeah, isn't that interesting? You can speculate about why that is, but could also look into the prevalence of different names, and then that also helps you understand why a certain person would be referred to as quote unquote the Nazarene, and so on and so on. But yeah, people can speculate about the meaning of all sorts of things, and there's a lot of takes, so to speak.
Well, that's it. It's like that's why I say like only God knows the mysteries of God. Like you know what I mean? Because that's the other thing. That's my thing. Is like I think like anyone that claims to know is fucking crazy. You know what I mean? And God made it that way. So is there anyone who claims to know? That the believers would know that person's fucking nuts. That's how I fucking think about it. I just because only God knows those mysteries. I don't know. That's how I see it.
What is this? Somebody most friendly went down.
Ireland 32 isn't here very often. I'd like to hear more about what he was saying with Jesus showing us the way to live beyond the law or without the restrictions.
Well, do so in a different room.
Well, it's more about the law, not about the Bible.
Yeah, you're free to do so in a different room. Politics, VC, or anything like that. That'd be fantastic.
All right, I'll message you.
We have a lot of opportunities in this server to foster those kinds of gatherings. You got the movie rooms, we got these different topical rooms. We're going to probably end up reinstating the music collaboration rooms so that people can continue to make some good
How's everybody doing?
Hello.
Hello.
No.
What's up?
Lionel,
Yeah.
Hello.
are you from? Where are you from?
I'm originally from Argentina.
Oh, Argentina. Okay.
Yeah, but I live in Spain.
Okay, great. I live next to Spain, Portugal.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. Hello, neighbor.
Hello. Hola, in Spanish,
Hola.
Portuguese.
¿Qué pasó, amigo?
Oh, sí, amigos. Amigos, amigos para siempre. Friends forever.
Yeah.
Sí, sí.
Hablemos en español.
Oh no, we can't. Just English. Sometimes I speak a little.
Oh, come on. I was having fun.
Lionel, do you know Oliver Ibanez?
Ibáñez.
Yes. He's a flight earth from Spain.
Ah, Oliver.
Sí, Oliver Ibanez.
Oliver Ibáñez.
Yeah.
Exacto. Me gusta.
Great.
Es muy bueno.
And there's Naov, N-A-O. It's a team from Spain. They did some measurements and observations there.
Interesante. Interesting.
English, dude.
Let me see. Oh, interesting.
Hey, I'm using
English.
come on, man. I'm using easy words, all right?
Okay, so let me see if I found the Naov.
Muy interesante.
Very interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Naov.
yeah.
Let me see. I think this is a link.
Let's take a look.
It's a playlist. Let me see if it's from those guys. Naov. I saw this a long time ago. Yes, it's from NAOV. So they didn't find the globe. Yeah, you can see at the live stream. Voice text. Seri, la Terra es plana.
I think I'm in the wrong text. Am I in the wrong text? Am I in the wrong?
You see here at live stream, up live stream, you see hashtag live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, so I post a link.
Ah, right.
Okay, Seri, la Terra es plana. It's from those guys.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah, so it is in Spanish, so you understand.
Ah, yeah, they're from our. Ah, yes. Okay, interesting. What happens if I click on it?
You click, you go to YouTube. You click,
okay.
you just go to YouTube and.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
I didn't know. I wasn't aware of this channel.
Yeah, I was a long time ago. We have, but he's not online. We have Jamsey. He's Puerto Rico. He's from Puerto Rico, but he speaks Spanish. I was interested in to join a Spanish flat earth group, but here in Discord, but I didn't see it until now.
¿Dónde está curvature?
Oh, where is the curvature?
Buena pregunta.
Yeah.
¿Dónde está la curva? ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde está?
No hay curva. There is no curve.
Oh, no hay curva.
No curve. No curve, no glove. So you, Leonel, you are. Did you join flat earth groups in Facebook?
No. So I don't use Facebook. I gave up on it.
Okay.
It's very confusing in my opinion. I didn't have a very good personally a good experience with Facebook.
So how do you wake up to flat earth or to this server?
To this server through Spotify.
Oh, Spotify. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
A few days ago.
So you are
I got hooked. I got hooked. And for like I came to the server about 3 days ago already. 3 days? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So have you been seeing some videos from YouTube?
Definitely. The first video I watched was like years ago, 2016 probably.
Eric the Bay or others?
Pardon?
From Eric the Bay or?
I don't remember who. Yeah, I mean Eric Dubay was one of, I don't remember exactly, but I was waiting for new information, something to a type of information that I could kind of process, that I can understand. So the first time I saw something, the first time I ever find something contradicting the model, I was curious. I'm curious for the fact of the person who made the statement. I'm like, okay, I want to know what proofs he has, because I mean he's making that statement. I was very curious to see what was his explanation. I was thrilled. I was like, okay, this is definitely. I mean, normally when you go on YouTube, you go and look for. It's an entertainment platform, in my opinion. I mean, of course, it's educational, but I was. I knew I was gonna. I knew I was gonna find it entertaining, but in the good sense of the word. I mean, and it took me maybe to the third video, I start catching the concept. I start liking it. Yeah.
Okay. There's a.
I think the videos nowadays are way better than before. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are some videos. They are, censorship. YouTube are censorship those videos.
Yeah, I know. I am quite Yeah, I'm aware. It's difficult to find information.
Yeah, exactly. If you search flat Earth, the first 20 top searches, it will be nonsense and against
I remember.
flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it happens to. In my experience, like for example, I remember, maybe it's just me, but you become actually very comfortable to trust the algorithm, because I remember years ago, when I used to use YouTube, I remember that I was thrilled to just be able to type in and be able to find information, right? I would be like, I would really rely on YouTube a lot for finding information. So I remember I used to go in the search bar and just be like, okay, what do I want to watch today, right? Like, what should I look for? And I was very good at finding information. I loved YouTube. But then after some time, like, you just start becoming more comfortable and just depending on the algorithm and just be like, just depending on what it shows you. But I just wanted to comment about that. You trust I found myself like just searching less and less, still finding relevant information, because the algorithm actually shows you, the things that you like and stuff.
Yeah, some channels that you are a subscriber.
Definitely. I give likes to everything I wish I could send money. I mean, I wish I could just give, just support with money. I don't support a lot with money, but with likes, man, that's the least thing I can do. And subscribe, I basically just like and subscribe to anybody that pretty much says like, hey, like and subscribe. I'm like, here we go, man. Oof.
Did you know in the Spanish there is the Flat Earth FC football club? It's a Spanish team. It's a soccer from.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what part of Spain they play, but yeah, I'm aware there's a soccer team. No, is it a basketball or soccer team?
Soccer team. Okay, we say football.
Team.
You say football, but anyway, it's
Oh
soccer.
yeah, no, I mean football. Yeah. Yeah, there's a soccer team that has I don't know what it's called, but something related with blood.
Flat Earth FC.
And they. Yep.
So you can sometimes think of the algorithm like the house when you're referring to a casino. Like sometimes you'll beat the house, but overall, the house is always going to take your money. Same with the algorithm. Sometimes you can find ways around the algorithms, but overall, the algorithm is going to beat you. You're going to find way more information you're not looking for on certain topics than information you're actually trying to find.
Yeah.
You really have to be diligent to beat the house.
Yeah, because I observed myself just scrolling. I'm like, did I remember back then I was like 3. I'm like, I remember asking myself, okay, what am I going to watch now? Let's see, what can I watch now? What can I watch? I can watch anything I want, right? I can, what type, like, what should I look for? Like really thrilled, like, because I mean, just like anybody else, like I'm very, just having search for information. I was, just learning. Now, another thing that...
Doing a joke, algorithm. It was a joke from T Wood. He posted there at Livestream, VoiceX. Algorithm, and they did a joke, Algor.
Oh,
you know
what?
the word? You know the word algorithm?
Yeah.
So he just write Al Gore,
What is Al Gore?
Al Gore is the guy that did run for president of United States. And he did a documentary, Inconvenient True, about talking about climate changes.
Okay.
But I think the inconvenient truth is flat Earth.
He's a flat earther.
The flat Earth, the reality,
Ah.
you know. The flat Earth is
Uh,
the real inconvenient truth.
Dude, I didn't know this existed. I'm gonna like I so so I s- so I noticed that I was just what is it called? I had an addiction for YouTube actually, like just spending freaking procrastinating at my best, just like spending hours and hours and hours on YouTube. I've been spending like a lot of hours of my day on YouTube for weeks. I know it sounds really bad, but and I what is it called? I stopped using YouTube. Like one this place is like amazing. I mean, this just being able. I've recently discovered this this platform, Discord. It's probably the best things that we have. Because it gives you the opportunity, so you can consume a lot of information, right? But I think that it's not until you start um, um, articulating the ideas, talking about it, or associating with other people, when you start integrating the ideas more.
Yeah, when you start using, critical thinking, thinking for yourself and connect all the dots and cross information.
I also find very interesting how in a place like the server we're in, like how even in a how there's so much, like so many different opinions about things. Like even us that we are here now, like we have our own ideas, and it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. Sometimes I'm very much interested about the model of kind of like I am trying to learn about the when we're talking about logic, when we're trying to define what's real, what's not real. You hear people say, nothing is real, you cannot prove anything, or then it's amazing, and very much interested in being able to use a system of logic, which I believe there is, in order to think logically, and not assume things because you think something is. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, you can. For example, I can believe in God.
Think you are talking, like using the scientific method.
I don't know if it's scientific method. Maybe more like a philosophical kind of like I'm trying to understand like yeah, how to define reality. Like how to define reality. I think like by using like how to define reality logically. I mean, are we capable of human beings to understand reality. And
Yes,
and I believe in the potential of human beings to do so.
so the scientific method, you observe, and then you ask a question, and then you create an hypothesis, you
Based on
research,
your
and then you do experiment, and then you have the data, and you make a conclusion. So it's a logic, to get into the reality.
So exactly. So what I observe is like there are I hear people say, for example, that for example, I don't understand how some people, for example, deny. No, I don't really have a very strong.
They deny our reality, about this world.
Like how can like what about like how can you think also, like, for example, it's quite interesting on how can you think about. I noticed that there is a pattern of thought that actually believes in science but doesn't accept the existence of consciousness. I just well, it's, do you need, like, for example, do you need no, I'm getting a little bit
Consciousness
lost.
is
I don't
not
have it.
provable by science.
Consciousness is not provable by science.
Correct.
Okay.
Because it's a personal experience. Science doesn't do
Because
personal.
it's a personal experience. Okay.
Yes.
So in the Department of Science, so consciousness is completely irrelevant, right?
I'm just saying that science has its limits. That's all. It can do a certain thing. It can't do other things. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Science can't define God because that's a spiritual thing. Science deals with things
Okay.
you can measure and observe, not spiritual stuff.
Yeah, that's the interesting part. Like, just the question, like, observe, right? Observation. Like, so they assume that observation is like, well, this is a very philosophical question, maybe, but like science. What does science, like? Does anybody knows, like, what science think about observation?
They believe
Because
observation is objective, which is
Science
a
doesn't
different question. Science says observation is objective, which may not be true.
Science says that observation is subjective.
Objective.
Right? Objective. Okay. So
but everybody's personal experiences are subjective, so that's where you get the confusion.
So observation is meant to be objective.
Yes.
There must be a philosophy, no? I mean, does science depend on philosophy or no? It's just like two different things.
Some people say that philosophy is the highest science.
Oh, yeah?
That's a discussion, different discussion.
Philosophy can be without science, no? Or do you need science for philosophy?
No, it exists separately.
Okay.
Yeah. But nowadays, it's called scientism, They don't use the scientific method, like astrophysics. You see a lot of documentaries, about this astrophysics, and they don't use they never do experiments, They just talk about the universe and stars,
Like
and that's it.
possibilities, no? They talk about possibilities, no?
Yeah. How you say it? Assumptions, yeah. what you see in these documentaries on the television, on the telly in Spanish.
Like the History Channel, no, or things like that.
Yeah, you see
Maybe
a
that's
lot
one
of
of the business.
CGI. You will see it. All CGI manipulation in the CGI computer image.
Yeah, which it
Graphics.
makes you kind of like, it makes you question like the nature of reality. Like what is reality? Does reality actually exist, or is it just?
Yeah, they say it can be always that, and it's all assumptions. But anyway, cool stories, fairy tale stories. And NASA does a lot. All these movies, all the techniques, smoke and mirrors they use on movies. NASA also does. Even NASA has the bigger screen studio, chroma key screen movie to make movies, and some Hollywood movies they shoot these movies there.
Well, so they spend a lot of money on this.
No, NASA has the. Let me get it. NASA
I know,
has.
I misunderstood. I understood like on. Sorry, I was still thinking about the documentaries that about this.
Before the Molandis, they contract Stanley Kubrick or is behind this Molandis studio. They use cameras with black and white with you hide the details, so they use cheap cameras.
Did you know what? Have you noticed like the difference between when you're watching, like, for example, you can tell when something is fake because it looks so good. No, like what I want to say is like when you're when you turn on when you watch something, like, for example, something official, something on TV, you watch a documentary and you watch it and everything is edited like in an amazing way. It seems like they spend millions of it's like you're watching it, it's like it's so perfect, and then you go, for example, and watch a flat earth video and you're like, it's like so, like, how much money did this guy spend on this video? It looks so I don't want to just, and you're like, but at the same time, like, you just trust it more, like you feel it's more real. And
one day I was already flat earth, but I was YouTube. I was at YouTube, and YouTube was recommending me to watch this. So it was a SpaceX launch, and so this is in a NASA channel, and I didn't watch the beginning, but at that time I saw a rat passing by in this rocket.
A what?
And yeah, a rat,
a rat.
Yeah, a ratito. So a mouse, a rat. So
right,
like Mickey Mouse.
you said on the video, right?
So
You saw Mickey Mouse?
No, Mickey Mouse.
An actual animal.
Yeah, but it was a real mouse, a rat. And man, I can't believe it, how they missed that, But let me say it. I have the link and a GIF.
Where was the rat?
Yeah,
where was
this one. I have, this is a GIF made from that video, but I have the original link. Can you see it? The rat, the mouse?
You see? Oh,
see this GIF? You
all
see
right.
yeah, 2 years. So this is the original link. It's from NASA channel, YouTube channel. So and if you click it, you will see it at that exact time. But you know, there are some people that say this is ice, plastic. You know, the
No.
cognitive dissonance is so big they prefer to deny it because this destroys you know, the fantasy space. So you know, this was made on a studio, and you know, those flames that rocket is so fake, and you know how you can have flames on a vacuum. Someone did an experiment. You know, someone put an engine motor, I think a jet motor, and on a vacuum chamber, and it doesn't work. And you know, you cannot have a vacuum next to a how you say a gas pressure next to a vacuum. You know, so if they say space is a vacuum, you can ask why doesn't the vacuum sucks all this air pressure? You know, so that ball fantasy doesn't work.
Gravity.
Oh, gravity.
What's that? I never heard of that word before. What is it?
Mostly it's refracted.
Gravity can fend off vacuums.
But gravity can, you know, helium doesn't care about gravity. Lie.
I asked that question the other day, and I still don't understand like how helium skips gravity.
Yeah.
Because helium has anti-graviton inside.
No, because helium is more density than the air.
Gravity is trippy, man.
Yeah. Yes. So and they say that gravity is a force, but
They have an explanation, right? But they do have an explanation about helium. Of course, they do.
yeah, they say things like, you know, in these upper layers of you know, of the atmosphere, they say there's no you know, there's less pressure there.
Yeah, that
Anyway.
what sucks about NASA is that it doesn't just like maybe it's always
Anyway.
disappointing. It's always disappointing. You know, like the Bible says somewhere in the Bible says you will hear the truth and the truth will set you free. Like I mean like I mean you will hear something, it's gonna make sense, you're gonna be like, oh wow, you know, it kind of it clicks. What the information of NASA usually does to the mind, I mean to most people, I'd say, I don't know, like it kind of like you're like, oh wow, that's like so, the world is like so complex, I will never understanding, I will die without understanding anything, but at the same time it's like so wow, fuck that.
Oh, we have Jamsi here, you know, he speaks Spanish, is from Puerto Rico, but I think he's working at America, I think. Lionel speaks Spanish, he's from Argentina, and is now at Spain. next to me, to Portugal. We are like
All right.
brothers, yes. Finnish and
Dude, it feels like we are in the same room.
yeah.
I mean, everybody, just like, how many people are we in the chat?
The
We're
23.
done.
23.
Dude, that's a ton.
Yeah, but sometimes they're more, like 40, 50. And the Friday's night is ladies' night. The ladies run the
We're not
show.
welcome. No?
No, you are welcome. And they prefer to talk to new guys, like you. So come here Fridays.
Also, I have like a pass because I'm new.
Yeah, you have a VC verified, so yes, they prefer to talk to new people here.
But not you, no? You're like what?
Oh, I'm already
are you
flattered.
welcome also?
Oh, Friday's night, usually we are not allowed to speak. Just if
you're not allowed to speak?
No, because it's ladies' night, so only ladies can talk. But sometimes they have nobody here.
What do they talk about that is so special?
Talking mainly of the topic, to the topic, Flat Earth. So yeah, if you have questions, they can answer you. Yeah, it will be interesting. It's like the time is 9 p.m. at Spain. 9 p.m.
Yeah.
9 horas.
Sí. A las 9, los viernes, Fridays.
Sí.
Ah, perfecto.
Here in Portugal is 10 p.m. But in Spain the time is less 1 hour, so time zone. So it for you it's 9 p.m.
Are you sure it's less? Isn't it supposed to be more in Spain?
Miguel, it's more.
No, okay, so yeah. Okay, so here is 22, so 10 p.m. So
11.
But no. When here, okay, so yeah, exactly. Thanks. Yeah. So it's for you. It will be 11.
In UK it's 10, and in
Yeah,
Spain,
UK. Same
11.
from yeah. Thanks, man. I missed it.
What's the topic? Do we have a topic? Or what's the topic for tonight?
Always Flat Earth. But you can talk about NASA. NASA, I mean, they are hiding the truth. I
don't want to talk about NASA, man.
Yeah, it's all connected. There's a former CIA agent that he says that NASA, where the bulk of the mind control has been done, and they use a joke inside the CIA, NASA, not a space agency.
Is it possible to control the mind? Do you think?
By
Can somebody
television?
control your mind?
No, by controlling, by doing brainwashing. They can. They talk about Mars and etc. But they contract artist guys to make a lot of work to NASA. There's this guy, Matt Boylan. Let me see it.
I think they do the opposite. I think they do the opposite of brainwashing. I think they make it really freaking like these people don't make things clean. They don't like I have to clean I have to wash my brain from like every single day, man. Like try to keep like myself to find new ideas. To see the world like in a new way, in a different, in a fresh way, man.
New perspective. So this guy, Matt Boylan, he did work for NASA, ex-NASA artist director. photorealistic sci-fi artist, and he did he did. Some people say stand-up comedy, but it's not because he was just telling the truth, but people are laughing. And he said you never seen the Earth as a ball in space with your own two eyes. And the YouTube did censorship a lot of his videos on so and there was one. By the way, he did this one.
It's amazing how can that information come out? No, I mean like aren't they embarrassed of assuming that NASA assuming that like they have an artist that just doing all the
Yeah.
craft work?
They yeah.
I mean that should be kept secret. No?
They have a whole department of artists, NASA,
GPL
that draw
laboratory.
space.
And there are some places at those observatories, they deny access.
Like for example, like in the 80s. Okay, just like picture yourself, like just picture the 80s. No, like back then, like nobody questioned, like probably nobody questioned NASA. So like you thought of NASA as something like like something serious, professional, reputationally like established. Like I mean, it was like serious. It was like the most serious. That's why as kids, at least me, I thought about like I wanted to be because you saw NASA, you saw all that world like as the top of the top. I mean, there wasn't anything more badass than that. So, and I think that people like saw everything they saw like just it had this reputation. I don't know how people see NASA nowadays. Like just normal people. But I think that in the past, like I don't know about now, but I think that the perspective of NASA changed, was different. At least in the past, people respected a lot. I think that NASA was on the top. I mean, I think what, but now I don't think that nobody thinks that it's very serious. What are your thoughts about that? Do you know what I mean? Like about, do you know what I mean? Like in the past, like everybody saw NASA as a serious science, clean reputation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they did a lot of mistakes, so all the truth always comes.
Do people
to
just
up.
ignore that? Like, do people? I don't think that nobody can really. Do you think like? I think there's like a fanatism going on now. I think I think there's like It's just like fanatism. Is that the right word? Fanatic. Fanatism.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I when I was a little boy, I was thinking
There's more fanatism now. There's more fanatism now than before. I think that's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
If you watch these astronauts, they are Freemasons. So
I'm not aware of what Freemason it is, to be honest. I mean, I hear a lot about it, but I don't really know.
Masoneria.
Yeah.
So yeah, Masons.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't really know what it is.
Like the.
I mean, I get lost with so much information about like the. Yes.
It's all connected. Let me see it.
I mean, what's up with the dollar bill? Like, is that related with math?
You see the pyramid, and on top of the pyramid you see the all.
How's that
all
symbol there,
C9.
man? How is that symbol there in the dollar? Like, does anybody knows what that symbol means? I mean, that's a real symbol. Like, that's a symbol. I mean, like, that's like, do people know what it means? I mean, is it just like, because I mean, why would you put something so like
In plain
weird
sight,
on
yeah.
a dollar bill?
Because they like, if you go to Washington, you will see it all around, Masonic symbols everywhere. So like they like to do that in plain sight. The truth in plain sight. So,
Like, what does the government, for example, say about the symbol of the $1 bill? I mean, like, does anybody even does anybody ask that? Do they say anything in public? Have they ever said anything in public about the symbol that it's in the dollar sign? Do they take any responsibility about it? I mean, like, what's the deal with the sign there?
they prefer to keep secret.
Dude.
Yeah.
Maybe they have no answer.
Oh, there it is for a reason, for sure.
I'm sure they don't go like, yeah, I mean, like, this looks kind of cool. It's just, I mean, they've been doing it since when is that symbol there, dude? I mean, they don't get rid of that symbol. They don't just put it there because it's, I think it looks cool. Yeah, let's just leave it.
And even them, just those who get high degrees, just a few of them know about Flat Earth.
All right. I don't want to talk about NASA anymore. Huh?
Yeah.
Asshole.
Nassals. So I have a YouTube. It was from a YouTube channel, a Spanish guy. Maybe I can send you my Google Drive and you will see it because it's not available anymore.
I'm not watching YouTube anymore. Okay, I quit.
But this guy, he said so he has an astronaut friend, and this astronaut friend, told to him, and he, he just did a video.
It's a Spanish astronaut. It's a Spanish astronaut, right?
Maybe, but
there's a Spanish astronaut here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We have a. Did you know? Okay.
And you know what he said to this guy? He said that the Earth is not a globe, and even he doesn't understand why NASA is hiding this from us.
What? He himself, the astronaut?
Yes.
No, I don't believe that.
Well, I have the video, but it's 300 megabytes. But
no way. Are you sure?
I'm going to send, because you know Spanish, so it is in Spanish, and I'm going to send to you in my Google Drive link. Just a moment here.
I doubt it. I doubt that an astronaut would.
But of course, he cannot say the name of the astronaut. But anyway, it is interesting. Let me get. But not just not just like that. There's another one. a guy that speaks Spanish, an helicopter pilot. He speaks Spanish, and he did work at Antarctica. And he did an interview. I saw that, and years later, like last year, he does a live stream at YouTube with another 3 flat-earth guys. So it isn't that interesting. And he said, when you go to Antarctica, when he went to Antarctica, they did an interview with him, and one of the questions is, "What is the shape of the Earth?" Isn't that interesting? And he didn't. How you say? He didn't knew why they ask that, But okay, but at that time he said it's a globe, anyway. But then after that, so he did have some information, and he's a smart guy, so he did connect all the dots. So let me get the. Where is it? No, I have sent. Okay, I have. Okay, here and then. Okay, here's my link. I'm going to send to you. So let me just 1 second. Leor, okay.
But I watch it after. I watch it after the
Yeah.
chat.
So
after
you can
the
click there
push chat.
and okay, and I'm gonna post the link.
This is from the Spanish astronaut.
Yes, there's a. I did put other, and there's a React from a Brazilian flat Earth guy. It's not, both these videos are not available anymore in the YouTube. So, and I did put a live stream, other flat Earth guy talking, and suddenly one guy from Portugal, a flat Earth guy, did talk about 1514 flat Earth map Portuguese, but it's not 100%. So it's anyway, but it was interesting. So the link, that helicopter pilot did the live stream is this one, talking about flat Earth. So it is interesting. So I didn't invent a guy; he's real. He does a lot of private work to private companies. So he was invited to work there at Antarctica.
I'm gonna take a look at it.
I did post a link at the live stream voice text. And he talks, he talks about the dead zone there because the machines don't stop it, to work like the helicopters. So they were advised. So they are at that time they flew at low altitude. So and they saw, at Antarctica, suddenly they the hot air coming to them, and a cloud of pollen, pollen was coming too, and so where this pollen come from? Weird.
Just a question. I mean, just a curiosity. I know that we don't have information about this, but assuming that you could go beyond the Antarctica, like I mean, just assuming that you can go beyond, assuming that you go beyond, like
you
like
cannot have gas pressure without a container. So if you cross a lot of information, even Admiral Rashid Bird, he said
no, but
that
as a just as an imaginary example, okay? Like if you would go beyond the Antarctica, you could go right without a problem, right? Like it would get to the point that it would just be completely dark and cold. No, I mean like
no, we don't like to assume, but anyway.
Right, I know.
If you
So imagine.
cross, let me just say that if you cross a lot of information, so Admiral Richard Bird, he said, they were flying, with aeroplanes from that time, and so they crash into an invisible barrier, invisible wall, and
an invisible barrier.
Like a transparent wall. So they crash, So, but he didn't crash because he was behind. So they found a barrier there, and we say that invisible, a transparent thing. So they crash, So and you cannot have a gas pressure without a container. So and there's an encyclopedia that talks about that.
What is it called?
It was censored. So let me see. I have a firmament. Sorry.
The stratosphere. It's called the stratosphere, no? Like when you let a helium balloon go up, and it's when it stops in the oh man, I'm like really bad with names.
This was 1580. 1958 Encyclopedia Britannica.
1958.
Yeah, so you can see it. They talk about the dome at 13,000 feet.
A dome. A dome is it's a difficult concept to actually
you
grasp.
cannot say a dome because a dome always is relative to a shape. So, but they found something there, a barrier. And there are some guys from Brazil. They release high altitude balloons, and sometimes they just stop. And
could it be possible that the Antarctica goes up, and as the further you go in the Antarctica goes up and up in altitude and up 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 until it reaches the sky?
Yeah, you can say where is the Polaris, the Polaris Star. So yeah. Because the Polaris Star is in the middle, in the center, above North Pole. And these guys from Brazil, they had access near to Antarctica through the Navy, Brazil Navy. Even Brazilians have a station at Antarctica.
Brazilian station.
Yeah, there's a station.
So Brazil is allowed to have their own station.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting out of the subject, but has anybody heard or knows anything about the content from what is it called? Cosmic vibes or vibe of cosmos? What is this? Do you know what I'm talking about? Has anybody heard of
speculation?
Right.
There are some people, they say the stars are doing a sound.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and some people say, there was an experiment inside water, so they did produce light inside water, luminescence.
What type of music is it?
I have there's a video in YouTube, but I don't know if
There,
I have
you can
it.
actually hear. Oh, you can actually hear it.
Yeah, some sound, some vibration. But let me just. I think we have here inside hashtag firmament, I think, or stars.
From what source of information?
We have at the bottom of this server we have additional information, and we have a lot of hashtag rooms there. And let me see if I found. Maybe in stars. No. Okay, stars. Here. Okay, let's see. Okay, I have the link.
Can you play music here? I mean, sorry, not music. Can you play, like, for example, videos?
Yes, we sometimes play some flat art videos and flat art music. And
Can't play videos.
You have
Just
even
can't play videos in the live stream, right?
Yeah. No, in the live stream you cannot play videos. Not
No.
stream is not allowed. Okay. See, this was what I was talking about. Sonoluminescence. Sono means even in Spanish, son as a sound. Sonido. Okay, so
sound is sonido.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I found that video.
Any girls in the chat?
Yeah, sometimes if you see ladies night rule, they are ladies.
This is the boys' night, girls. If there's any girls in the chat, I'm sorry.
Oh, we have Glad Flo Bess KG.
Dude, well, guys, what's up with what's up with why are we all like? Why isn't that weird? Like, why, for example? I mean, we have females and males. Where, are we all males now here in the room? Like in the army, bro. We are like soldiers, dude. What's up?
No, we don't have a separation. But yeah, sometimes love appears, happens. It's not a natural thing.
No, I don't wanna fall in love. I don't like falling in love, man.
YouTube.
You can't avoid it, but I feel so lucky. It's weird. I'm happy when I am. Sorry.
I found it. So let me post. I don't know if this is the one, but
I'm not gonna watch it now, eh?
no, I think is no. There's another one I want.
I'm not going to watch it now.
There was a guy, talking about this, and okay, I found it. So this is interesting. Go watch it.
Um, I
We
don't have
don't
any more
know.
questions.
We don't know the distance to the stars, but there's this video. Now they are using lasers. So they even do triangulation. Just a moment or so. So you
Isn't
get
it
an
amazing? Isn't
you
it?
get
Isn't it amazing that you can see the stars that we can actually see the the stars? Isn't it? Isn't that like what opinion do they have about like the visuals that we can see with a normal camera of the stars and those luminaries that we see, that at least I have seen on videos, that looks so crazy.
yeah. But if you zoom, sometimes it's not focused. So
Sometimes they are, huh? Like, are no or what? You don't think so? I've seen some videos that are like you can actually see waves like just going like on like you see the waves. What is that like? What about the colors? What
you
about
see
the
like
colors? Is that an optical illusion? Like all the like
yeah, the colors is interesting.
like even more crazy than what NASA does.
You see like this, no, like this one, yeah.
Like even more crazy than what NASA does. I think, eh? More alive, more crazy. Because NASA does some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
But
NASA
when you can
likes,
see,
the sun. They like to do these animations. The sun with flames and etc. and but when you use a Nikon P900 camera with a filter, solar filter, you don't see those flames. You see like
give me
this.
that. Give me one of those cameras for my birthday, bro.
Oh yeah, I wish to. By the
Send it to
way,
me. I'll give you my address.
um, the word planet in the old times, it was meaning wandering stars. The stars that are not fixed. So you can see the planets, but you cannot say
Hey,
Now,
hey, can you
now,
guys hear me?
now. Yeah.
because
Hey, Leo,
Earth.
Leo, what's your favorite thing about flat Earth, man? I don't think I got the answer.
What's my favorite thing about?
About flat Earth, yeah. What's your favorite thing about flat
This server.
Welcome.
At the moment, in this moment, this server.
Earth?
No, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, what? Like, what do you mean exactly? Like the biggest. like just the questioning,
Hey man,
What?
you answered the question good enough. That's all I needed to know. You're good. You guys can continue. Sorry.
Sorry, that was a good question, but like,
what you can say. 3 things about that can prove Slighted.
It's observably, measurably, and practically used as flat.
Oh, awesome. Exactly.
I'm still thinking like, I think that it's just the way it is, like the earth, it's just the way it is. But the fact that somebody's trying to present you with the fact that somebody's trying to tell you, hey, this is the way things are, like this is the way things are actually. It's putting just the fact that somebody's like, I mean, it's weird. It's weird. I just don't.
We look at the globe, it's just all fallacies, logical fallacies. Like, how do they know the R value, the radius, to make it a ball? Photographs from space. Well, how do they get to space without knowing the R value? Or do you say, well, can you go to space? Show me gas pressure next to a container. Well, then they tell you gravity. Well, how does gravity hold a container? How is gravity a container? Riddle me that.
Yeah, that's like a very scientific. That's a good question. That's like one of the best questions you can ask them, because they are so obsessed with, like, yeah. For example, I have a difficult time like conceptualizing that. I hear that as like, I don't see that as a very I don't have a very scientific mind, to be able to be like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like, I have a difficult time imagining like a container and like the concept of pressure. I don't understand it yet. Yeah, like I know that for a lot of you guys, yeah.
With gases move freely in all directions.
Doesn't it go up? Gas, doesn't it go up?
It goes all directions. Up, down, left, right. It's omnidirectional. Yeah.
Is that true? Like,
yep.
Why does the balloon goes up then? Like, doesn't it go up?
That gas is lighter.
Yeah.
But at the same time, overall, its direction is up. But all the gas inside the balloon is pushing against the walls of the balloon.
At the same time, so it's expanding. So it's like trying to escape. So what is the idea? So like gas is expanding. You're saying gas is expanding? It just goes to all directions.
Yeah, gases move freely in all directions. Gravity is claimed to be a vector of one direction only, down, towards the center of stuff. Gravity doesn't work, or gases don't work that way. Gases move freely, like if you've got like a container with gas in it, and you open that container, it's gonna all the gases move freely in all directions.
Is this kind of like related? Is it possible to relate this somehow with like a bottle of like soda, like gas water? Water has gas, no?
When it's under pressure, it's carbonated, and as soon as you release the pressure, the carbonation comes out of the liquid. It comes out of the solution.
It's like a tire, from the car.
What does that have to do with the container? Once again, with
because you have the rim
pressure.
and you have the tire that contains pressure. You know, bars or PSI.
What is this obsession with, like, what is this obsession with the what is it called, the vacuum thing, the vacuum? What does that mean, the vacuum? Like, what is this concept of the vacuum? Space is a vacuum. What does that mean?
Oh, because it's a low pressure from
Low
a high
pressure.
pressure. Yeah.
Okay. Because they assume, like, when you go up in a mountain, like isn't it true that you have, like, I don't really know much about this, but you know when people go up in a mountain, that it's more difficult for them to breathe.
Yeah, and that's interesting too, because not all mountains are the same. They tell you that Mount Everest is the highest mountain, but astrophysically, comparable to the core of the Earth, Mount Chimborazo is the highest mountain.
What is that, dude? What mountain is that?
Mount Chimborazo in Ecuador.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like miles higher, miles further away from the core of the Earth than Mount Everest. Therefore, if the pull of gravity will be strongest at the core and weaker as the further away you travel from the core of the Earth, then Mount Chimborazo should have a lower gas pressure gradient than Mount Everest. But if you look up the data, Mount Everest has a lower gas pressure gradient, even though it's closer to the source of gravity. They're in the globe model of gravity, which is a center of mass, the pull. Then what they tell you is, well, gravity only kind of starts at sea level, where you sea level, the flat Earth model. So now you've got gravity beginning its pull on sea level, but you're
That's
like,
crazy.
certainly, Toby. So what happens if you go below sea level? Do you see an increase in gravity? Do you see an increase in gas pressure gradient? Well, certainly you don't. Somehow, if you go a mile down underground, it's exactly the same gas pressure gradient and exactly the same gravity. So by them telling you sea level is their baseline, that became a testable claim. And when you can test it, there's actually places around the world that are below sea level, and they have exactly the same gas pressure gradient, about 14.7. Weather conditions, there's high pressure and low pressure systems that move in that slightly change it plus or minus. But on average, everywhere is about 14.7. So it doesn't work. So what they try to tell you is that, well, the gravity is an average. It's not a constant. It's just an average figure, and it's different all over on the globe, right? Each spot on the globe would be a different incident of gravity. So, well, sure, map that out. What does that look like then, right? What would Earth look like? And it looks like that potato, right? Have you seen that potato graphic?
I mean, you would weigh differently, depending on the location. You would weigh differently,
It wouldn't be a sphere. Yeah, you'd weigh differently too, because that weight is mass in one direction.
What a shame. What a shame.
So you look at it, you're like, so if everything, one of the other proofs the globe tell you is like, hey, everything else is a sphere, so why is Earth not a sphere? Why would Earth be flat? You can just reverse that on them now. If everything is a sphere, why is Earth a potato? See, this is why their assumptions about the flat Earth, they can't even tell you how they got off geocentric. You look in the sky, and they'll tell you sky proves the ground. Well, riddle me that. Because you can see stars moving. Yeah, and stars move. The Earth is not. The Earth is stationary. You haven't got the Earth to move yet. By seeing stars move, then just abruptly claiming one of the two possibilities, right? Either the stars are moving or the Earth is moving, and then just tell you, well, everything's moving. But nothing's moving at the same time because everything is relative. It's all
Right.
just relative motion. So everything appears stationary, but appears moving, but is not moving because it's stationary.
That's
But
crazy.
it's
Wait, what?
heliocentric, yeah.
Wow, man, you
Yeah.
took me out there. Like that was like so. Can you rewind on the last part? What?
Yeah, do you know it is live
So
streamed,
confused.
right?
Yes, I know.
Okay. Yeah, so basically in relativity is they're telling you everything is moving completely in lockstep with each other. So it looks like everything's stationary.
No, I really like what you said. So there's no reason to think, for example, that Earth is moving because even space things move in different. I mean, but you said
Yeah, when you
that
look up at the sky, right, and you see the night sky, right, or you see the sun move across the sky.
everything looks still, right?
Well, from your point of view, is the sky moving or are you moving?
The clouds move as well.
Yeah, clouds
Yeah.
too. Yeah, everything's moving, but the Earth. The Earth is stationary. So the globe tries to tell you, the globe model, or people who come in here, well, they'll try to tell you, well, certainly, right? That's what you would expect to see. You'd expect to see the Earth stationary because all movement is relative. It's relative. So you can tell it's not moving because you can tell it's moving because it's not moving.
No, you can't tell that it's moving because you are on it. I mean,
Yeah, because it's relative. But the problem is when you test that, because now that becomes a testable claim. How many different vectors is Earth moving in the heliocentric model? See, it's spinning on axis, it's spinning around the sun, then it's also going through space around the Milky Way. I mean, those are like 4 different vectors. I mean, there's even more than that, right? Because then the Milky Way is moving too. But they try to tell you that all those different vectors cancel out to one vector. But some of the vectors counteract each other. Like if the sun is moving across space from like say left to right, but the Earth is on the backside of the sun. So how is that the same vector? Because now you've got the Earth moving away from the sun, and the sun moving away from the Earth at the same time. Those would be 2 competing vectors. That's what we call a contradiction. That's what they want to simplify it, right? The globalists would tell you, just think yourself as if you're on a train. And the train is moving forward and you jump up in the air. Conservation of momentum. But then they got people like their I can't think of his name right now. But he says, yeah, there's no way of testing that. Einstein and Cox, Brian Cox.
right? There's no because like you cannot like you can't even like you can't get out of the train.
Yeah,
I mean, like from. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. What about the not all things are rotating in the sky? Like for example, what about the North Star? Isn't it always in the same place, or is that a fact? Is it a fact that it's always in the same place?
Yeah, the pole star, right? The Polaris.
Yeah. Is it a fact that it's always in the same place, or does it move?
Yeah, I've never seen it move.
I don't even know where the North Star there. I hear of it. Like I've noticed. I don't know if I've ever seen it, to be honest. Like, not that I study much the sky like I should, maybe. But I mean, you're supposed to get into a certain part certain location of the Earth to see it. No, you can't see it from anywhere. I don't know.
And to me, this: if you have a spinning Earth, let's say 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, the globe claims the air spins with the spinning Earth. The planes, for example, don't get forward or left behind. They spin with the spin of the Earth if they're in the air above it, right?
Mm.
If the Earth is spinning, let's say, east to west, then that air above, let's say, California, is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, to say, or whatever the speed, to say with California. So if you're going west to east, right, you're staying with the 1,000-mile spin. What if the plane had to go back and then go the other way? It would have to go against the air that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, would it not? Just explain it to me. Did I stump you?
I'm like, so.
You're claiming the air is fixed. I mean, the globe claims the air is fixed with the spin of the Earth.
Right.
Otherwise, you would have to deal with that 1,000 miles an hour spin, right? In the air force. We know we don't do that.
Crazy. So the clouds, for example, I mean, like, so the clouds don't move because of the rotation of the Earth, no? The clouds move because what do you know? Do you know what they say about the clouds? Like, what do they assume? It's just a phenomenon that is like the clouds, like.
The clouds.
What about the wind? What about what
clouds
creates
move
the
by
wind?
the wind. It doesn't.
What?
This is not related to my question about the Earth spinning and the air staying fixed above the spinning Earth.
Sorry.
Totally different.
Yeah, sorry.
You can have wind go back and forth, right? That can happen whether it's spinning or not. But the actual spin of the Earth, to claim that the air is fixed above it and spins above it fixed, would mean that you would have to break through that if you went the opposite way of the spin. It just doesn't make sense to me, unless I'm thinking maybe I have it wrong. Because now you're going one way, you see? Let's say at the equator. It's going one way, not the other. You can think of it from the perspective of you being in this so-called space vacuum, looking down on Earth. It's spinning, right?
Yeah,
considering
I don't
that the air
understand.
is fixed around the globe. If it's spinning, the air is fixed, spinning with the globe. But then if you're looking from like the space vacuum, let's say from Mars or from the moon, looking down, how could the plane go backwards against the spin? How does that work?
It's just this, I'm just trying to like understand like what is their how is it possible? But another like
how's what possible?
Where are you from?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I'm from Argentina, but I am in Spain right now.
What's the winter like? What's the winter like in Argentina?
Dude, do you know where I lived? I have the opportunity to live 5 years in Ushuaia. Do you know the city of Ushuaia? It's the southernmost city in the world. It's at the.
No, I don't know of it exactly specifically, but southernmost.
It's so when people like, for example, go for excursions to the Antarctica, Ushuaia is the city where the ships take off. You know, like the port. So it's the city that it's the tip down from the American
All right,
continent down.
I'm just gonna say it, dude. I've
It's
heard
cold.
you drop your accent. I've heard you drop your accent like 3 different times. I've been listening for the past like 2 hours. I don't know why you're faking an accent. I've heard your American English come through multiple different times. So I don't know what you're exactly trying to accomplish here, but it's not going to work with me, and everybody else should be kind of cautious of this guy because it seems like he's not very honest.
Oh no, like if somebody wants to if somebody wants to speak, I'm not here like I'm happy to be quiet. I'm happy to listen.
Are you a flat earther or glober? Or somewhere in between?
I am I like seeing myself as stationary, unlimited territory. Like I don't really see myself like that.
But is the plane flat or is it a sphere? And do we
I
have
don't
space
really-
vacuums or is what?
No, I want to. I don't. I don't know if I should like defend myself or what, like because I'm a little bit tired right now. But I am not. I've lived in America. Just by the way, if you want to know about my accent thing, I don't know if anybody's interested about this, but I've lived in California 4 years, I think, or
I'm
more.
just saying, I heard you with absolutely no accent, and you quickly corrected it multiple times in the past 2 hours. You just did it again.
I am not a native speaker. Okay, like I speak. I'm a Spanish native speaker, so English is my second language. And if I get like, for example, emotion, if I change my moods all the time. I'm not like so. Like for example, I notice that when I am upset, for example, I start speaking terrible English.
It's fine, man. Now, look, let's just relax. Lionel has been nothing but calm
I'm getting
and
like
collected. He's been calm and collected, polite. Yeah, he seems to me like he is at a point where he is just questioning. Maybe he doesn't want to come out and outright say, "Look, I'm still on the globe side," or whatever. But the fact that he's here, he's engaging in conversation with us, tells me he's interested at least.
I'm okay with that, and I just asked him a question. He can refuse to answer. That's fine. Or maybe he doesn't know, which is okay also.
I love belonging to. I feel so fortunate, to be honest. For this technology, for you, every one of you who is. I feel so lucky. Like I don't mean to. I hope it doesn't. Yeah. I don't want to be like, for example, I'm not here to become something. I'm not here like, for example, I mean, I can wear, for example, the flat Earth flag. I have no problem. Like, for example, if you, for example, I love it. I don't want to see like when somebody asks me that question, I feel like kind of like it feels weird. Like it feels like you need to kind of be something, because if you're not yourself, like, can I just be myself? Like, I just find it a little bit confrontational, and I don't really know. I don't want to
Absolutely,
disappoint you.
Absolutely, you can do that. That is perfectly fine. Like, it's fine for us to be critical of people, like, and be suspicious or whatever. But you know, you haven't really given me any reason to think that you're a danger to the server or anything like that. Like,
It's just suspicious. I've heard the accent get dropped multiple times. I can go back on the live stream and find it too, and show you guys. It's been dropped a couple times.
you may be right. You may be right. All I'm saying is, like, give people enough time. They will, if they are disingenuous, or not trustworthy, they'll hang themselves.
I thought my accent was like obvious to detect, like, all the time. Like, I didn't know that it sounded at least good sometimes. That flatters me. Yeah. Flatters? Is that the right word?
Even if you were here with disingenuous plans or whatever, you might end up it might backfire on you. Snake biting its own tail. Like, you
I'm not a snake,
examine,
bro.
listen and look into it and go, oh shit, well, I came here with the the wrong impression, and I'm coming out having
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah.
No, you don't have to apologize, man.
And
Nothing to
even if I
apologize about.
say, oh, I'm a flat earther, like, you're not gonna believe me. Okay, so and if I say a globist, oh no, I'm a globe earther. Like,
But
so,
let me see if I can ask him a question.
So if I am a globe earther, are you gonna like kick me out, for example?
No, Lionel, don't worry, because
Like, I don't
there are some
understand.
Globers.
Or
There are
maybe
some
I'm
Globers.
taking it. Maybe
let me
you're
see.
asking me.
No,
Maybe
no.
you guys are asking me genuinely, and I'm just like misinterpreting
Let me
things.
see if I
So
can ask him a question. Do you think we went to the
yeah,
moon 6 times between the 60s
definitely
and the
not.
70s? Definitely not.
No,
Can you tell me why not?
because it's just the only thing I have is like the footage, like it's just, I think I give credit to America. Like, I mean, like, when I first heard about that, so, like, for example, 7 years ago, when I first kind of listened to the like, saying that the fake land, so I was like amazed. I was like, wow, like, I gave credit to NASA for having done that. Like, not for faking it, because they made everybody believe it. But no, I don't believe that. I don't believe. I think that the moon is like, you cannot really get there. Like, I don't know. I don't really know. It's just, I don't think you can land, for example. I don't imagine like any craft or any object landing on it.
Thank you. And can I ask you if you believe in the all-powerful creator?
The all-power?
All-powerful creator, yes.
I have no valid senses to say my senses can validate that.
Fair enough. Thank you. Just thank you. So I'm done. Anybody else?
Yeah, I did start talking to you because I detect, some accent. So, and I was thinking maybe Spanish or maybe, yeah, so.
Dude, sometimes I have like a British accent, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So don't be surprised if, just to warn you, sometimes I have a British accent.
We have here a recent flat earth guy. He's Portuguese, and even Heliosceptic is the guy who runs YouTube recording the YouTube channel. This guy went the first time talks to Heliosceptic. Heliosceptic when he found that he was a Portuguese, he did said, "I never spoken to a Portuguese that could speak so well, in English." But this guy Slelo, he did talk to me, and he said, maybe because I did spend, like a month in the United States, so I get that, more easy. It's more easy to him to speak. So
In
he
1
understands.
month?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
in 1 month at least. But it's different because if you are speaking all day in English to front to front to other people, face to face, it's different from talking here just a moment. So yeah, he understands me why I have this difficulty sometimes to talk. But yeah, I don't have any problem with you. So for me, it's okay to be here. We had some people that come here and to pretend to be flat earthers, but they get the couch.
I have a lot of insecurities. For me to come up here live, for me it's like it's not easy. Like I am like I might sound confident for some moments, but I'm like the type of guy who prefers to just like listen. I mean, for me it's really easy to listen. But I look for, so I get to the point that I'm like, I actually don't have anything to say because I don't even know much about the topic, but for just pure luxury to be here, pure luxury.
Yeah, you are welcome.
Yeah, and to answer your question before, no, you're not going to get instantly kicked if you say, "Oh, well, I believe Earth is a globe."
That's nice to know. You're out, dude. No, but I just wanted to add something else about this is my, if you don't mind, if I can share this this thought really quick. We have, at least I do have, and I admit it, like this the concept of the it's almost like if we have in our mind that the at least I can actually sense it in my mind that I have this idea that, for example, everybody that is in different locations in the world, like for example, okay, I have my father, I have family, for example, in Argentina, in a different location on the earth. And there's this concept that you don't need, when I think about my family, when I think about my parents that are in a different location on earth, like I don't like, I have a tendency to think that they are in another part of the world. You understand? Like they are like over there on the other side of on another part of the world, right? And this thing kind of like, it's interesting because psychologically, kind of like it creates like a frontier. Like it kind of separates you from the rest of the world. Actually, it doesn't make one whole world. It separates you. The curve separates you. Like for example,
Yeah, because
right?
there's the other side, right?
Psychologically fucking fucks with you because you're like, oh, when am I going to get there? When am I going to travel to, for example, if you're in America, right? If you've never been, maybe you've never been to Europe. When am I ever going to go to Paris, for example, if you've never been to Paris? Well, dude, it's going to be fucking hard because you have a fucking, guess what? You're going to have to go over a curb, man. But if you think like, wait a second, bro, wherever you want to go, like if you, maybe it's just me that I think like this, but if you think like, no, man, we're on the same fucking surface. Like Like we are really connected. Like if it's flat, you feel more connected. It's like we're all like on the same place. It feels more like, do you know what I mean? Like
Yes,
America, you know,
I have
it's like, dude, we are fucking connected, you know?
I have family at Australia, so I know
Yeah,
what you mean.
I call it brainwashing, basically.
Dude,
We're
that
brainwashed
curve,
in school to think that like, someone's on the other side of the world.
Can I ask him one question, please?
Yes, good luck.
yeah, it feels really good. Like, you know, like, yeah, that's what I noticed. I noticed that in my mind. Like, I noticed, like, sometimes I think of people that I know on other locations of the world, and I'm like, just, they're just the fact that they're on the other side of the world, it's just kind of like,
Just the fact that they're on the other
it's,
side. Huh?
yeah, it's just like, am I ever gonna see them again? For example, no? But if you really think about it, like, dude, you can just high shot, like, I don't know. I think it makes it, yeah, I know that you understand what I'm saying. It's just that I'm trying to, I've never, you know, I've never spoken about this before.
Let me ask you one question, please. So let's take away flat earther, globe earther. Let's just call you by your name.
Yeah.
So how would you describe the surface of the earth?
Like, I like seeing it as something stationary and just there, just, I was thinking about this, it's limitless, I suppose, because it's, I remember a quote, I don't know if it's a real quote or what, I suppose that was from Tesla, when he says, it's a badass quote. And then I read that it's not real. I'm like, fuck you. You know, it's like kind of fucking killed. But you know what it says is a territory. It's a territory. I don't see why it has to have an end. I don't know, because if you can't perceive an end to it, I don't think that we live in an object. So what was the question? Am I getting a little bit sidetracked here?
I just was curious as how you would describe the surface of the earth. What would be your description of it?
Okay.
And you did say limitless. You said limitless, like maybe, infinite.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing. I cannot put it. All I can see. I'm just astonished when just the fact that you can see further. That's it. Just the fact that you can see, that you can see, that trips me out. I mean, just the fact that you can see far. That's just the trip. I mean, I have no idea. You can just.
Well, why wouldn't that just solidify in your mind that there is no curvature? Basically, I mean, we can see way further than the radius would allow us to if we were on a globe the size they told us it was.
Like if you zoom in, yeah. It's okay. Here's the thing. I don't know. It's just it. I like the thought of it, and I know it's real, but it's not obvious for some reason. Like I just like it. It's like, so when I think about it, it's like a type of thought that I like thinking about. So, and I think it's real. But you are like, why do you think it's not logical? I don't know. Like I was saying before, when I think about other people, that are not in the country where I am.
Them when you think about your family in Argentina? In your mind, do you see them on the other side?
I have to flatten. I have to fucking like flatten the curve thing. You know, I have to kind of, with my mind, I have to be like, no. I have to kind of reprogram myself if I want to see it like that, because mentally.
Well, we were all programmed our whole lives to think exactly that, and yeah, I still find myself. I've been a flat. I've known it's flat for quite some time now. How many years I'm not quite sure, but several years. which is several, is more than 3. So when I still catch myself sometimes when someone says the Earth, or you think about the Earth, I'll see that same picture in my head that everybody else sees, the blue marble. It'll pop into my brain, and then instantly my mind goes, no, that's not. But I still catch myself a little, sometimes I'll, someone will say the word Earth, and in my mind I see this globe, but I know that's not what it is. And so, and I know that's just from the years and years and years of programming that I'm still having a little bit of trouble completely separating myself from that indoctrination. I mean, all it takes is a few seconds. I can, get back on track.
In the curve. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes someone says the Earth, and I see this ball, and it's like, oh, no, it's not where we are. So I understand, the years of indoctrination, what it does to the mind.
Yeah.
But
so you have to.
When you have the empirical evidence that when you see way too far for it to be the ball that they say it is, I mean, it's all about the ball they say. They say 3959. And that number for radius just doesn't allow you to see very far. I mean, if that's truly what it was and is, then you should not be able to see very far at all. The ships would disappear over the curve, and you wouldn't be able to pull them back in with your camera, or you wouldn't be able to see the island that's 25 or 50 miles away, or the mountain that's 273 miles away. You would not, that number does not facilitate that observation. That observation would be impossible on a ball with a radius of 3959. Those are simple facts. But when you see the mountain and you see the island, then that number no longer applies. That 3959 number is a lie. What it is exactly, I don't know, but I know one thing: it's not what they told us, and I don't see any drop rate or curvature ever. With high altitude balloons, you get the camera up there, and all you see is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles of flat horizon, totally flat. Unless, of course, you got a fisheye lens or something up there causing, things not to look like they're supposed to. But when you get a normal lens, get at any elevation, 120,000 feet in a helium balloon, weather balloon, whatever, all you see is flat. That's all you see. So that number, that 3959 number, is absolutely incorrect. That is not where we're living.
It's
that's period. That's all there is to that. It's just
it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like the fact that I trip with like the higher you go up. Well, no, I mean like the higher the balloon goes up, the higher you can see. The higher goes up, like the horizon like starts popping up. I mean, it starts rising up. It starts going up. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So it stays level. It stays like. So it's not like if it goes down, it starts rising up from far.
Right.
From far.
Well, it would have to go down if it was a ball.
Yeah, but it levels. Like it always.
Right.
So I imagine that, for example, yeah.
So so for me that solidifies it for me. I mean, we've got hundreds of observations that show the horizon rising to eye level. We got hundreds of observations that show things we should not be able to see on a ball at 3959. Impossible to see them on a ball that size, but yet there it is. And hundreds of observations that show the horizon absolutely flat, 365 degrees. You're in that balloon and you spin around in that balloon and you look to every direction to the horizon, and it is 100% flat. There's that can't happen on a ball. That cannot happen on a ball. Cannot.
in regard with the brainwashing thing, you know, it has a positive aspect, because if you want to live, it's not like you want to live in truth, but living in truth means that you have to be constantly awake. You have to be constantly focused, and you have to be a logical person, and it's worth it, because being awake doesn't just mean like, oh, okay, I know the truth, I have it all. That's what they do. They have it all figured out, you know. But us, or a person that actually wants to own his concept of reality, like he wants to be in contact with reality, means like just knowing reality, you know, like you have to actually you have to be conscious. Conscious requires effort.
Well, reality is a real word, and reality means real. And if it's not real, then it's not reality. Period.
It has to be. It's real.
You know, so this ball thing, or this thing, because when all you see is flat, and period, no matter what you're in, no matter how high you go, no matter where you look at it from, all you see is flat. That's reality.
Like if you are born with the concept that the earth is flat, like you would have, I mean,
why would you need a concept when you have reality right in front of your face?
Yeah. I mean, like it wouldn't matter. Like, but
shouldn't need a concept when you can go and just open your eyes and look at reality. Just open your eyes. I live in the real world. My eyes work perfectly. I'm going to go out here and I'm going to look, and what I see is what it is. And that's what every time I do that, all I see is flat.
Dude, what if like I'm getting a little bit like what if like have you ever thought like, for example, what if everything the way it is supposed to be like this, like, and it's perfect, just including fucking everything? Have you ever been in like art? I'm sure you've been in like an art gallery and you've seen some crazy ass art, and like that shit.
What you explain is the way. What you explain is the way life is. Everything is the way it's supposed to be, and it's perfect.
In its own beauty, you know. I mean, you just have to have the right. You have to have the perspective of an artist, dude. You know, like filmmakers. I mean, let's say, for example, that you think that your life is ordinary and your life is just normal or whatever. But a filmmaker comes into your reality and he's like, hey, what's up? He's like, you probably don't feel proud of your life. But he's able to make an amazing movie from your life because he has an artistic perspective of reality. What if reality was in fact perfect? What if we are in this moment in the best moment, like in the most fucking crazy ever, like we're in the future if you think about it. We're in like we're in a crazy time, but in the best sense of the word. What if maybe, you know? But that's an option, you know. It's always an option. Just you can.
Not for me. It isn't.
See, motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm not going to go with some crazy artist's fantastic fantasy world that he's made up. Even though it looks really cool and it's like very interesting, and it's like, oh my God, here we go off into space.
I captivated your attention. No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't live in a fantasy world.
You're like, what is this? This is bullshit what this guy is talking about. No, I know. So yeah, thinking is fun. Thinking sometimes can be fun.
And I used to live in a fantasy world. That's how come I know that it really does sort of it irritates the shit out of me as to what the indoctrination does to people and why they're doing it. And I mean, I can only guess as to why. I think I know why, what's going on. I mean, I've got my own opinion of why we're being lied to so much. But the fact of the matter is you don't really need to know why, because the lie is right in front of your face. It's obvious that we've been lied to. It's like I said, when you go up on a balloon, you don't see the horizon drop. You don't see any curve. All you see is the truth. And so who cares why they lied? I don't. I really don't care. All I know is they did, and I'm not buying into it no more.
Any dose of freedom feels fucking amazing. So yeah, it's just dust. It's just dust. Any type, whether physical, whether if you can travel anywhere, that's a type of freedom. Or if you can buy anything, well, that's another type of freedom. But if you are able to choose, if you have control of your mind and you're able to be selective about what you think about and how you interpret things, that's a form of freedom. And if you're able to see things how they actually are, because certainly I believe that we live in an amazing world, reality. Yeah, it's a little bit of freedom. It feels good. Yeah, we're definitely conditioned, but we we have to feel good. We have to look for ways to feel good by just, that's what we're doing in our own way. And this represents freedom for us, right? Like, just, I guess, every one of us is shaping their life, we're shaping our life the best way we can. We're selective people. We are selective. We are, we're free. What is it called? Like, we are pro. What could that terminology be like? What is the opposite of against? When you're like pro-life, pro-freedom, or whatever. Yeah.
Do you trust your eyes?
Yeah.
You trust that when you see a car coming, it's really there?
Yeah. I trust my senses. Yeah. I yes. Yeah.
Okay. Do you trust your ability to critically think about something and come to the proper outcome? Do you trust your mind to critically think about what's going on? I do. And that's why there's just no way I can buy into any of their horseshit anymore. Because I've critically thought about it. None of it works. None of their bullshit works. When you critically think about it, it's nothing but nonsense.
That's freedom, man. So who gives you freedom? Nobody. I mean, we can talk about conditioning, but at the end, can they really condition you?
He's a wise man, God Rocket. Good job, Lionel.
Thanks. But just to contradict myself, I mean, you can be conditioned. I guess you could be conditioned physically, because if somebody has the power to take your life away, like if somebody has the power to kill you, in that moment, I don't know, you know. Who knows?
Well, that goes to the different part of the discussion, Lionel. That would be a religious formality. We'd have to say, I trust God or not, right? We're going to go into a different part of the conversation. But as you already described, it was hard to remove it out of your mind. See, even with me, it's been over 7 years for me. But 3 years ago, about 3 years ago, I started making lists about things I had to get out of my life. And it's a huge list, and you're not ready for it. There's so many things attached to this lie that it's not just our speech, it's our thoughts. When somebody says globe, it makes me sick now. I get sick. I feel disgusted. It's like, oh gosh, please. Because what that does is, remember, what it does is it shows you that you're talking to someone that is in a cult and doesn't know it. They're in some sort of binary, temporary weird part of their life where they're in the system. They're a cattle. They're a zombie, literally a zombie. So when you're talking to these people, you'll talk to smart people. Then when they say those words, you're realizing, oh my gosh, bro, this smart guy still believes in this ridiculous cartoon and he won't even get. So you can't even go that direction, right? You can't just cut. I mean, your whole life's going to change. But like you said, and God Rockin' was pointing out, it's what you envision in your mind when people say these things. And that's the number one thing. That is what people hold on to when you first speak. They're all they're talking about is their imagination. And it's sad because you're new to the discussion, like everybody here, right? We didn't go to training for this. So we had to figure it out ourselves out, right? We can't just get an owner's manual and say, wait a minute, how do we handle these conversations? Your mind is what it's all about, right? So when they're asking you questions, just like you described, they're envisioning this ball. They can't stop thinking about this ball in outer space and flying and seeing more balls. And then some balls have rings around them. And then you go really far away and there's these galaxies. They can't help it. It's in the mindset from television because we've all been indoctrinated on machines already for, well, some of us 40, 50 years. Ask God Rockin'. We've already been told what to believe, and God Rockin' just admitted it. He still gets the visions. When somebody says that word, we still envision something that's completely fake and something that's part of a ridiculous, insane religion that takes away all of your senses, right? And that's what the thing is. It literally takes discipline. You actually have to have a life-changing moment when you come to this realization, or it's probably not for you anyway. That's the thing, right? It's going to change everything about your life.
Thanks.
True.
It is true, isn't it? It's very true. There's only one truth. That's the thing, is that this plants truth finitely, and it makes truth tangible. And it's something that you get to do. You see, there's all kinds of lies that we know about, but you can't go outside right now and see if JFK was really shot by one shooter. You can't go outside right now and see who killed Abraham Lincoln. We can't do that. But actually, you can go outside right now and take some observations just in the land or seas that you're around. And you can start looking and going, oh, I've been lied to. That's why this is such a big deal. That's why there's it's a literal movement, because people immediately latch on to the realization that they are part of it as they figured it out themselves. That's why the one thing that, if you notice, the channel does well is it tries to put it on to other people to do it themselves, right? That's the whole point, is that's the one safety net. If you're trying to have an argument, you can always just tell people, I'm just trying to get you to see for yourself, because I'm trying to be nice to you. You got to be nice to people, because remember, they're the ones that are being foolish, right? So you actually have to treat them as such. You can't treat them like they're smart. And you can't treat them that you can't give them respect if they're not giving it. If they start treating you like you're stupid, you just have to say, well, that's you're going to have to literally find out what the problem is and find out, where do we have to make an agreement to go in a different direction, to have a conversation, to see if this is even worth talking about, right? Like, you realize you can't even just bring this up with anybody. And that's, like, personally, I never say the F word ever. I never have to. Because just by the way of the things that you're going to be talking about now, when your life changes, right? When you start making these adjustments, people are going to actually bring it up to you. And that's the thing. That's a label that's already preconceived in their mind. And if they are able to give you that label, then that is allowing them to burn a scarecrow in the field and say that's your claim, right? So it's best not to give yourself a title. I'm a boy. Okay, that's it. That's my title, boy. All right. So that's it. I don't have to say I'm a flat earther. That's not what this is about. This is about accepting your senses and understanding your reality. It's not about being a flat earther. It's about being maybe something else, right? Something much more. There's a lot more to this, right? So like when you're playing a Mario Brothers game, there's no argument about Mario Brothers or Sonic the Hedgehog if the earth is flat. Neither was there 2,000 years ago, right? So this is a new age conceptual argument that doesn't even make sense. The term doesn't even make sense. It's a byproduct of an awakening of people realizing they've been lied to. It's a byproduct of realizing that you've been abused. That's what that word means, and that's why it triggers the mind. It doesn't just trigger the mind for skeptics. It triggers the minds of the haters, and it gives the haters an avenue, right, to attack you because it has so many attachments to that title, right? So you're gonna have to figure out how to use it. Sometimes people can't handle the power. It's too much. I tell you.
Like the power to hang the power, like of what? What did you mean?
The power to suck the life out of people. The power to destroy evil right in front of you and to show people. And and the power to show people that they don't realize they're crazy. Like, sir, you don't know what up and down is. That's
clarity.
It's not about. Right? It's not about flat earth. That's what I'm telling you. You're given a power to show people you're deceived, sir, or ma'am, or grandmama, or my dad, or whoever you need to talk to, right? You know what I mean? Some of you guys, I don't have family anymore, so it's too easy for me. You guys got all families, and you got to be careful when you're talking to your blood relatives, because you can't tell everybody in your family. Or have you? Maybe you're different. Have you already told everybody in your family?
Yes. No. Yes, pretty much. I have spoken. Yeah, I have spoken.
Good, excellent, and it's right. It's changing a lot of things, whether you know it or not. It changes your relationship. So it's a good thing, though. This isn't negative. It's always a good thing, though. Truth only is going to help you no matter what happens. What I'm saying is that's a very good job, and I commend you. Good job.
I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, bro. Tell me about it.
Like, it's not really that impressive. No, I mean, like, I've spoken. I mean, of course. I mean, you can't. It's very difficult not to share the information with people that are close to you. It's almost inevitable. So all you can do is just receive the reaction. So, but fortunately, I didn't have a bad reaction. For example, from my father. My father was a sailor. He's been a sailor all his life. You know, he traveled like. And I also I didn't really receive like a crazy, for example, reaction. My mother either. You know, my mother neither. You know, she's like, yeah. I mean, like, man, my mother is like, yeah. I mean, it's possible, but I never really, you know. Of course, there is this. It doesn't mean that they, for example, that they're not going to watch the video. You know, they're not. But anyways, yeah. I mean, like, what you stand up for, no? I mean, it doesn't mean that you go and have to be I don't know. You just have to follow, I suppose, like your desire, your freedom. You might be a warrior. You might not. It might not be your desire to go out there and just confront and appear in debates on television and stuff. Or yes, you just everybody has different interests and they're all valid. But certainly, like, your life is gonna be not like meaningful if meaning is what you find valuable. Your life will become, you know, if meaningful if you stand up it's a constant effort, like I'm starting to realize that it requires to be, it's like in the Bible says, like Jesus Christ, I think in some part of the Bible says that you have to kind of, he talks about consciousness, how you have to like keep it lit like a candle. It makes some sort of reference like that, like it says something like that in the Bible, if I'm not wrong. Like it takes a yeah, is that right? Okay, thanks. Like, yeah, it takes a constant, like keeping it lit like a candle. Like it takes constant and life is not something, it requires constant like contemplation, like that's what life is, I think. Consciousness. Anybody wants to say something? A little bit.
Well, it's a good thing to hear you, and I wanted to talk to you about this. How long have you been into this topic, and where are you about? You're in your early 20s or around 20, maybe just got out of your teens. You seem young, but how old?
I'm 35. I'm turning 36.
Oh my gosh, man. Great. Yeah. You sound so young. Well, congratulations, man. And you're not aging either, so you must be blessed. There you go. And this subject's going to keep you young, man. That's the thing. This subject makes you a child again, like, because you kept bringing up the Bible. I did, but I love that topic. But since you brought it up, that's why it says God wants you to be a child. In fact, you have to be born again, bruh. And that's why I call myself a boy again. I'm 40, so I'm older than you, and I'm a boy again. I'm not an old man. I'm not going to ever be an old man. I'm going to die a boy. Even if I'm a cripple, I'm always going to be a child now, knowing about God's creation in a different level that I never thought possible. And it's the glory is the relationship. The whole point was to hide you from the Creator. The more they can destroy your mind with cultism and these ridiculous, insane religious beliefs that are taught, the more they can destroy your mind, Lionel, the more they can separate you from the Creator. That's the whole point. It was to destroy your ability to understand. You read Genesis, you read any of these old books, you're not going to be able to even understand heavens above. Hello? That's what it's about, the heavens above. What is it? It's about the heavens above, not the earth beneath. It's about the heavens above, understanding you're beneath, under. The whole concept of above and below. What happened to a bad guy? He was in a different realm. He was cast down. He fell. He was a bad guy. That means he came down, not in an orbital ball of outer space in an omnidirectional bottomless pit. They took the bottomless pit out of the Bible and they put above you. They converted and perverted and reversed everything. They erased heaven. They gave you outer space. You thought you didn't know heaven existed until this subject hit you. This is about heaven. This is about the waters above. This is about, the firmament. This is about something underneath, right? Sheol. There's a bottom. There's something under us. There's foundations of the earth. It's about the fact that your realm is bigger than all those fictitious, ridiculous outer space cartoons combined. All those outer space cartoons are smaller than this little place right here. This plane of existence right here is much bigger 1 trillion times over. They took away everything. Your concept of abroad, the breadth, the width, measurements, everything, your senses, up, down, right? That's your consciousness. So they destroyed your mind. There was a smart guy 35 years ago. This is not a new concept, because there were people arguing this even 40 years ago, right? And this guy, his name was Charles, he said that it took away your sanity. He said, this is a Greek religion that takes away your sanity. This is when I'm a child. This guy was 30 years ahead of this flat earth concept. And he said, this outer space, but he says the ball is what you'd fall off of, right? So he's showing that they figured it out, that all of this religious stuff that these outer space geeks claim, they're actually projecting their own claims. This is not only my understanding. There's many moderators here that know this as well. There's many veterans that have not been on this topic for several years as well. And there's a lot of good information that you're going to find. Trust me, you're going to learn a lot. That's why I heard what you said about the server. You're so excited to be here, bro. And that's why I thought you were new to the topic. So how long have you been into discussion?
Couple of days, 2 or 3 days, 3 days probably. I mean, like, what do you mean the discussion? Here, right?
Literally, like, when was it when somebody said the F word? Like, for me, it was, I remember the date many years ago. So, like, when somebody said, here's the F word, which is a banned word, you'll get kicked. You can't. This is taboo. To us, it's in the West, right? Most of these people here are Westerners. Some Eastern Europeans, mostly West, English. So to us, it was taboo. They brainwashed the mainstream over here that you have to believe that flat earthers are stupid. They raised everybody that since we were children, at least most of us in the school system. So if you're part of a different, part of the plane of existence, your culture is going to be different, right? And that's why your family's, I don't know, you don't seem very Western. And I think that might have to do with some of your success. It just depends on your own personal deal. But yeah, when did somebody, was it, I mean, that's what I'm kind of trying to get that direction. Was it somebody close or a new person when they said that word flat earth, which is the antithesis of what we've been taught? When did you first hear that changed your direction?
When did I first heard about
yeah, when did you hear it and then it made you go in a different direction and you started realizing there was something there? When did the turn happen? When did the turn in your life? When did you start repenting?
I think I understand your question. Like, are you, like, what do you mean by the F word? I need you to clarify me that.
The flat
earth. Yeah, okay, that's what I understood. That's what I understood.
Yeah, because I'm not. I don't like the term, but yes, it has a purpose.
Dude,
but,
it's not.
What I mean, I'm trying to help you out. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. I hope to respond to your answer. Like my life, for example, has always been like everybody else's life. I'm sure that it's like that, right? I'm discoveries. I need I don't know. So it took me to a different direction. Yeah, definitely. Like the flat Earth thing, like 2016 was, but I mean,
well, what did you already knew something though before that? Before that, you already knew there was things you couldn't trust with these people, or moon landing as such, other things that are, the westernized system. Again, I don't know your past. I'd like to know where you're from to get an idea. If you're from a certain country, then I go, oh, so my racism and biasness is going to claim this now about you. So just go ahead.
Yeah, like things that shift my reality, like things that shift my reality. Like I've been through religions. I experienced, for example, being I was a Mormon, like, for example, when I was 12. So I learned a lot of things in the church of with the missionaries. They taught me how to pray. And I used to, for example, I've learned they taught me valuable to me, like spiritual skills that I learned from them. It took me, it was very, very difficult for me to break from the roof of the religion. I don't know if you guys, some of you guys have, I don't know if you, but for me, it was very difficult to get out mentally. I broke out from there. And I don't know if this is answering the question, but so life is like constantly, you're breaking from something old and you're coming to something new. So it's a great satisfaction when you break from something old, kind of like this is not really working, and then you finally discover that you discover something better. Do you know what I mean? It happened to me with religion, and then I went to another religion, because then I went to I became like a disciple of the Bhagavad Gita. So I started meditating every single day. I started getting, and then once again I didn't want to. It took me. It was very difficult to break from that as well, because I started kind of becoming not. I wasn't due to this conformity. Something wasn't working, so I finally broke from that system of belief. That was difficult. Then I discovered. Then I realized, for example, that. I started. I discovered I started studying the. I started using. I don't want to talk about this, because it's very difficult to share this. But
Well, you might have gotten to some things that might be considered What would you can you give me like the top 3 taboos from your culture? I mean, I would just love to know more about your point of view. What are there? I'd like to know the difference here. Where are you from originally?
Like my country, Argentina.
Oh wow! So that's right. You were talking about that earlier. So you were talking about basically being around Cape Horn.
Yeah, that Ushuaia. Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I would just like to mention
that's
one
amazing.
thing quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing quick, if I could, everybody. If anybody is listening to this guy and thinks he's honest, I'd like to direct you to 17 hours and 23 minutes of the live stream, where he very clearly breaks out of his accent and sounds like he's from like California or some shit.
That could be
very,
true.
very
That
clear.
could be true.
I mean, go check it out if you don't believe me.
All right, but we're filling in
accent.
air. The moderate. All right, the moderators want they'd appreciate though if you'd allow the airtime for him though. Anyway, at this moment, unless somebody else wants to start a new conversation, and just realize that it's okay. People do act differently and sometimes break out of different personalities on the internet. Not everybody can just be themselves. That's very common. It's okay, Leno. Don't worry about it. Keep going. That's.
Dude, that's messed up, man.
I already got your back. I already covered it. It's water under the bridge. I already fixed it. We don't want a problem, right? I want you to continue talking. So let me just go over this, because my father, when I was a child, I learned about the Falkland Islands War. The Falkland Islands are a place that you might have been to. Have you ever been there?
No, I want to go. I haven't been there.
Oh my goodness, bro. Okay, well, you might be the guy I need to talk to if you're legit.
Why?
Well, I don't want to get anything started and get people to go crazy, because I'll start riots, because I know too much. So I don't want to start riots.
Oh man! Oh no, that's crazy.
Just relax. Listen, I want to say this real quick. So you were going to go to the Falkland Islands. I just want to ask you a question. Is that the southernmost known islands that you know of, or could you tell me a little bit about that area?
Okay. So I don't know. According to as Ushuaia, the city of Ushuaia, it's known to be the southernmost city in the world. I mean, that's what it's known for. There's in fact a smaller place. It's not considered a city, so it's there's a population of 100. I don't know how many. It's a small town, and that belongs to Chile. But that's not considered to be a city. So Ushuaia takes the pride of considering itself to be the city that is located in the southernmost area, in the closest to the Antarctica, so to speak, in the world. I mean, like, there's nothing crazy. Like, for example, it's weird. I mean, like, what can I?
I mean, there are some people that make claims of activities. There's a lot of speculation here, though. So I'm gonna just put it out. This is considered a route. So in the world of like the real, what would you call these grave diggers of the conspiracy realm? there's a lot of talks about this area being a route in and out, and that's why there were so many World War II people that were hiding from the Second World War. So many of them were being found in Argentina and these so-called areas around there. They were living there, and there's a lot of reasons why that this is a historical accepted consensus, not my claim.
Is that right?
I'm not making a claim. Yeah, so it's a very interesting area. For some reason, my father mentioned it when I was a child. There's many things that I'm still holding on to that he planted seeds in my mind, because he was a true skeptic. He didn't trust anybody, and that's the greatest part about my dad, is that he did not trust anybody. Everybody was a liar. Psychics are fake, and everybody's so everybody's just full of it. And that was just a great inspiration for me, right? So but he would talk about places like that. He taught me the difference, and he taught me about the Falkland Islands War, which of course we know Her Majesty sent the Navy over before you were born, and I think they killed several thousands of people, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people may have died in order to obtain control, so that Her Majesty had control of over those islands, from what I can see, and because they would not allow the people that live there to get close or to have this area under their control. And this is actually the hidden flat Earth war that nobody knows about, by the way.
The hidden flat Earth war?
This has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I don't know what you're going on about.
I know this is way above your pay grade, Conrad. You're here to scare people away. I'm here to get the channel to actually have some traffic.
Hey, dude, so, no, we're talking flat Earth, all right?
Yes.
No, you're not even talking about flat Earth. That's the thing. Bro, you guys are way off topic right now.
Having a seizure.
Take it to another room.
Somebody's gonna get banned, bro. You're having a seizure, and you need to get banned. You are breaking server rules right now.
No, I'm not. You guys are off topic. This is for flat Earth discussion.
Crit, we got a psychopath right now, just completely ruining the show. I mean, we're just trying to have a conversation here.
Here, let me jump in here. Okay, see, Conrad. Okay, this is about cosmology, also. Okay, or Conrad. It's not just about the physical description of the Earth. If the only discussion ever to be had was just a physical description, that would take like 5 minutes. This is live streamed 24 hours a day, and a lot of people are stuck on the globe because they haven't been able to wrap their mind around why they lied. Why did the government lie to you? Or why did the Catholic Church lie and took the people off the geocentric model in the first place? EXO is explaining it in very specific detail with because if you don't like it, just tune out for a little bit, okay? It's powerful stuff he's saying right now.
This is another level, Crit. That's the thing, is that you don't hear this conversation. We're talking to someone that's from South America. He's from a different part of the plane of existence, and that culture.
No, this guy is lying. That's the thing. He's lying.
I don't care. I'm talking about real things, and I'm still getting real information out, Crit. It's just not going to work, bro. I can.
Yeah,
there's
people
always going to be some
accents.
dirtbag retard that's going to interrupt me. Always.
Yeah, people fake their accents sometimes. They come in on alts, and as long as they're within the guidelines of the live stream, it's fine, okay? Faking an accent or pretending you're from a different place is not a problem at all. Zero problems with that. A lot of times people want to stay anonymous.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Crit, is that my information's, you know me, I'm 100% legit anyway, and I've been doing this longer than anybody here, so if anybody needs any real information, I'm the one who's going to make the claim anyway. I don't need anybody else to make claims for me. I back my claims, you know what I mean? So what this guy is completely, he's just going to wreck himself being a hater. He's
right,
like everybody else.
Right,
he's another crackhead. Yeah, fine.
Right, crackhead, yeah, okay.
Yep, just that made sense. Good job. I feel so, my stomach hurts now. Thanks. So anyway, I wish we can continue this conversation, Leonel. There's always going to be a hater. Sure. People just love to hate. I like to just make people learn from reality. But I want to continue this conversation, but it might be
17 hours and 23 minutes in live stream. This guy is obviously fucking around, and whoever this other dude is, they're working together. They're actually all three probably working together. But
I'm working together. Okay, moderators, I'm just saying this guy's completely destroying the 24/7 live stream right now. So
yeah, just relax a little bit.
This is gay. Sorry.
Bring it back to flat Earth.
Bro, you are a crackhead. You're why I will never talk about flat Earth now. I hate talking about flat Earth because weirdos like you look like crackhead perverted criminals, making nobody want to talk about the subject. Thanks.
This is exactly what I mean. This guy's trolling.
Yeah, you're a complete.
I don't know how he got his rolls or what,
mind.
but he's trolling.
Yes, you are out of your mind, bro. Okay, I can't talk anyway, Crit, because anything I say, obviously, I'm gonna get banned for. This guy is obviously just here to LARP. It's fine. I guess I'll stop talking.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I think you're done, right? Conrad. Are you good now or
another
not?
seizure? He's gonna have
just relax, okay? I mean, Exo's he's not gonna be here like for hours. I mean,
man, I'm here 5 minutes. It just takes me. I talk for 5 minutes, and that's too much. I just cannot talk. People can't hear the truth. That's just how it's gonna be, man. It's normal. It's been this way for 10 years. I've been doing this for 10 years, man. My channel is Blood Always Finds Its Level. So if you know anybody that has any more evidence for me, I'll never show up again. You find one person that has more evidence than my channel, more evidence than my 2 channels, I'll leave right now the internet right now. I'll never come back. Let me know. Thanks for playing.
So when somebody, for example, criticizes another person to be a liar,
normal.
Like, is that normal? Like, for example, to do that?
Yes.
Is it normal to lie about to fake an accent? Is that normal? Is faking an accent normal?
See,
dude, faking. Okay, let me say one more time. So, are you listening this time? Are you paying attention? Faking an accent, nothing wrong with it. It happens all the time. People do it for lots of different reasons. Get over it, okay? Actually, get over yourself. It's bizarre. It's creepy and it's cringe and it's weird to get that strung up over someone's accent that you don't even know if they're faking it or not.
I know he's faking it. Like I said, you can go back on the live stream and you can hear his real voice.
Lunatics here, good. Your witness.
Yeah, there's also people like you might have heard someone in the room that was talking. It wasn't necessarily the same person. He could have been the YouTube video playing in the background. Even if he is faking an accent,
they always give themselves up, dude. So let's just bypass that for right now, and let's talk about something relative, because this isn't getting anywhere.
Yeah, okay? Exo, fire away.
Man, we were doing good. Me and Lionel PM. If I'm saying that right, man, and you were doing a great job before I got here as well. You were talking to God Rock, and there was no problem. I don't think there's an issue here. People this is normal. People have these behaviors. There's always going to be haters. And here's the deal, Anna. Honestly, I love the haters, and it's a weird thing because I would have never gotten to this level if it wasn't for haters trying to stop me. And because so many haters try to stop me for the past 30 years, I'm unstoppable. So thank God for haters. So you continue. I want to know, how many years ago did you get into this topic though? Seriously, how many years ago?
How many years ago? I'm like I'm a newbie, man. Like I started watching.
You said 2016. 2016 though?
Yeah.
So, okay, we're saying 6 years though. Okay, that's actually probably a little bit in the early stages. That's pretty good. That's longer than most people meet. So you've had some good time to think about this.
Yeah, like that I got into it like with the flat earth, yeah. But like, for example, being able to ask questions, being able to speak with people, like it's all in your. It's like you have the ideas, but if you don't have anybody to talk to, or you're not really engaging with the information. So it's I feel like, for example, in the last 3 days that I've been here, I've made like crazy progress. So I came across with information in 2016, 17. Okay, and like the really big progress that I made in the last 3 days by coming to the server, because I am like what's the word? Engaging, like swimming in the pool, and it's I don't know, man. It feels good. It feels right, I don't know. So yeah, so Yeah, and I was like I'm a shy person. I don't know if I sound like extroverted. I feel I sound confident, but I'm actually like, I can be. Anyways, I don't want to make this too long. Yeah. Yeah. But I think it's kind of late here. It's like it's 1:46 a.m. Are you guys still there?
Yeah, man, it's your floor.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to talk too much because I obviously we've been interrupted, so we were pretty deep into this conversation. We were talking about the southernmost points of the plane of existence. But I'm not too. Listen, let me just clear my record real quick, Lionel. Let me clear my record. Hold on. I'm not one of these people that worries about other places on the plane of existence. I don't worry about having to go to those places, but there are some interesting elements about the history and the things that I've been told from other hand accounts, and by your claims are the only reason I brought those topics up, or else I would never probably talk about them anyway, because it would be speculation on my part. However, anybody on the plane of existence can disprove this magical outer space cartoon wherever they are. Almost anybody, unless I understand there are some exceptions for some people, such as the blind that'll can't exactly do everything since they can't see too far. There are minimum exceptions for this, but even a blind person understands that they're not spinning around in 7 different ways, or around a great attractor, mind you, around a magical black hole now, which the religion, which you might not understand, even though you've been in the 6 years, you understand that they've brainwashed everybody to believe that they're going around a giant black hole called the Great Attractor. So that's basically admitting that that's an antichrist. That's basically saying that's a great attractor. You see, it's not even heliocentric anymore. It's not sun-centric. It's not heliocentric. That's why I'm not using those terms. It's not that. It's a Satan-centric religion. It's around the great attractor. We're magically moving around this great attractor in outer space. People don't know that. That's the thing. And it, again, takes away your senses.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Where's that, dude? That's exactly how Leo sounds, by the way, without the accent. That's exactly what he said at 23 hours and 17 minutes. Sorry, I'm going to stop talking about it now. That'll be the last time I bring it up. I just want everybody to be clear. It's fake.
Crit or Justin or any moderators. I mean, it's up to the moderators to decide the rules. So the rules have not been broken. So I don't know what the problem is. So yeah, man, Argentina, that's you seem to know of the place. So again, I'm
keep an eye, man. If it's a troll, we will know. Just calm down about it. And he hasn't shown any kind of
I'm here. You can talk to me directly.
I know there is some issue with the voice and the accent, but we can really get past it. We need to know his information. If he hasn't provided any good information, then that's what we
well. The issue with it is he's claiming to be from Argentina and using the accent as his evidence that he's from that area. So how are we to believe anything this guy says about that area if he's faking the accent? You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be.
If he shows us anything more than that, come on, we can bypass that for right now, and let's get into the information. Okay?
Hey, listen, like I have if you want to speak, well, it's really weird, like how like they're talking to me as if I would be like a third person or something. Like,
okay, Leon,
I am trying to get by this. so we can pass this whole nonsense.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm over it at this point. I understand what Justin is saying, and I won't say anything about it again.
You're certainly doing a great job. Like, seriously. So.
So this topic does upset people, Lionel. That's the thing, is that people do get very defensive about it because it does drive people crazy. Even people that understand that it's true, not speaking about anybody in this room technically or anybody in here specifically, just saying in general, this topic is going to create these types of events because people are so defensive. After people have been lied to for a long time, they are still a beaten up little puppy dog in the corner, and everybody's still really paranoid about being lied to and about being tricked again. And everything's a shill, and you got to watch your back. And oh my gosh, and all these people are fake, when really it's actually something else, which is pride of life, the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, which is not of the Father, which is this world. So it's a spiritual warfare, man. It's all spiritual. It's not physical at all. That's what this.
But seriously, like, for example, if he wants to have a conversation with me, like, I have no problem with it.
Well, I don't want to go in that direction of talking about the incident, but I can see what could have happened. I haven't heard what happened, but it doesn't matter, right? Because you seem to actually be able to answer questions, and it doesn't seem like you're pretending now, but it doesn't matter, right? So I'd rather have you talk about the experiences as far as
I have I mean, like, I have like 20 personalities. Like, are you going to, or maybe like 1,000? Are you going to, for example, criticize me because I'm in a mood on, like, or I have, dude, I don't even freaking understand.
Why are you guys still talking about this? Justin made it clear he wants to move past it.
Well, listen, we're trying to get at it smoothly because he's been offended, actually, since he's been attacked. So actually, he kind of has a right to let himself get out of the offensive attack that you gave him.
By how many people have been attacked? Like 3 or 4.
I'm done talking about this, so I don't know why you guys keep talking about it.
You're doing it again. We're not talking to you about it. Another party is talking about it, and you're not supposed to continue to butt in and get involved, and you're still doing it. That's the point. You're still having these seizures because you're a hurt little man. You would hurt your whole life, and you're letting it out on the room. Please let it go and just don't unmute yourself, and we don't have to worry about it. So yeah, Lionel, this is normal. It's gonna continue to go everywhere you go in these types of rooms where there's people that are very opinionated. People always are the experts, so they're gonna attack like dogs. That's what we are, right? We're dogs.
We're dogs.
So tell me about the weather near the Falkland Islands, though. Tell me about some serious weather down there. What's it like?
Come on, man. I've been in Ushuaia, okay? Ushuaia.
Tell me about it.
Well, I mean, like, the things that caught my attention when I was there was like the flowers. Like, for example, I've never seen like flowers. Like, I mean, nothing crazy, but I mean, like, the flowers are different. No, but like, I mean, they're like very unusual. Yeah, unusual. There's a lot of variety of like weird flowers. Yeah, in springtime, especially when they come up. Like, I worked as a receptionist. I mentioned this before. Like, I worked as a receptionist for 4 years, and I worked in a small hotel, and like, probably like, besides the fact that it's dark, like, for example, most of the, like, for example, in winter you only have like a few hours of daytime, and like in summer you only have like the sun, okay? So you have really long days. So like the sun at night, for example, it gets dark like at 12 at night, and so the sun starts going down, and then it starts going up again. And it's not, it doesn't get dark, like dark, like pitch black. It just gets like, it's like a sunset. It's like, it doesn't get completely dark. Do you know what I mean? And then so it hides the sun hides a little bit, and then it comes up, and it's day again. That's how long the night is.
Yeah, here I
like
got
like 2 hours or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got something for this. Have you heard of the Twilight Zone in the ocean?
No.
Like when you go underwater? Like if you go deep enough underwater, it turns to nighttime. There's no light. It's always darkness. So that's called the attenuation of light. In the atmosphere, with quote unquote, there's also water. There's other stuff in the air. And light attenuates through that too. You could see that, like, just try this at home. Like, have a friend stand on one end of the street and you stand on the other end of the street. Shine a flashlight. You'll see that light will not make it all the way to that. You won't illuminate the person at the end of the street. They might see the light, but they won't illuminate them. You have to keep walking forward and forward and forward until eventually the light gets to them. It's called the inverse square law. It also explains why the moon is not lit by the sun.
Okay.
Because the inverse square law.
What is that? How is that connected with the Twilight zone that you mentioned before?
The Twilight, yeah. Here, I can get a link for you.
Oh. So, yeah, that's what I found really. That's one of the things that I found really interesting. In fact, so imagine, like, for example, you have can you imagine that has I don't know, it's weird. I mean, I had the chance. I feel fortunate of having lived there. Yeah, and I had in the hotel where I worked. So people in the hotel where I worked. Oh man, I'm tired. I don't feel like dude. I'm like a little bit tired of speaking, actually. Anybody wants to ask a question or something?
Well, you told me about the flora and the fauna.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what did your family tell you about the war? Because you were after
the
war. So did they ever talk? Anybody ever talk about it? What did they say?
About the war? All the native people were like, did you know, like all the native people were what's the word? There used to be native people.
No way, they moved them out.
The story is tragic.
They pushed them out? Did they push?
No.
That's what I'm saying. They pushed them out, or did they kill them?
Well, according to history, like for example, what you see in the museums and stuff, like white people came in, they killed everybody. I mean, the people that lived there, had like very weird, like very, very. You need to go and look at pictures, like for example, I mean, like really weird, like culture, like like native people, but with like weird rituals, like really weird rituals, really weird stuff. I don't know. And they were
there's stories about people just, I mean, even north of you, that there were giants just living there supposedly 200 years ago, like literally just a couple hundred years ago. Like the entire region was different, even where you're at. I mean, right now, right? I mean, so there's a whole thing about that. We're talking way beyond the lore of the internet. We're talking about this is the lost history of the 2,000 years of the bombardment of the Roman Empire and the Greeks already coming over here for 2,000 years, right, since Jesus. So the point is they just kept pushing everybody out. And the last time it seems to have happened, if you're listening right now at 5 o'clock, just west of the Rockies, is that the final people were pushed out were these natives to Argentina, which happened 42 years ago. 42 years ago, this war happened.
42 years ago, Her Majesty sent the ships came over, the aircraft carrier. They sent an aircraft carrier, Harrier jump jets. They used fighter planes and bombed the Right. They bombed. You think I don't know? They bombed the whole area. They took out a people. 3,000 people died. So they said. Only 3,000 people. They said. I could have been much more. This is what would you say about that?
I mean, it's true what you're saying. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I never really. Yeah, you normally. I mean, when you live there, like for example, you don't normally think about these things. I mean, you know, it's a tragedy
Right,
and
you don't
stuff.
want to. Right, you don't want to.
But
that's bad. Right. Why would you want to talk about it?
I mean, we have Darwin down there. You know, Darwin is a big character. I mean, you go to museums down. Like, you have museums that you can go and visit, and Darwin is a big figure for some reason. It's weird.
Because you're infiltrate. Because that's because the Majesty, the royal empire decides who your leaders are, and they have for the last few hundred years. That's why.
But I mean, you have like statues and things like. I mean, not sure if it like statues,
the Roman
but
Empire. Yeah, it's the freaking it's the Vatican Empire. It's unbelievably disgusting, bro. That's why you have all the Catholic churches up and down the entire South American continent.
So I don't really know what happened there.
Catholic?
You know?
Were you raised Catholic? Were you raised Catholic? Oh my goodness. Can you believe that you were even down where you're at? So all the way from Europe, the Catholic Church is all the way down to Argentina. Wow. All the way from Canada to North America, to Mexico to Argentina to Chile and the Cape of Good Horn. It's a Catholic religion. You've got to be kidding me. Welcome
Why is that surprising?
Yeah.
Why is that?
What I'm saying. That's what it is. It's the same empire for two. There are no governments, is the point. This is this is now a one world religion. It's not just the Catholic Church. It's this outer space religion. That's the one world religion, but they ushered it in through the Catholic Church. You just can't make it up. And all the way down, you're raised Catholic as well. All the way from England, all the way from Europe. You've got to be kidding me. So it's a one world empire. That's the point.
Why is that? I mean, like, why is that surprising?
It's not really. That's the point. But you're admitting that all the way down there, you're all raised Catholic also. They're raised Catholic here in my hometown, bro. The same people. I talk to the same culture, my next door neighbors, and you're 10,000 miles away. It's 10,000 miles of the same culture, bro. I'm on the northern border of Mexico. That's why I can't believe it's just unbelievable. I'm your neighbor. That's what, bro. Look at the top border of Mexico. Right there, it says, look at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. Sierra Vista, Arizona. Right there at the bottom of Arizona. Right there. I'm on the border of Mexico. I've grown up with Mexicans my whole life, and they're raised Catholic. The empire stretches from my house to yours, bro. Thanks.
I know very little about this topic. I mean, it's...
Well, you don't have to know a lot. All you know is that this Catholic government-pushed fake Christian religion has been pushed all the way from Italy over to your place.
Okay, to indoctrinate?
All the way from Europe. That's what I'm just saying. This is
for the purpose of indoctrination? Yes. Is that what you're saying?
To get people to to destroy the image of God. Yes, to destroy terms, to destroy your mind. Yeah, to ruin the image of God, to bastardize, to pervert, to put statues and idols everywhere and manipulate millions of people for hundreds of, literally 1,000 years now. Yeah.
So, like the Christian church, so for the purpose of because they preach God, right? I mean, they preach the word of God. No,
they preach dress up in a suit on Sunday and go get your hookers and blow on Monday. No, they don't preach God. They don't. This is a godless world. What are you talking about? No, they preach fake it. They preach look good.
I mean, that's what they
love yourself. Bro, they don't even let you talk about the Bible. They say this. What are you talking about, bro? Just look at it. It's everywhere, bro. It's a deception. That's the point, right? They come in the name.
they're just perverting everything. It's all a lie. They don't even teach you the morality, and now they're all bending the rules like they have been for you name it, right? Since before your grandfathers existed, before Argentina was a country, they were already lying to us. And even the King James Bible has perfect error that are errors. You know what I mean? That are 500 years on purpose. What are you talking
I feel
about?
very.
Deception.
Are we going like? Is it okay to keep talking about this topic, or like?
You
I
go ahead
can
and
keep
talk
going.
about it. Yeah, it's my fault. You go ahead and
I mean,
talk about
until
it.
until somebody stops me. If somebody wants to
Yes,
stop
you
me,
go
I mean,
ahead. Yes,
somebody stops
please.
me.
Right now, the
So like, I
moderators
feel.
you to.
So yeah, so you might hear me like, for example, I don't like talking about God because like, I'm in a period of my life where I'm just like trusting my senses, I'm learning to trust my senses. So everything is questionable. So like, but I feel very fortunate nevertheless because I do pray. So I believe in God, but I can't say it's real. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, it's like when you are a child and you have a teddy bear. Okay, I had a lot of teddy bears when I was a kid, and I used to love sleeping with, like with teddy bears until I was like 12, because I had a relationship with my teddy bear. Now, I didn't go to the world and showed my teddy bear and be like, hey, this is my teddy bear, right? And I started preaching about my teddy bear. So, but I did believe that they were real because I had a relationship with them. You know what I'm talking about? Teddy bears, like I had bears, I had monkeys, and I loved them. And it broke my heart when I had to travel to America when I was 12 or 13, because my family migrated there, and we were looking for a better life. And I had to leave. I had 14 teddy bears, and I left them all behind. And so, but my point is, what I'm trying to say is that what I believe, and this is what I don't understand, like what you believe is personal. And like I say, I believe in God, and I don't think I'm being contradictory here. I believe in God and I pray, but if I want to, I cannot talk about God. I don't feel, I don't know. It's just like I think I'm rambling now. But right. I think that we need to kind of like differentiate. Yeah, like, so I don't understand. It's just, I guess it's just a comment. I don't understand like why. I don't believe you have to go out there and preach, but maybe that's just personal. So I believe in God, but I'm not going to make the effort to prove it logically, I suppose. And I know that it contradicts with but everybody has their own. I want to find like a system of actually being able to prove what's real. And the things that I can't prove, that I'm okay with not being able to prove that God is real. Do you know what I mean? Like, I still think that praying is healthy because it cleans my mind and somehow it reconnects me with myself. But it's not my mission to prove that God is real, because I think that's not my mission. Might be the mission of somebody else. My mission is to be able to understand reality, and I do think that we as human beings, we have the capacity of understanding reality and understanding what is real, and we have the capacity. I believe there is a system. This is what I believe, but it is possible to figure things out with logic, with dude, we have a cognitive faculty, man. Like, we need to learn how to use it. Period.
Yep, I'm sold. Lionel, you have to realize that when you're talking about this type of arena that you're new to, also, you got to realize because this is such a highly niche market in a realm that is at a completely different level. This is the only international group on the plane of existence. It's the only group of people that have woken up from this terrible deception that even understand these concepts that completely change your life. And you're just, you're, I don't know, just like many people here, you're happy that you can actually talk to other beings that aren't crazy, thinking that they live in a cartoon system. But what that does, it's going to filter out a lot of different types of people. And you're going to have a lot of really competitive and very motivated and very smart people all gathering at the same spot. If this is this sort of niche reality that only a small group of people are even waking up to, and it's the number one deception that's being unraveled in the past 10 years, it's going to be difficult on both fronts. And you're going to meet people that don't want you to say certain things, and they're going to say, hey bro, don't use those terms. And so, you know what, they're right. And I hear people say things that are completely wrong all the time, that are of this ilk, that know that they've been lied to. But because we have to, again, find out ourselves, there isn't an owner's manual. Well, there is, but it's not necessarily allowed to be promoted so much on this channel, because this channel is dedicated to the topic of the construct or actual shape or non-shape of this plane of existence, or the contradiction of what we've been told our whole lives, right? It's not a server which was about the Bible, and the Bible is much bigger, actually, topic, but that's not what the server's about. But you're
this voice chat's
saying
about.
is right, and yeah, exactly. That's not what this
there's a
voice
Bible
chat's
PC
about.
down below.
That's right. So that's why we normally don't talk about it. But him being a new person, he's doing pretty good. He's putting it together. So yeah, that's why there's always going to be somebody there saying, nope, you got to do this instead, or no, you made a left, make a right. So there's a lot of correction, because this is such I hate to use the word elite, but a lot of people have elitely changed their lives to come to this realization. So there is a difference. There is a different level of understanding that should be expected. However, you can still be a complete idiot and know the earth is a plane of
room for the truth.
Yeah, man. Falkland Islands War, again, 42 years ago. What a conversation I haven't had.
Dude, I don't know anything about I know so little about the history of my country, you know? Actually, it's quite embarrassing. Like, yeah. I'm kind of, I've been, when I worked in this hotel, in Ushuaia, like, so that's where the expeditions to Antarctica, people that want to, if you, I don't know, like, I haven't been to the website lately, but you want to go to the expedition to Antarctica, okay? You're going to go to Ushuaia. And from Ushuaia, you're going to take your ship. And it's going to take you 2 days to, if I don't remember wrong, like, it's going to take you 2 days to reach the Antarctica. And so when I worked in this hotel as a receptionist, I talked to people, because once in a while, like, for example, you would get a group of scientists would stay in the hotel, and they could be a group of scientists, or not. It could be just normal people like you and me, you know, or just people that want to actually do the excursion. I don't know. And they would go and do this expedition, right? I would find it a little bit weird, you know, that people would want to actually, I mean, scientists, I understand, but, well, you had normal people going to doing this expedition. And I found it like kind of weird, you know, how not to mention the price. Like, you know, like, people pay actually a lot of money to this excursion, and it's really, I don't know how people become interested about it, because the excursions are about, if I'm not wrong, they're like 10,000. I don't know what the price is now, but back then was like around $10,000 and dollars to do one of these excursions. And so people, for example, stay in my hotel, and they would for the purpose of going, to Antarctica, and then they will return like 5 days later or something. And I remember back then I didn't, I wasn't into this topic, but so I would, as a receptionist, you have conversations with people, and I would ask them, hey, what's up? Like, hey, well, how was your trip? Just like being polite and stuff, because that's, you ask them because you are polite. You want to do a report. Hey, how was your excursion? Like, did you like it and stuff? And like the response was always the same. It wasn't like, it was like another planet. It was like they come astonished. Like, they would be like, and they would talk to me about like how crazy the weather is, how, for example, how the weather acted differently. Like, it would get misty like in 5 minutes, like, so for example, and then 5 minutes later it's like completely clear and shine and sunny. And I would be like, wow, that's crazy. I suppose that it's like quite different down there. But people didn't come out from the trip and be like bored, like, yeah, it's all right. Like, I don't remember anybody saying that. Like, I remember like people would like, that was amazing. Like, I'm like astonished. Yeah. I don't know how. Like, I don't know. But I mean, like, the weather is different. You know what? What I find really trippy? Like, I find like weird. Like, we have the opportunity, like, to go to the Antarctica, and we disvalue it. Like, we think that, oh no, I don't want to spend, like, for example, 10,000. I don't want to do. What's the point of just like getting to the shore of the Antarctica? But yeah, I remember people telling me like it was completely, it wasn't what it wasn't in their radar of imagination what they like. It was just a completely different. I suppose that it's beautiful. It's not, I don't know, because like, for example, you look at pictures in Google or whatever, and it's not a big deal. But I'm telling you, I talked to people that has done the excursion, and they told me it's so beautiful you can't imagine. Like, it's beautiful. It's yeah. So I found that interesting, and it's not promoted. It's not a destination promoted. You're gonna see Jamaica, maybe. You're gonna see like what destinations are being promoted when you want to go for like a trip, or what. You're not gonna see it. When do you see Antarctica? Who goes to Antarctica? I mean, like, you have to be like, like, either a flat earther, or I don't know. But it certainly seems like an interesting, and we disvalue it. It's just certainly not promoted. I don't know. I found that interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like it would be an exotic tourist attraction for quite some time. There's many, snobby people out there with more money than brains that would, of course, love to go to a place like that. I'm sure it's quite amazing. I'm sure there's also wildlife, as far as aquatic wildlife, that you could see there as well in those cold regions. And I haven't been there. I can't make a claim. Interesting. Yeah, I'll probably never go there. If anything, I'll be going north. I might move to Alaska soon. Actually, it's looking good to refuge up there in Alaska. Yeah, near the northern center. So to me, that would be something I would go north instead of south. But that's quite amazing, though. Yeah, very interesting. But I mean, not that that's going to change my opinion now, though. It is a side topic. It's an explorer's topic, and it actually has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. But yes, there's thousands of topics that are attached to this, and that's the thing. This isn't just. That's the point. Is that it's hard to explain that flat Earth is actually not about flat Earth. It's about a billion other things.
Let's go north to Alaska.
I'm north enough. You talk about the beauty of this place you're talking about, and I'm just like, well, yeah, January in North Dakota when everything is just utterly covered in white. It's pretty beautiful. I would agree. Everything's just so clean, especially in contrast to early September or late July. Well, I don't know. I'm skipping August, but I would say early August. Yeah, I mean everything's just so brown and hot and not attractive in the slightest. There's no green anything. It's just scorched. Just drought and brown. It's not even brown. It's like what in the world? It's like cardboard brown that's washed out gray. What is happening? What is that? No. Why?
Stonefire, is it you?
Dan, Captain Dan, you have the worst mic situation. You mouth breathe. You hot mic with static. Just the worst. The absolute worst. But anyway, North Dakota's pretty beautiful when it's all snowy. Just saying. I got my eye on you, Captain Dan. You're a peculiar one. Over and over again, pretending to be innocent, allegedly pretending. I'm alleging that you're pretending. But lo and behold, over and over again, you do some really crazy stuff on mic.
In the game of Clue, that's what happens. They thought it was my Argentina guy. Nope, it was Captain.
Sometimes I think that my microphone's like too close, so maybe I make a lot of noise. I don't know, but I don't think it's me.
Your audio is coming through perfectly clear and clean. I have no complaints. Coming through just fine.
So you haven't found an iceberg yet, then?
Yeah, I'm curious when he said how beautiful these people say Antarctica was. I mean, I guess it would be abnormally white if there's nothing but snow and
blue.
And
the
blue.
ice would make it blue and stuff.
Dude, the ice is blue, man. Isn't that weird?
Blue.
Yeah, ice blue, like what's the word?
Aqua blue.
Yeah, no turquoise. Turquoise, no. What's the other? Is it turquoise?
No, the word you might be looking for is a form of sapphire. No.
My next guess was Mopar blue, spray. God reckon.
What's that?
My next guess was Mopar blue in the spray can.
Topaz, blue topaz. Because topaz can be blue.
Yeah, it can.
Like electric blue.
Oh, electric
we
blue.
Need
yeah,
pictures or it didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. Copy image. Right, ice can have that appearance right there if it's big enough and in the water.
It would be interesting to actually listen to testimonies of people that have done the excursion. I haven't done that. Look on YouTube and be like, that's something that I would be like You know, like people like, what? Hey, what was your experience in the excursion in the? And they might be like, it's not a big deal. But you know, I would like to. It would be interesting to look for testimonies, because I'm sure there are in YouTube.
No big deal to see an iceberg the size of a city floating right next to you, and it's blue.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Crazy.
That would be a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Anybody that talks about Antarctica for more than 3 minutes is getting the Antarcticades roll. I'm just warning you.
Uh-oh. I'm checking.
All right.
It's highly contagious. Highly contagious. In fact, never mind. I'll not go there.
You sound infected, my friend.
Well, I just realized that what I was about to say would probably cause a certain Anthony to chase me down and chop off my limbs with a machete, because I'm pretty sure that that's the kind of thing that an Italian Anthony guy would do. Not really. I'm being completely goofy, but appreciate you. If you do learn that you have Antarcticades, I highly recommend you not taking a certain thing under a certain acronym using the letters A and Z and T. Just a friendly PSA. There are other ways to deal with Antarcticades than taking that thing.
There are friendly PSAs?
Yeah, there's friendly ones.
Huh. Okie dokie.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So in the North Pole, you have animals and you have birds. That's what I heard, right? But what is the difference between the North Pole and the Antarctic?
One is real, one is not.
But in terms of like the environment and the...
If it's not real, how can it have an environment?
What do you mean one is real and one the other? You're saying that which one is not real, the North Pole or the Antarctic? The North Pole?
I think the Antarctic area is not anything close to what we've been told or seen or shown. I think that it's entirely different, and I don't know what it is yet, but I got a suspicion it's not what they're telling us. That's all I can say. Just going along the same narrative as always. It's their mouths open, they're lying.
You talking about Antarctic or the Arctic?
Yes, Antarctica.
Antarctica. Okay.
Yeah, and I guess what kind of gave me this new infectious opinion about Antarctica is the new EWAR video that just came out a few days ago. And the mapping that indicates a whole different scenario than what we've been told, or even what we believe here on this server. So it's become a very strange. It's all of a sudden for me, it's become very strange and very much unknown as far as what's really true and what's not about.
Think about, like, for example,
take a cruise ship down and you go to some little port off the coast and they take you off and put you on the ice shelf and then take you back. I'm talking about as a whole. That it's not. It doesn't seem to be what we're being told. That's my opinion.
Not like we can go there.
Yeah, that's just it. We can go to see the penguins, but how much further away from that area can you go? I mean, what's the limitation? You got a 5 square mile area that we are welcome to, 10 square mile area. What would it be? And then
you would. Yeah. Do you think it's big enough to see the concavity of Antarctica? Right. Like if it's a globe, it's a small continent that's convex. When you show up, it's curving away from you. But if it's a flat Earth, it's going around us. It's concave when you get there. So, like, do you think it's big enough to see that concavity, even if they take you to that little ceremonial, South Pole?
why would distances change being able to see something? I mean, you can go to the beach here or go somewhere and see how far you can see, what your limitations are. I don't think they're much different down there. So seeing beyond a few hundred miles, I doubt it. I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
How high is the wall? Like, there's a wall, right?
You're talking about the 200 to 400 foot wall?
Well, I've seen pictures of one, but that doesn't tell me that it entirely is circumference around the outside of our plane. That part to me now has become not so believable. I would suggest watching that new EUR video. Maybe make your own mind up. Maybe I'm just a little emotional and kind of like irritated about it right now, about the whole thing, because of this new information. Whether it's even true or not, I don't know. But I know it was enough to make me go, now what? Now what the fuck have they been lying to us about? So, yeah, one of those.
Yeah, my is always like, there's so many distractions.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. So,
meanwhile, how many people here have a community of people that they can both provide for and contribute to, but also benefit from, like what's called a community or neighborhood or something along those lines?
Like a co-op?
Like a co-op, absolutely. How many people in here have a semi-independent co-op or even a plausible independent co-op that you would be able to be 100% or some fraction thereof off-grid?
If they do, they're not saying it. That's for sure. That's operational security right there.
Yeah,
well, keep that stuff under down low.
That's Operation Tell on Yourself.
Yeah, that I know. If you've got that, do not say it. Okay, you keep that on the DL.
Really?
I would think.
Okay.
I would think.
Yeah.
I don't put too trust in these people that are supposedly in control of our environment at this point in time. I don't. I'm sorry. You're not going to get me to.
Well, I'm speaking in generalities, not specific.
Yeah, me too. In major generalities, I know what you're getting at. I understand where you're coming from.
Well, okay, and fine. Make it a rhetorical question. I don't need to know. You do.
Right.
Asking for a friend, right?
No, I'm not though. I'm asking for you, not you, Crit, but like you, any of you, right? Think about it.
Answer yourself out in.
That question is for you, not for me. I don't need to know, but you certainly do.
Yeah, prepare yourself.
That
it's
sounds
like a warning.
Hey, I'm sorry. That sounds much better, much less abrasive. And yeah.
I was kind of playing around. I mean,
that was a good question, my friend.
Yeah, it's really powerful too, because as people get this idea of what's going to happen next, be prepared for what happens next. Is really what the answer is.
Definitely don't be the person throwing your arms up in the air, putting your head in the sand, crying yourself to sleep with your head between your knees, or any approximation or similar thing to any of those things I just mentioned, because wow, ew.
There'd be a lot of that going on.
Yeah.
You damn
For instance, if you take an appraisal of what you've got going on in your personal situation, circumstance, whatever, and you're like, okay, 15% independent, okay, 50% independent, okay, 80% independent. You start getting to the 60, 70, 80%, you're looking towards plausibility of survival, right? If you're in the 15 to 50% range, that's, or got anything below 15% is just, I guess you don't care at all, which is, that's up to you. That's your prerogative. But
to a slow, miserable death is what that does.
Could be slow.
Yeah, or it could be quick. Yeah, but either way, it's going to be miserable.
Why? But why though? Why entertain a non sequitur? I almost feel like we should remove that that GIF. Justin, are you there? Oh no, he's deafened. Maybe he's listening on YouTube. This non sequitur irritates me, but I guess I'll wait until it's incredibly relevant to complain. But the whole GIF or meme of what is spherical.
I don't think I've seen it. Maybe I need to.
It's the four red things that look all like, spheres,
okay,
or circles or whatever, and it's the one of the things that Dave Weiss presented in the argument with alleged or hypothetical alleged aren't accurate. False Professor Dave, because he's not a. I think it's most appropriate to just say false professor, false Professor Dave, fake Professor Dave, whatever.
Phony.
Total
yeah.
fraud. Total fraud and
charlatan. Whatever the case, he presented this, and I'm like, but it's a non sequitur, and it's just too bad. What?
Wait, you're looking for something spherical?
It is a non sequitur because regardless of what anything up in the air or sky or above is, regardless, what's down here is what is. Not like it's independent. It's mutually exclusive. It's a non sequitur because whether or not anything in the sky is a circle or a triangle or a flaming ball of gas or flat or any of that, it's mutually exclusive. It's irrelevant.
Whatever they find up there is not going to change what we're on down here. Not going to.
Absolutely, but if you take Earth out of the equation and they're just claiming I see a sphere in the sky, well then that's not non sequitur. It relates directly to what they're saying, because they can look at something and say, well, they can either say it looks like a sphere, or they can claim that is a sphere because it looks like a sphere.
All right. Is the woman's hair blonde because she painted her fingernails red, or is her hair blonde because it's blonde?
Well, I maintain that it's blonde because of some reason. She may not have colored it, but it does nothing.
I didn't say natural.
It has nothing to do with her fingernails.
Yeah, I didn't say natural though. Again, I try to keep it as simple as possible. It is whatever it is, mutually exclusive, irrelevant, irrespective to any other thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Even if it's fake blonde, I don't really care. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the same holds true with the sky. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So this is why it annoys me, just for context. 2D, I think that was, or TWAD. I want to call you 2D because TWAD just, I don't understand what TWAD
now
means.
I might change it. I changed it because someone else said I keep wanting to call you T-Wad, so I changed it to T-Wad. Now I might change it to 2D.
That was me.
Funny.
To CB. Credit to CB. That was me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was you, Stevie. Yeah. But now I might change it to 2D.
You have it whatever you like. I do weird things with people's screen names sometimes. So you make your screen name whatever you like. I'm not gonna try to influence you.
But why 2D, GB? Why 2D?
Yeah, it was. I think some of the other words that you had made me, for some reason, it made me think that you were trying to convey some type of like cryptic message about something. And I don't know. 2D is an interesting concept in regards to, we oftentimes think in a very two-dimensional way, even though we live in a three-dimensional world. And that concept alone has just always fascinated me. So it could just be my own personal interest and or bias with the topic of the idea of 2D or two-dimensional that is motivating my perception of your screen name.
Only really have to move the hyphen a little bit.
Like I said, have it how you like it. I'm not trying to influence you in any particular way. I'm for most people's free free agency of choosing their own screen name. The only exception would be in regards to vile things. I typically will have a little bit of fun with.
Yeah, you go at it. I don't blame you.
Yeah, no, there's a limit. Right.
Yeah. And I also appreciate the art of euphemisms. I think that's a really interesting skill to have, especially in an age of censorship that we find ourselves completely drowning in. Euphemisms are an excellent technique for dealing with these things.
I vote to move the hyphen.
All right. Question for somebody that may or may not know, but preferably someone that knows. Does the moon also transit between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer?
There is an analemma for the moon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Hank. Yes, brother.
I don't know if, the moon gets closer or further away, but it appears that it does. And the analemma isn't the correct name for the moon. The analemma is for the sun. I don't remember the name of the moon's pattern or figure 8.
There's a similar process, throughout the year, isn't it? Right. The analemma.
I don't know. Is it?
All right. So according to the numbers that they provide, which I'm looking forward to December 21st of this year, when I can validate based on my alleged latitude. But according to their numbers, it's 23.4 degrees above and then below the equator.
The moon, okay? You're talking about the sun, not
I'm talking about the sun. Now, in regards to when the altitude is 90 degrees, the moon is overhead. This only occurs between the latitudes of 28.5. Okay, so if what Level Up is posting if I'm understanding it correctly, it seems to be stating that it goes to 28.5 as opposed to 23.4, which to me is interesting. That it's there's some interesting. This is an interesting thing to me. But again, 23.4. Let me point out 23.4, 90 minus 23.4. What we have there is 66.6.
Well, so I mean, we always have a full sun, but we don't always have a full moon. So, if you look at the analemma of the full moon, that follows a different cycle than the sun does. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, and I was just interested in this alleged position, in relation to the equator. And apparently that article says 28.5. This summer, or not this summer, this winter, 21st December, or maybe the 22nd, my sun position from where I am latitudinally, allegedly,
talking about
is supposed to be at 17.4 degrees off the horizon.
Are we talking about
I was here a couple of months ago, and I just didn't pay close enough attention to validate that. But 17.4 is such a low angle. I don't remember. I don't remember that happening. But I look forward to.
But it wasn't something you were looking for either, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why this December I am going to be looking for it, because I feel like I'd rather look for a 17.4 degree than some big number like 71% or whatever.
Oh, cool.
Are these heliocentric dependent numbers or what?
They're not dependent on, not by any means. And me finding out 17.4, if I confirm it, really won't have any bearing on or implications exactly. I would be interested if my observations don't align with what the proposed numbers are. If it mismatches time and date, let's say, it's
time and date is a globe model.
Yeah, for sure. But
and so it's a model that we use to predict, sun and moon patterns. There's no secret here. When it comes to all that. What I thought was, we can talk about analemmas, and yes, of course, the moon analemmas, the full moon patterns, they work much different than the sun, but they're also coordinated. As every time there's a full moon, the sun's in a certain position, all that kind of stuff. It matches up. Even in their heliocentric model, not always. Especially when you talk about the Selenian, right? That doesn't line up. With the lunar eclipse on the Selenian. So there are some anomalies.
Yeah.
But I actually wanted to come in and say, and Paula was bringing up, the what was that rocket that supposedly hit the firmament? That was the
Go Fast?
Yeah, the Go Fast rocket, right? Now, they were funded. What was it by? Was Go Fast or Red Bull? I don't know who they were funded. They had a lot of funding. Now, we could do something very similar to what they did with a very similar rocket. We used their footage. Couldn't we do something like that? Be a lot cheaper than sending a cruise to Antarctica or airplanes over Antarctica. Wouldn't that be something we could do it probably for like a couple $100,000?
Yeah, just pocket change.
Well, no, there's thousands of flat earthers, so yeah, be pocket change. It's like I'll give you 10. There's like 100,000 flat earthers, each give $10, bro. We get $100,000, and but there's more than that. So anyway, but who might program the event, you know? So yeah, we could do the same exact thing that they did with GoFest for just a couple $100,000 instead of like, like people are just like, hey, why don't you get on an airplane with some globies and fly over the southern pole? It's like that shit ain't never gonna happen. You know that. Everybody knows that.
But let's put a camera facing up on the rocket, right?
Yeah.
Well, imagine having two cameras. What a novel idea!
If we had the funding, we could actually do something like they did with GoFest, and I mean, it'd be. I think it, like $200,000 would probably be enough, to do something very similar but even better. And see, they were funded by different production companies, and they had advertisers funding them, which we could probably do that too if we reached out to certain companies. But yeah, I think it could be a good idea. We could repeat what they did and see if the same thing happens. Because I know people share that video a lot of times where they claim, oh, well, it hit the firmament and then you can see the moon over there, just like all of a sudden stopped and stopped spinning. And it's just like floating around for a little bit. And then, I mean, it's like, hey, don't you think we could do something like that? If you don't, then
it seems plausible, but yeah, I would agree. It's a plausible exercise. Yeah.
It'd be a lot cheaper than his stupid ideas about going to Antarctica. It's not going to prove a goddamn thing. Pardon my French. And this won't prove anything either. But if we can do the same thing the Go Fast rocket did, and at least it's been done twice.
Demonstrating an actual barrier would be if you could demonstrate it enough times that it becomes fairly impossible to dispute.
Yeah, what was the altitude? Did they say it went about 70,000 feet? I think is when it just stopped.
Well, that doesn't make any sense then.
Yeah, I know. It depends on where it's launched from, but I mean, who knows what Earth is? Who knows what Earth is?
No, you didn't say miles.
No, I thought they said 70 miles.
Oh, 70
miles. Yeah, it was way. My bad. Not 70,000 feet. My bad. That was. Yeah, I misspoke on that. Yeah, it was like 60 to 70 miles. My bad.
So like over 300,000 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. My bad. Yeah, I totally misspoke on that one. Yeah, it went way higher than any of the high altitude balloons stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. Sorry about that. I misspoke. It was like 60, 65 miles. I don't know if it was 70, but I mean, it's hard to tell,
Did you say it went way higher than anything NASA's ever sent up?
Yeah, because NASA ain't done shit.
I wouldn't doubt that be the truth.
Yeah, the Go Fast rocket is like, what, why don't NASA show us footage like that? All their test rockets, it's just, they should be embarrassed. Because these non-professionals, but they actually made a rocket that went frickin' 70 miles into the air.
And stopped like it got someone tied a string to it.
Sure, and I think that we could actually, if we get enough funding, like to the GoFundMe or something, somebody, set it up right, with some of the other, set it up right and get all the technical stuff involved.
And see, that's not.
We can repeat the same thing that they did, and not be funded by Red Bull and shit like that. It'd be totally personally funded by people from all across Earth that want to see this happen the same way, we could repeat that launch.
It wasn't launched on an arch though, was it?
No, it went straight up.
Yep.
And then the NASA guys would be like, "No, that's not the way you launch rockets."
Yeah.
You're not faking the rocket launch right.
Yeah, you don't do it like that because for some reason they instantly get a set of brakes. We can't quite understand.
Yeah, it's just like you're not supposed to do it that way. You're supposed to use the gravity turn. You launch it in an arc so that you capture the gravity turn that helps it, and then your second stage rockets will launch you into an orbit. Yeah, I mean, I know what they say about launching these bullshit rockets. I know what they say.
Right.
But if you launch it straight up, we saw it with GoFast. I mean, but I'd love to repeat that and do it, with a GoFundMe page. I mean, it's going to be expensive, and people that have the knowledge and shit about it, it'd be fun, man. I'd support it. Should try to do the same thing GoFast did, but not sponsored by any of these, governments or huge companies or anything. It'd just be like flat earthers doing their own rocket test. I mean, I know it's going to be expensive. It's going to be like $250,000, but
there's a huge problem with the gravity launch, though. You know what it is, right?
Talk about the gravity turn.
Yeah, you know what the biggest problem with that whole thing is, right?
Man, I have a problem with it. Which problem are you talking about?
I'll explain it to you. The biggest problem with that is that when you arch that up and it starts to arch over and go flat, in order for it to fall into this gravity trajectory around the globe, it has to be 4,000 miles away. The distance of the radius, basically, to get to the edge of the Earth. Now, you can't. It would have disappeared from your eyesight a long time ago before it starts to drop off down around the ball. You can't see that far, my friend.
And here's the really big deal about that, God Rockin', is that what they're claiming about rockets doesn't apply to airplanes or helicopters, because I guess they're not traveling fast enough or high enough. So gravity just makes up for all that shit. But when you launch a rocket, you have to launch it, in the direction away from the way that the Earth is spinning. So you just have to get high enough and then do your second stage rocket to get you out to where then you're falling around the Earth.
Yeah, but that's 4,000 miles away from the launch site, bro. It would have disappeared, but yet you see it the whole time. Arch over and go down and head back down towards the Earth.
Yeah.
When it's falling,
that's when they dump the first stage rockets, though, right?
That's too far away, bro. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, I know that too. Yeah,
They claim that geostationary orbit is 22,300 miles away. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's a total.
It's unbelievable.
How do they put something? See, like the rockets and vehicles that they use to put those satellites into that geostationary orbit never go that high.
No, they don't. They just go.
How do they put those satellites?
They don't. They're not going that high. It's obvious.
I know that, God Rocket. I know that guy. I mean, but I'm asking, But so they bring these vehicles to space. They dump them out there, and they put them 22,000 miles. All right, cool.
I figured it out. It's called real good engineering.
So they take a vehicle, and then they spit them out just in the right trajectory where they'll eventually reach 22,000 miles from Earth.
Perfectly. So, like, for instance, have you ever been to Chuck E. Cheese or the fair, and they have that thing with the little heavy ball, and it's on a ramp, and there's like a hump in the middle and another hump, and then another thing at the end that you have to hit, right? And your job is to roll the ball over the two humps, hit the end, and make the ball stop in between the two humps, right? Anybody know the game I'm talking about? Nobody? The double hump rolly ball fair game? All right.
I've heard of
What?
it. I know what you're talking about.
All right, cool. Well, anyway, that's exactly the same principle, and I'm using Don Pettit logic right now, so give me a round of applause, please, and a pay raise. That's exactly the same type of engineering that they use to get these satellites into geostationary orbit. All you have to do is apply Chuck E. Cheese physics. It's actually really simple.
I just want to know where the vanishing point comes in on this whole thing. To the naked eye, where is it?
Oh, light travels forever, right? Except when it doesn't.
So now we can see forever through the atmosphere.
Something like that, I think. Here we go. I found it. Okay, it might not be a double hump, but I did find the game I'm talking about. It's really hard, by the way. This game. Roller Bowler apparently is its name.
So once you've perfected this game, you could maybe perfect a rocket launch? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roller Bowler. Nobody's ever played this? I mean, I guess Rookie said he's heard
I
of
know
it.
what you're. I've played the game before. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's tough. It's like really, really hard.
Yeah,
I never
physics.
won.
I mean, it's an exercise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to push it right far enough to catch it in the middle of the hump. And it's gonna hit a button at the end, and then you.
Well, maybe I'm wrong about it hitting the end. Maybe that's
no,
not
I think
really
I know
the
what
case.
you're talking about. Well, I mean, it's like there's a rubber thing at the end. You throw it. You throw the ball.
I don't think there is. I'm looking at a bunch of these pictures, and I think it really is. You're just supposed to get it on the other side of the hump, but the hump is low.
Different versions. I think I remember what you're talking about. So we're probably remembering the same thing. It's just not the same thing. But anyway, I mean, with these satellites being dumped into space, so every vehicle that introduces a satellite to space only goes to low Earth orbit, right? And are they going out in the right trajectory to go ahead and just spit them out, and then they eventually will reach where they go to their geocentric. I mean, these mathematicians at NASA are so brilliant that they can just figure out what the rocket's going to do and where to just like push. Once they reach low Earth orbit, then they can push the satellite into space, and it's gonna take it a while to actually reach geocentric orbit. But once it gets there, it's gonna follow around. It's gonna start falling around Earth in the right altitude, at the right altitude for us to actually be able to utilize it.
Push.
Yeah, I mean, because the vehicles themselves never get close to where the satellites are going.
Here's what I think is really, really funny. If you do the geometry on the circumference of the place where they say that these things are, and how they act like there's so much space junk. I did the I did the what would you call this? I did the so I took the minimum and the maximum values that they use, and did some globe, or basically sphere minus sphere volume mathematics to determine the total cubic volume of area, not area, but cubic volume that these satellites are alleged to exist in. And then took all the highest figures that they've ever proposed of quote unquote space junk to exist. And each and every piece of space junk had millions upon millions of cubic miles per piece based on the numbers that they provided. Like per piece had its own neighborhood of like several million cubic miles on average.
Gospel Bear, check out that link I just posted. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Have you seen it before?
Yeah, this and other similar.
Yeah, that's freaking ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, because when you do the mathematics, it's profoundly fallacious. And yeah, you can zoom out, way out on
going way out. That was from the Flintstones, right? That's where the fun is, way out.
So they've got this one that is allegedly at 162,000 kilometers away. The SL-6. 162,000 kilometers away.
So it's affected by Earth's gravity, but not necessarily by the sun or the moon, right? It's just like, this is the orbit of this satellite around Earth, but it's that far away. Comes close to Earth every once in a while, but then just slips its way like it's this elliptical orbit.
Yeah.
That stuff in dot space gets you, bro. If you can get stuck in there just looking at all the ridiculous orbits they claim, and all the vehicles, like I said earlier, that they use to spit these satellites into space. How do they know when they have this satellite, or this satellite, this is what I want the orbit to do, and I'm going to launch it on top of my NASA rocket or my SpaceX rocket, and I'm going to. What do you just let it go in space, or do you launch it out? Like, does it have a rocket on it? Does it have rockets where you just put it into that type of orbit?
Did you notice their Antarctica claim? Because I know everybody likes to talk about Antarctica, so I figured I'd bring that up. Did you notice what they show there to be hundreds, if not thousands, of satellites above Antarctica? Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Sure,
and then
they launch a lot of these balloons in Antarctica. So.
They've got these little Starlink worms, and the Starlink worms are like really, really low. Interestingly enough.
Is that a screen capture from Stuff in Dot Space?
Yeah.
It's freaking crazy, bro. Would you really? I mean, it's like each one of those dots you can zoom in on. They give you the date when the satellite was launched and all that kind of. They'll give you. It even has space junk and all that stuff on there. It's insane.
Yeah.
Like, that ISS would be having some issues, man, with some of the low Earth orbit satellites and stuff.
What is their explanation for these satellites that are at 60? Well, there's one at 66.6 kilometers. Just above Antarctica. LOL. And it's moving. Like, this is allegedly real-time.
Well, as far as the Stuff in Dot Space thing goes, I think that's an independent site that, it's a fan site basically, but But I don't know anything better.
No, that's cool. I appreciate you sharing. It's funny.
Because they won't really give you some of the detailed stuff that's on stuff in .space, because I've looked for some other sites that might be similar, but this is the best one that I.
Yeah.
And you can take each individual satellite, click on it, date, and you can go. You can go to NASA's website and see when the satellite was launched, or look it up on Wiki, all these. So they're not full of shit or anything. Whoever created that website is into this,
Sure, yeah, they're using someone's data.
I don't know. I'm not sure how much they update, but I don't think they're updating it as much as they used to. But it's fairly recent, within the past couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is this a new Z? Or is this a different Z? You know what I just said? The same thing in two different ways. I don't know why. I guess I'm tired.
You're a difference. Yeah, I heard your ass on like 7 o'clock this morning. So you must be tired.
Oh boy. All right. Yeah, the last Z
was
was with one E. That's why. Yeah. Thank you. All right, Z, you can say hello. Same person? Confirm, deny?
Oh no, I'm not the same person, guys.
Okay. So you're new to the server?
Yeah, I'm totally new. I just wanted to hear a bit about what you had to say just before bed. So
okay.
Yeah.
So to say about the topic of why Earth is not a ball.
Yeah, why it's not a ball, an egg, or whatever you want to call it, a globe.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not a ball, and we know that because we see too far for it to be a ball, especially the size that they say that it is. So it's just as flat as it looks. Simple as that.
Yeah, I've done my own research on it, and I've watched a lot of videos that you guys put on this server, and I'm like 90% sure now that it's flat, because if you're unsure about something, you do your own hypothesis or whatever you call it.
Observations.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Measurements.
Sorry?
Observations, demonstrations, measurements.
Yeah, exactly.
Those sorts of things. Have you sought out to do any of those things at this point, or just looking at other people's observations so far?
Mostly my own research on the internet and on the Quran, because several places in the Quran, for example, mentions a flat earth, like we laid it out like a bed, we laid out the earth like a bed, and I don't know, it doesn't make sense for it to be a globe, like we're spinning around in the universe. How fast? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel any acceleration or deceleration or motion?
No, you don't feel anything, and the water is always level.
Direction?
The stars are in the same position for how many thousands of years? How many millions of years?
Apparently forever.
Yeah, so
whatever that number is.
There's plot holes in their narrative, If you want to find it, you can find it. Like I saw some I don't know, it's so much that points at it being flat and not like a globe, because like water, it's always at level. So the physics of water wouldn't act like this if it was a globe. Like, do you understand what I mean? My English is so not so
You're
good.
making fine sense. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Sounds like you've been looking at the subject for a while. You were interested in joining. I got you a couple of roles there to coincide with what you're saying, and welcome.
Thank you. I actually made fun of my friend who is a Muslim too, and he came last year, and we agree on most things. Like, you can call us a conspiracy theorist, but we're not, because conspiracy theorists takes like 6 months now for it to be real. Like, it's just a weapon that I use to, like, put you in a circle. Like, there's always the other side. If you don't agree with me, you're an anti-vaxxer, for example. They made us do two sides. Like, do you understand?
Yep, you might be interested to look into who coined the phrase conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't done it.
Yeah, it might interest you to find out who it is that invented or coined that phrase.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It starts with C and it ends with IA.
Yeah, like, they've done so much that people don't know about. Like,
I'm not joking. They really are the ones that coined the phrase.
yeah,
It's public.
I
It's
don't doubt
public
it. I don't
information.
take it as a joke.
Yeah.
I gotta hear. That was real subtle.
What?
That was subtle.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't have to be using euphemisms when it's like declassified, publicly available government documents that everybody can go look up for themselves. It's not. It can't be possibly rendered as misinformation or disinformation because, again, it's verifiable.
Yeah,
verifiable. Exactly. But yeah, it's fun to be the opposite of subtle sometimes.
It is, because I think we're living in a time where people think there's no more slavery in the world. Like, we eradicated it a long time ago, but we're the biggest slaves in the history of mankind. There's not been so much percent in the whole wide world that's been in slavery like we are now, and we're kind of the best slavery that exists too, because we don't see ourselves as in slavery. We got the idea that we're free, like we live in a democratic world, or mostly people do, and in that way we're like sheeps and cattle in a way, and it's very easy to fall into that trap.
Yeah,
because you don't, you repeat the same cycle, so you remain in that cycle too over a long period of time, unless God shakes you really up in a moment and you take that as a learned skill, for example. So it's depressing. It's not a depressing world. It's in a world with lots of oppression, lots of snakery. It's like words don't have meaning anymore, for politics especially, for the people with money. It's a system to make rich people continue being rich and the poor being poor and in slavery. And I mean, even I'm just chatting away now. I don't know why.
It's all good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a long discussion. But anyway, back to my friend. he came to me last year and said, "Z, the Earth is flat." I was like, "Get out of here! What you talking about? I read everything about the universe. I know everything about the universe, about the solar system, about how the planets, the stars works. Like, you're coming to me and saying the flattest Earth is like absurd, you know? Because I've seen some videos on YouTube about debunking flat earthers, you know? And I remember back then how they attacked people who thought the flat is the Earth is flat, you know? It was like a heavy bombardation of mean comments. They're stupid. I was thinking, why are you being so mean? They just have their own opinion, on their own view on the world. You don't need to be so mean. And now, when I think back about it, it's like they attacked it because they knew it would be a threat later on, if not controlled, if not maintained in a way. And unless you really dig up on the world being flat, you won't find the answer. You keep on believing what you been kept telling since you were a child. And what's the hardest thing to fight against on something you been
Z,
taught?
let me ask you this. On that point, do you think they've been successful in fighting the flat Earth? Because I think everyone here that you've been talking to used to think the same thing. When we first saw flat Earth, it was the most ridiculous thing until we actually took some time to take a look at it. So, do you think that it's going the way that you thought it would, or is there something more?
I think it's going against their how can I say it? I don't think it's working. Like the truth will always prevail in a way. And
it's going against their cult. That's what it's going against.
Yeah, 100%. So
sure, man, and the harder we push against, the harder the pushback we get. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And if you like me, what I'm sure about is 100%, and I'm very sure that I'm gonna be 100% sure. I'm gonna plant the seed, like in my friends, in my family, in a way that I'm not just gonna come out and say, "Yo, the Earth is flat." No, it doesn't work like that. If you want to change someone's mind about if yours is the truth, they will search for it themselves. But you have to be settled with it, like
Well, if you're anything like me, I mean, my family, they didn't, they don't believe me, and I don't want them to believe me. I want them to see, whatever I see. But hey, it's just not. That's not the way it works with my family.
Yeah,
a lot of people like that. Well, they'll bring it up to their family, and they're like, "I see it, I see it." And that's not the way it is with my family. So yeah, it's different for everybody. But at least I express my opinion to my family. They know what I'm about, and we still have a good relationship. So that's cool.
And an icebreaker. I've got an icebreaker method. Hey, did you guys know that you can't do science on the stars? No, yeah, I was just reading this article about the scientific method, and it's actually pseudoscience to suggest that you can do science on any of the things that are up in the sky and stuff. Like they have like really cool ideas about what's up there, but did you know it's actually not a scientific process that they come to the conclusions they come to? That would be a good icebreaker.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you just explain to them it's a philosophical concept, and that's where it came from. Philosophy.
That is where it came from.
Not physical science at all.
Yeah.
Then you can also ask, when was the last time you saw a different star in the sky?
mean, other than where it was predicted to be through thousands of years. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I would never.
That's what I meant.
I would never be
I know
able
what you
to
meant.
answer that. I mean, I paid attention to the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, Orion's Belt, and that is it. Like, I'm not a constellation watcher necessarily or identifier. I don't know what I could identify apart from those because everything else just looks like a bunch of dots. But those have the
And it's really, you can look into a little bit of astrology. You can find it out really quick. I mean, it's not hard to study some astrology and find the constellations different times of the year. Not really a hard process.
Yeah.
See, I went ahead and downloaded onto voice chat the documentary Flatten the Curve that came out February 22nd of this year, 2020. It's really, really good. If you haven't seen it yet, you can go to voice text and just go ahead and save it to your phone or go ahead and watch it. It's off of BitChute, which is the more of the free speech alternative to YouTube. And other than listen to a few Flat Earth people like maybe Nathan and obviously Helio's 2 songs on YouTube were absolutely awesome. I shared those everywhere. And thank you, Helio. And so if you want to watch that 90-minute documentary, I highly recommend it. It will open your eyes if you haven't seen it already, and then you can share it with other people as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to also say, BitChute does censor a little bit sometimes. But they do take down some people's videos. But where you can upload your videos, you can create an account on archive.org. That's where I put my very controversial videos that I can't upload anywhere else. And then just be careful even where you share them. If you share a video from my archive.org channel on Facebook, I got a freaking 60-day freaking ban from posting. I could still participate, but yeah, I responded with one of my videos on a link, and I couldn't go live for 60 days. But yeah, you can archive your videos. You can create your own channel on archive.org, upload every single one of the videos you have that are very controversial. And so far, mine are pretty freaking controversial, the ones that I share sometimes. And I need to upload some more there. But yeah, just go to archive.org, create an account, and you can upload stuff there. And, it's pretty much like YouTube. You just create a channel.
The big one. You may say hello. I have unmuted you. The big one.
Wait, who's this guy? Make Israel great again, since the big one is not going to talk.
Yeah, just started.
This sounds like an interesting
Yeah,
person.
let's talk to that guy.
Israel great again. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops.
All right, somebody's already done. All right, go for it.
There we go. Go ahead, say what you need to say, Maiga. This is sad.
Oh man, we're giving you came here.
Yep, there's 3 of them here, and one of them tried to friend me.
Make Israel great again. You have your mic open, aren't you? Here to speak.
Well, just imagine joining a voice chat and refusing to use your voice.
Oh, we also got echo chambers and the big one.
Yep.
I have a feeling they all came from another server and just like, hey, let's check out what Flat Earthers got. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I mean, don't be a pussy. Open your microphone. Talk to us.
Yep. Let's go.
Okay, my question is, why does Earth take the shape of its container?
Does everybody know who that is? I do.
I do.
That was it. Oh no, I don't.
Drinker.
What was that question though? Why does the Earth?
Why does Earth take the shape
What,
of its
what is the
container?
water
What kind of
take
question
the
is
shape
that?
of the container, or the Earth take the shape of its container?
He's such a guy.
Are you
What
confused right now?
What a guy. What a
Is
guy.
that trying to confuse people? Because you just did. That's all that you're trying to do, and that's not what we're here trying to do.
Yeah.
We're not here telling you about the container and the shape of the Earth.
Why does Earth take the shape of its container?
Really? I was
This
so
is-
confused. I was thinking maybe he's talking about the water, and I'll give him that. But
Yep.
no.
This is the consequence when your skull is occupied by urine instead of a brain.
That's the one. Make Israel great again? Are you here? No. The big one? Hello?
Did they
Are you
all
here?
leave because they really?
Yeah, I don't know.
They all left, man.
When your skull is occupied by what? Did you say instead of your brain?
Urine instead of a brain.
Urine.
That kind of makes me think of when you have urea in your joints. What's that called when you have like urea in your joints?
Sounded just like him.
No, it was.
Uranus and urine.
But I mean, go back to the question that he was asking. I mean, it's a
No,
confusing
it's not even
one.
worth. It's not even worth.
Let's see if we can wrap our heads around it. Just a minute.
All right.
I thought we were trying to find out
two
what's
different
in
questions in one, really. I mean, truly. Tried to mix them
Either,
both in one,
I mean, obviously he's trolling, but I must not understand the argument in the first place. That was pretty.
I thought
hey,
it's not wrapped around them.
I swear I heard it wrong. That's all.
No, I mean,
no.
He's either a brilliant troll or a total dumbass.
No, it's definitely the second, and he's been here under
multiple times
at double-digit screen names over the past month. Yeah. All right. Make it.
You never know. These two other ones that came in could be like his recorders.
They could be. I am moving Make Israel Great Again up to VC check-in 1 if anybody is feeling extra generous and would
Jump in
like
there.
to.
You think that he just didn't want to talk in the live stream? I'll go up there and talk to him.
Just in case.
Justin's
up there now.
Cool. Hi, Nicholas. How new are you to the server? I don't recognize your screen name.
I'm not super new. I was here a while back.
Okay. You have VC verified. Did you ever come to a conclusion about Earth not being a ball?
Oh, yeah. Earth's not a ball. It's not a globe.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see how that could be possible.
And why?
It doesn't seem possible that people are upside down in Australia. Like if I'm like on the opposite side, according to the globe model, it doesn't make sense either way that they push that. I think they're pushing something that's way too round. It doesn't make sense even to look at it.
What about the whole fact that we see way too far for Earth to be a ball? Is that not?
Yeah. You can see with your own eyes farther than what's like what is it? After 8 miles, it's supposed to be curving.
Well, it's supposed to be curving everywhere and always. That's geometry.
Right, and we can see like sometimes like 12 miles on a clear day.
Or further, depending. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't observe curvature. How they say. It's not how they said, basically. It's like, it's impossible that people would be upside down walking around when you're walking straight upside.
But gravity.
They just use that to explain everything. It doesn't really explain anything because it just use it to explain everything, but they can't explain it, really.
Just a theory.
Hmm.
And another
Thank
thing
you,
is
Morvis.
Vacuum in space, right?
Space could be water because they're not going to space. There's no satellite images that are real.
Yeah, let's say space is whatever they say. It's vacuum, like vacuum, right? That's what it's called.
That doesn't
I
make
heard.
sense either.
I heard you wanted to push somebody off the edge, Nicholas. How's that working out for you?
The edge? Well, depending where it is. Like, who knows where that is? I don't really know.
Well, I mean, if you're going to push somebody off the edge, wouldn't you have to first know where the edge is in order to push somebody off it?
Yeah. Where's the edge of the universe?
Well, I don't know. I don't know, man. But you're the one that said I'm going to push you off the edge.
The edge? No. I didn't. Not saying I'm going to push anyone.
On March 29th, 2022? No?
No, I don't think so. Edge.
Up.
Can you see the live stream voice text? Bro, you know how funny it is when people are exposed as
That
liars?
silence is like deadly.
Where's the writing? I'm trying to see where it says.
So I just pinged you. It's right up above the live stream. So if you look at my name, the person that's talking, Justin, and then look right up above it, there's a text chat. Click on that, and you'll see your messages.
Hashtag live stream voice text.
Hey, Nicholas, which of those messages to us is your favorite? Which one?
That's a good question, actually. I'd like to know that, too.
I'll tell you mine when you're done telling us yours.
At which time? Could you give me a clue? Because now I'm dying to know what time was talking about.
We're posting them. Someone's posting them in live stream voice text tonight.
Yeah,
I know. I'm looking, but I'm just trying to notice which one. I'm trying to just know which one you're talking about.
All of them.
Well, my favorite so far is LOL with an L at the end. To a second one. I uncapitalized I never noticed any curvature while riding the bomb. That's a pretty good reference, especially for a younger gentleman to know. Is that Dr. Strangelove reference? Because that would be something your parents told you. But anyway, yeah, that's my favorite one. Dr. Strangelove message.
That's assuming you know who I am, I guess. Like,
no, we don't know.
You're like,
oh, wait a
probably,
minute.
You know something.
Oh no, I don't want to know who you are.
No, you sound about like 23, 24.
You don't know. So I guess we're even.
Even, huh? Okay, I didn't know we were competing. Anyway, continue.
I didn't know that it really matters to you so much. It seems to matter to you a lot more than to me. I don't see this message where I push someone off the edge.
That's okay.
No,
we can move on from it, can't we? Or do you guys want to keep grilling them on these? Because they are funny.
They are funny.
Yeah, so everybody who's listening on Discord and YouTube and everything, Nicholas sent us a bunch of not so adult messages before he came in here and is now posing LARPing as a flat earther. So just to let everybody know what's happening here.
Oh, there it is. I'm going to push you off the edge. Okay.
I want you to tell us about
sort
the
of
edge.
funny. Since nobody knows where the edge is. So like
you're the only one that said anything about it too.
Yeah. Edge of what? Edge of what? Tell us where the
edge of the shoreline. The edge of the shore.
He doesn't remember that, guys. He doesn't remember that he said
where the land and the ocean meet.
Is that the standing claim, Nicholas? You don't remember saying these things?
Like, whatever.
Is that the standing claim? You don't remember?
Whatever is your answer.
No, I said it just to be funny at the time, but it's not a big deal. Like,
what is the claim?
Oh, good. Okay, so then we know we can pass it, right, Nick? You can get past all of the bullshit that you came in with.
Yeah, we can forgive you.
Something, then you can.
Yeah.
No. I'm just saying, with all the messages that you have, you know that's bullshit, right? All of your messages that are in the live stream right now that you posted prior to coming in today.
Not all of them. You're just posting the ones.
Well, that one's 4.6, 4.1, 3.30, 3.29. Yeah, they're all.
Right, well, hey, let's clean slate. Let's start over. Nicholas, do you have questions for us? I mean, let's start. I mean,
that's what I would like to move on.
Seriously.
Yeah.
From the bullshit.
I'm curious. I haven't heard Nicholas before, so I don't know what he posted. I mean, a lot of people get triggered when they come in here, but hey, you stuck around. So, Nicholas, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Today?
Yeah. I've talked to people before. I also expressed my feeling how I don't think it's a globe. Like, to them, to other people, I think I'm fairly honest about that. Because I don't think it is a globe. I just don't see how it can be.
Yeah, you're kind of on the same page with us in that way. So I don't know why you would have an issue with, for the most part, everything we're saying here. I mean, it sounds like you've gotten some kickback from some of the moderators here. So I'm just curious about why you're getting that. I mean, are you arguing with us or are you agreeing with us?
I'm agreeing with you.
All right, cool. So Earth cannot be the globe that they give us. 3,959 miles in circumference, third rock from the sun, all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
All right, cool. Continue, gentlemen.
Do you know any of the arguments, Nick?
I don't understand what refraction is. Is it just like, is it something that's blocking me from seeing farther that they say? Like, is it light reflection?
Isn't that what the globe logic says, right?
Yeah, I don't understand refraction.
Real quick, they just to give it a very, very, very simple answer before you guys give him the technical answer, which he should get. Well, the only thing is the reason Globers bring it up is they say refraction is making the horizon both travel further than we should be able to see and make the whole world look flat. They say refraction is bending light upward so that it looks flat even though it's curved. Bending light. That's what they say refraction is doing to make it not even. It doesn't even appear to be a globe, dude. It still appears flat. So
yeah, that's the most embarrassing argument that Globers give, and they should be embarrassed, by that argument. It's like even though it looks flat, it's not.
Exactly. Last I'll say about it is, imagine trying to bend a stream of light around a curve. Okay, light doesn't bend around a curve. You can really try hard and make it go around that curve, but it's not just going to bend on its own, especially given natural air conditions. It's never going to happen. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's what Matthew said last night when he was our guest Glober. He said, that water at rest bends, and he said that light bends. It's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, never been shown in reality. Thanks, Matthew. We love that.
Right, but
standing water does not bend.
Refraction
is standing water, the thing that mosquitoes breed in. It's just standing water. That doesn't bend. You know why? Because when they say it looks flat, but it isn't, it should be because it doesn't measure that way. But it not only looks it, but it also measures flat.
Is refraction not real then?
Well, not in the way
It's
that the
it's
Glovers.
non sequitur. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They have no. It's just an excuse for why we measure every time we
If you
measure
can see past, okay, what
past
the
or
globe
geometric limit.
reality says, you can't. If you can see past what it can't, then how is it a globe?
Yeah, because we see further than it's geometrically possible with the size it gave, so it's done. It's over. Even with just the black swan. That's it.
Hey guys, who is Leon, and why does he sound just like Elijah?
Huh?
Elijah was on for a second.
No, Elijah was talking. He's here.
Yeah.
No, this guy Leon. I thought he was talking.
No. Elijah is here, and he was talking. Leon, I don't know.
Lionel, no, he doesn't sound like Elijah at all.
Oh, I just saw it lighting up.
It might have been lighting up, yeah.
I was like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah, Lionel, soy de España.
No,
You know, I was like playing a video. I was playing a video. I don't know if the voice of the video goes.
Mute your mic when you do that.
No, that's why it lit up. I mean, there's a lot of people here, so yeah, it was fun. I was just messing around. I know Elijah wouldn't come in an alt account just like I don't usually do. I mean, but some of us do sometimes just to kind of scout. We're scout. You know, we're protect the server by using alt accounts just to scout, and we all let each other know when that's happening. I was just wondering.
What?
I saw him light up. What?
Oh yeah.
You say
Dude,
I'm
so sleepy.
I'm not going to create an alt account that I'm just going to listen and you guys don't know who I am? Not listening. Shit. No, but I don't necessarily do that all the time. But it was just weird to me. Go ahead. No, I haven't talked to Leon before. It sounds like a cool dude. So you're a Spaniard?
I'm Argentinian. I have
cool.
Yeah, originally born in Argentina. And I'm so tired.
And I see you have the Antarctic AIDS role, and so you have a desire to get yourself killed by traveling to to Antarctica.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I've never heard you talk about it before. I'm just messing with you, bro. No, if you're really new to the server,
it's
I bet this motherfucker's in the same time zone as I am.
No. It's 10 minutes to 4 a.m. But
a.m. It's a bad.
Yeah, I don't want to. I have to go to sleep, but I don't want to go to sleep. I'm like in conflict with myself.
Get your ass to bed.
Yeah.
You need your sleep, dude.
Yeah, I need somebody to tell me that.
Get your sleep.
That's why I'm saying it.
Wait,
don't succumb to FOMO.
He's been here for a minute.
No,
I don't want to like. What?
And I knew it was getting late for him.
I know, but at the same time, somebody from Argentina, we don't get to
like
talk
7
to
hours
from
away
Argentina.
From me.
Dude, are you serious? People in Argentina are just a couple hours in time zones wise. You know, it's pretty close.
I'm not.
It's like
I'm not in Argentina.
Oh, you would dance.
But if you're at 4 o'clock a.m. Yeah, it's only 8 o'clock here.
So it's the time zone correct. For me, it's 2:49.
Yeah, see,
for him is 3. For him is 3.
See, Miguel knows. You've been paying attention.
Yeah, the time zone is correct. Okay, it's
yeah.
That's good.
Now he's
Like I said, go to bed.
Oh, he's in Europe. He lied to me and said he was in Argentina.
Oh my gosh,
No,
he
he's
is
actually
from.
in Spain right now.
Yeah.
From Helio. From.
I have two passports. I have
Not
two
in,
passports.
from.
Okay, well, I guess of course there's a difference between in where you're from.
Rockin'. Oh, nice. Someone was quick with that one.
Sniped.
So
There's another technique for handling hot mic that I think might be better, and that is just disconnecting the person. That way they can be like, wait, what happened? And then they're there again, right? If you're AFK and you get DC'd, no harm, no foul, and you come back to your computer and like, or your device, whatever it is, and you go, oh, I guess I need to rejoin. But then you're there and you're not going to be hot micing. And you're also not server muted. So anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
Food for thought for certain people that are like God Rockin' has an honorary PhD in hot miking.
That's right.
He's not God Rockin'. He's hot micing. That's his name.
It wouldn't be the real God Rockin' if there wasn't some hot micing.
Thank you very much. You guys,
dude, it's always the case. It's been that way from the beginning for you, brother. We love you, brother.
You guys are very gracious to me.
We got some hot mic and love for you, brother.
Otherwise, it'd be invasion of the body snatchers.
No, you do. And I love you guys for putting up with my dumb ass.
You're
not dumb. It's just like you just forget to fucking mute your mic.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll just stick to the facts. It's okay. It's not.
Anyway, this guy from Argentina, he didn't tell me that he lives in Spain now, but I could tell he was a Spaniard. He failed to tell me that he lives in Spain. Am I wrong? Or what am I missing here? You guys are telling me he's in another time zone because if you're in South Africa, you're very similar to my time zone. But
South
now
America,
you guys
you
are
mean?
insane.
South America, you mean?
Argentina is similar.
Yeah, you said Africa.
I'm in Central Time, so Argentina, with Central Time, it's only a couple. One way or the other, it's only a couple.
Yeah, that's
different.
true.
It's like two.
Confused too.
But if this guy is from Argentina but living in Spain now, that's a difference.
He's across the big pond.
That's fucking 6 hours difference.
And he needs to get some rest. Yeah, it's 9 hours difference from me.
I mean, I was just wondering if am I fucking this up?
Yeah, you are a little bit because Argentina's 3 hours difference from Central Time Zone.
Yeah.
To the west.
You got it right.
I posted
to the east.
Yeah.
To the
okay.
East.
Cool.
Probably to the east.
To the east.
All right. So
look at the map. I know it's Mercator or whatever. Fine, but regardless,
no, it's functional. I totally get it.
Mercator contorted.
Yeah. But regardless, that is the time
zone. It still works out. Yeah, I get that.
So yeah, they're way over there. And
over there.
Send the troops over there.
Over there.
Yeah, I know that song.
Because the Yanks are coming. The Yanks are coming.
I don't think it was about the Yanks.
Well, that song was.
Wasn't that World War I? Over there song? Wasn't that like?
No, World War II.
I think that's more of a
World War II.
Yeah, it was like a southern people song. Over there. Well, I mean, it's
World War I.
There was some weird shit about World War One. That was
look.
Because the Yanks are coming. I thought
it was World War One. Really, I was wrong.
Really, I'm gonna have to look that shit up now.
World
I think
War
that was a
I
Civil
song.
War shit. That was a Civil War song. Man.
World War I song over there, similar to the patriotic songs of World War II.
Thanks. All right.
Over there, 1917 song written by George M. Cohan. I just need the lyrics.
How do you know so much about it?
Send the word over there.
Yeah.
Cause the Yanks are coming, the Yanks are coming. That's all I remember about them.
Oh, they're calling themselves the Yanks. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, people in America call the Yanks the English people. You know, I could be wrong about that.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
I know.
Yeah, I thought that
learned.
was a Civil War song.
Who's playing this song? Sonny, you're killing us, bro.
Over there.
Oh my gosh.
Send the word over there.
Send the word. It's flat over there.
Oh, now I got the key right. Yanks.
Flat earthers are coming. Flat earthers are coming. Now they're over there.
This is amazing, but not really at all.
Hey, Monday night always gets crazy here, man. You're gonna have to get used to that shit, Gospel Bear.
Over there. Okay, that's enough of that.
Yeah, there's just ear raping me.
No, but seriously, I mean, the origin of the song over there. I mean, everyone's heard it, like, in it, you know.
Well, apparently not everyone. Can anybody remember the meme name for Canagoo? Because somebody in the chat asked, does anyone know the furthest distance that we've done infrared?
You know, let me find it. See if I can find it. I don't know if it'll be quick, but
The Canagoo long distance observations are one of the answers to that
Is
question.
it like 3,100 miles or something like that?
270 miles.
No, just under 300 miles.
Oh, I thought you said infrared. But it was way further than that, but I might be.
No, but they don't use infrared in the Canagoo.
Okay, well, I'm not answering their question appropriately then. Does anybody know a good answer for that person's question?
What are they asking about it?
What are they asking?
Long distance infrared observations and or laser experiments.
Well, the infrared would go with J. Tolan Media. He's the one that does infrared observations from an airplane.
Yeah.
Canagoo,
yeah, that's the guy I was thinking.
But he doesn't. He's never done Canagoo.
Okay, never mind then. So it looks like Black Globe answered the question appropriately. So thank you for that.
I wish she's.
I'm tired of Black Globe getting all the credit. That's just bullshit.
Me too. This is a bunch of crap.
No. Black Globe's on top of this shit.
Awesome.
In the trench, he spent a lot of time in the trenches at the.
No,
YouTube.
actually, the Canagoo.
Oh, there's someone else's.
Hold on, the Canagoo footage that we share all the time actually comes from Globies.
Here it is. We got it.
Yeah, so we don't even. But it's not even about that.
I don't know if this is the right one. Kind of like that as some background music. That's quite catchy there. Wow.
I've perfected my sound system.
Yeah, that's
I can play anything on YouTube and it will sound on Discord now like you are playing it. So what would you like me to play?
That.
Well, you have to be careful because, hey.
Oh, shoot.
That's exactly what I mean. Exactly right, Elio. I have to be careful.
I mean, just use the bot. Just be careful with what you play. I mean,
there's the data to Canagoo. The data, the little.
Yeah.
So hold on, I'm trying to find a meme. Why
this
are these
channel's not monetized on YouTube? It's not.
Can we sanitize these memes? They're out of control. A lot of them are so useless.
What you're looking at, Sonny?
I'm looking at the Ether 9000, all the list of all the memes.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh yeah,
it's horrible.
It's a lot of years.
It's just not compiled at all.
No.
Are you on a PC or an Apple or whatever?
I'm on a PC.
Just download your own freaking memes and upload them as. I don't ever use the bot here, but some people do. But
I've got quite a few of them memorized. But
once either create your own or just upload them. Because it's a very expensive library in the in the meme category in the and with the bot, and I don't even mess with that shit.
If it was alphabetized, it might work better.
It's even harder to use that. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Here's one.
Can I
just posted one there? It's kind of good.
Here's another one. I don't know what this is going to be. It says, it says Canahu 6. Yeah, that's the one. Canahu 9. Oh, there's another one. Cool. Now I'll try to remember that. And Canahu 6.
It was like, you flat earthers you're in a religious belief of or flat because you don't understand science. It's like,
I call that.
This is what we're trying to explain to you, that the Earth cannot be what they told us Earth is.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not like this isn't. You're making this harder for yourself.
275 miles.
Helio, according to Matthew last night, you and I and the rest of us in here don't have enough education. Because if we did, we'd all be Globers.
Hold on. Matthew knows better, and that's why I think I gave him a little bit of shit last night about that.
And he learned most of what he knows about the globe from us. That is so funny.
Dude, that I'm pretty sure I gave him a little bit of shit last night. I don't remember all of it. But bro, that dude is
he certainly
we let him on this platform to utilize him to hold the standard, right? But he has like
the idiot factor.
Here's what the Globies say, and boom, 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 all of this, just like
with this. I'm generally not violent, but Matthew needs his ass beat for what he's done.
Sorry,
dude, that's what's so fun about having him on here sometimes, because he can take a beating like a motherfucker.
No, he needs it to be physical, though.
Glutton for punishment, man. Wow. I mean, I can't see somebody that either doesn't know they're being intellectually just demolished and dismantled. Either they don't know or they don't care. I don't know which one's worse.
You know what's really strange to me? I mean, as far as Matthew, and since he comes on here, I can say whatever the fuck I want to about him because he comes on, our Discord and our YouTube channel. Hey, Matthew, we always ask him about, so you teach your students this way and that and that. He's like, yes, I'm a professor in a university. But he chooses to spend hours and hours on end with us asking about physics and, math problems. And I'm not, well, isn't it interesting they call it problems, right? Like, solve this problem. So numbers are problems now?
I mean, understand.
I know through math. I mean, that's when hey, solve this problem. But if it's not a problem, it's just like it is what it is, right?
Okay, hey, calm down. You're gonna hurt the numbers' feelings.
Yeah, I'm gonna hurt the problems' feelings, and especially the math professor. But I'm not gonna hurt his feelings. You know how fucking thick his skin is. He's like, look at me, I can fucking hang out with the flat earthers. It's like a shark in the waters that are hanging out with some catfish and shit. And I'm not going to eat them.
Yeah, like a shark with no teeth.
Yeah, it's like
a Matthew Gummer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, hey, Matt, and I think it's like, hey, just let him say his stupid bullshit because people were just.
Well, how do you stop him?
This bullshit.
I mean, there's no stopping him.
Every time he opens his mouth, he knows what we're saying. I know that motherfucker's smart enough to understand what we're saying, and
But this information, this material though that we have in the archives is going to go down in history as one of the biggest laughingstocks of all time. Someone that doesn't mind being that person that is going to be left. Think of it. Could be left at
the intellectual. What the
moron
did reject the intellectual reject, because we're trying to point out very obvious things that where what he's saying about globe Earth cannot possibly be true, and he's just like standing there defending it. And that goes for a lot of the YouTubers that are going, doing all the anti-globers. They have no leg to stand on when it comes to, the wall of defense of real science and physical observation of Earth. They have nothing to defend it by. They all stand on beliefs, and it's ridiculous. And instead of actually standing up for, if they really had some physical evidence, they would bring it to us, because we have an open platform and we're willing to talk to them 24 hours a day.
They would have by now if they had some. That's the problem.
I know. They have had that opportunity for many years, and they refuse to do it. They'd rather make anti-flat Earth channels and then say that we're not willing to talk to them on their platform. And when we actually do go to their platform, they have all their friends, and it's just like, well, they can do whatever the fuck they want to on their platform. And then it's like when they do come into our platform, they'll say, see what flat earthers do. They'll make videos, which is fine. But hey, now people just are believers. Just like that song. Then it's, I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales.
Encore.
Meant for someone else, but not for me.
Shut your ass up.
The moon landing on TV. They really went, just trust me. It showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. I'm a believer. Not a trace. Out of my mind. It's real. But I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Yeah, these motherfuckers. It's frustrating. It's just like, I got something on you. They think we're believers. Hey, we don't know. Sonny.
Sorry.
We admit we don't know. Right? These assholes. We know. We know because
we just damn well do know.
No, I damn well do know creation, but I don't know how God did it, Well,
that's beside the point. It's done already.
But that's what we observe. Now, they're trying to figure out how it could have happened on accident, which makes them look like fucking idiots.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't believe in God, so I'm going to try to figure out how it might have happened on accident, and I'm going to call it science when I try to figure that out. It's like, nigger, you ain't going to figure that shit out. And if anyone gets
take it easy.
Dude, if you get offended by the N-word, I'm going to fucking say it again. It's just my vernacular, bro. Don't fucking worry about it.
Years after global warming.
And I grew up in Little Rock, Arkansas. I can say nigga if I want to.
Little Rock. Bom, 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 Little Rock.
Gentlemen.
So were you and
Rock.
Helio, were you and Bill and Hillary all good buds, were you?
I did vote for Bill Clinton my first election. And then I voted for George Shithole. My second time I voted. I haven't voted since then. That was over 20 years ago. I haven't voted for anyone.
Where were you? Where were
in
you?
Little Rock, nigga. I was in Little Rock.
Where were you when all the planes were landing all that cocaine?
Definitely wasn't in Hope, Arkansas, because I didn't know Bill Clinton. I just he was governor for 12 years before I voted for him for president. But
So you
I
probably
wasn't
saw one of the planes landing, I guess, then.
No. I was in Jacksonville. I mean, Hope is like 3 hours away from Jacksonville. So
Oh, okay, I guess that wouldn't work. So you must saw the planes that were landing the cocaine in Jacksonville.
I didn't know shit about that.
I'm just kidding.
Until many years later.
So Helio voted for the man from Hope. That's cool. That's cool.
Well, there's a larger story, but you guys don't want to hear my story.
We'll have to do that some other time. I'd love to hear it.
I've talked about it a few times on here, but yeah, I mean, not everybody's here all the time, so whatever. Yeah, I grew up in Arkansas when Bill Clinton was governor for 12 years, and then he ran for president. Yeah, I have some stories about that. Anyway, when I graduated from high school, he was governor in Arkansas, and that was the year that he ran for president and won. So yeah, I have some stories about that. For me personally. And that's when I graduated from high school, went to college and shit. Something else.
Strange times in Jacksonville.
Dude, Jacksonville's a fucked up city. I'm not going to tell you all the secrets of Jacksonville, Arkansas. I mean, Jacksonville, Arkansas is the home of Little Rock Air Force Base. So there's some other secrets right there. You know what I'm saying? It's the largest C-130 Air Force base in the world.
Wow.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? Don't get me started.
That's funny. They call it. It's in Jacksonville, but they call it the Little Rock.
Yeah, they call it Little Rock, but it's only like 10 miles away from Little Rock. So, yeah, it's Little Rock Air Force Base. That's where I grew up, in that town around Little Rock Air Force Base. That's where I grew up.
Anyone new in here? Boy, that was a long time.
Hi, this is Casey. I'm kind of new, but just new to joining one of these live streams.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to have you.
Welcome to the truth. Welcome to the truth.
Thank you.
We don't have all the truth, but it ain't because we don't want it.
Right. I hear that.
Okay, I'll concede that point. Welcome to the pursuit of the truth, or seek the truth.
Yeah, that's the better way of saying it. Pursuit of the truth.
Nice.
Well, it definitely seems to be true that, I mean, I don't, if it's okay to bring in her or not, but for me, seek and you will find. I mean, that's definitely true. It seems like people just, you end up finding it.
So how did you break away from thinking with your feelings? Because all I do is run across women that think with their feelings. How did you break away?
I'm not so sure. I mean, I think that honestly, the indoctrination is just so deep. Like for me, I thought that I had, was actually somewhat broken out of it. And then it was, other actual political things that I started to get involved in. And then once there was some actual action going on, I think that just started sort of a snowball effect for me, where then you start to just see the indoctrination everywhere, like from basically, I haven't had a television since I was like 20, but I only discovered the flat earth like last August from watching it was a Union of the Unwanted episode, and there were people from Flat Earth on there. And then, the typical story where it was like, oh, this can't be right. And then kept researching, and then was like, holy shit, this is real. So I don't know that. And then also like letting go of the ego, and then I don't know, maybe personal experience, but I'm not sure. I don't know that it's necessarily always a bad thing to have your emotions involved, so long as there's, a balance there. And then also, I don't know. Personally, I know a lot of men who are very emotional. So
Yeah. Men aren't men anymore. Yeah, you're right. Men aren't men anymore.
Yeah.
Like
You got a lot in here, I'll tell you that much.
So I don't know. That was a long-winded answer, but there you have it.
A lot of men these days are easily offended in their feelings, very much. So.
And Kiwi's not one of them, though, right?
Yeah, he likes to expose them. He exposes them. That's the good thing.
I mean, he's not emotional at all. I mean, I never.
It's just one emotion: utter contempt.
Shit. But it's consistent, so you got to give it. I got to give you that. Man.
Yeah, consistency. That's +1.
I can deal with that because
right.
Then I know what I'm dealing with.
I'm not fucking bi or tripolar. That's for sure. There's some sanctuary in that.
Yeah, there is. That's true.
I just made that up, by the way. It sounded good.
Where be the Glarbers?
I'll stick with KC, man. She sounds pretty interesting. Quite articulate. And
yes.
Well, she can work on her conciseness, but other than that. So you said when you haven't watched TV since you were 20. What are you, 21?
Exactly. You got it. No, older than that. But I don't. I'm sure everybody here is aware of what's happening to free press and things like that. So, I mean, a big wake up call for me was when they arrested Assange, and so yeah, I mean, I've just seen things, at least government-wise, just get progressively worse. And then you have the COVID thing, and then I think even working amongst that, like you see a huge division. It's like everybody's incredibly atomized. So they're, and I'm sure that I'm included in that as well. But just the pieces just seem to not be put together. And so I feel like even amongst, resistance, there's a lot of ego in that, and I just don't. So I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the state that I see things in.
Let's get down to brass tacks. Let's get serious. What's your favorite color?
Periwinkle.
Sounds like brass knuckles to me.
No, but I asked that question earlier about the laser experiment and the
It wasn't an experiment.
Yeah, and the infrared camera. And the reason I was asking that, I was just wondering if it, like, and I put this in the chat too, but just if you guys thought that would be like something like worthy to try to fund of, just getting like a consecutive distance with laser experiment and the
an experiment. I'm gonna have to stop you. I gotta stop you. That's not an experiment.
Or okay, well, what would you call it?
I'd call it anything else but an experiment.
Maybe a test.
It wouldn't be a test. Not a test either. In this genre, test is experiment.
So like the laser observations.
That's fine.
Okay. So anyway, to get that, through, going in two directions even, so almost like with a cross, so that you can kind of, you know what I mean, have it on a plane over like a good amount of distance. I don't know if
why we need that.
Well, I mean, I don't know. My thought is that we're trying to, reach people. To me, it's like, I feel like that's the big one.
Nah, here's an easy one. It's already done for you. Okay, you ready? I'm going to be serious this time, I promise.
Sure.
Okay, so do you understand just the basic framework of celestial navigation?
Sort of.
Okay, what they have an instrument called a sextant. You heard of that before, right?
Yes.
So a sextant is the entire foundation of celestial navigation. Now, they've been performing celestial navigation successfully, navigators, mariners, on the oceans for better than, I would say, 2 centuries. Let's just call it 2 centuries, make it even. Pretty accurately, right? So they must be doing something right. Now, what they do is they pull this sextant out, and what a sextant does, its only mission in celestial navigation is to acquire an elevation angle. You following?
Yeah.
The only way that you can acquire an elevation angle using a sextant is to have a flat horizontal baseline. Are you tracking with me still?
Yeah, so basically it's not needed because we have the stars.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The only way to get an elevation angle to a celestial body is that baseline that you're measuring the elevation angle from must be flat, horizontal. You getting it? Yeah.
So couldn't the laser test that she's talking about just be used as a proof of that?
We're not going to laser test. It's not a test anyway. Put it to the side. I don't want to get off track with it.
Well, couldn't the laser observation just be used as a proof of
get off the laser. Laser, no. No laser. We're on elevation angles. So KC, to get an elevation angle, please with the music, go on mute or do something. Not you, KC, whoever's doing it. To get an elevation, this is very important. The only way to acquire an elevation angle with that baseline is looking at the horizon, by the way. That's the baseline. The only way you can acquire that angle is for it to be flat, horizontal, or else you can't get an elevation angle. You can't perform celestial navigation at all. Follow?
I have a question. Does a sextant work if you are traveling through the mountains, or is it just like an ocean tool, like as far as like
can, but that's not
ship navigation? About. I'm curious. Is it just more of a ship navigation tool?
No, you can use it on land, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about mariners.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
But we want to keep it simple. Keep it straightforward. Casey, are you with me?
Yeah, no, I get it. But my thought is to like prove that line continuously.
That line, it has to be continuously because in order for, like I said, to get the elevation angle, but what you're trying to get the elevation angle off of, you're trying to pinpoint the GP or the geographic position of that star on the Earth at 90 degrees. That's another point. That's the second point. I'm just on the first. I don't need to go there. In order to get an initial elevation angle to begin with, it has to be a flat level baseline, like a triangle, right? You can't have a curved baseline on a triangle, or it's not a triangle. Follow?
No, I get it.
That's it. The Earth's flat. That's all you need. It's over. It's been over for a couple centuries.
And that's just like literally 101 trigonometrics, right?
Trigonometry. Well, it's more an elevation angle. You You don't even need trigonometry. Just
Well,
yet.
yeah, trigonometry is generally useless to most people, but it does have its
we're not at
applications.
trigonometry. I don't want to go down to steps 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I can just pull all my chips in on the elevation angle, all in, and the prosecution rests, and it's over. I don't need to go to talk about anything else. That's it. Got me, Casey?
Yeah, I do.
That's it. There you go. I mean, we have plenty other proofs of flat, non-rotating Earth. We have plenty other ones, but that one kills it. It's over. If you go past that, then you're just making shit up. That's what people think. Just stop right there. Prosecution rests.
What about refraction?
Refraction? Refraction? What about it?
Oh, doesn't that play into it at all?
Does it? I didn't catch that. Say it again.
I'm just being an idiot, but that's going to be the next question for some people out there.
Well, it's not going to be the next question because they don't. Number one, they don't know what refraction is. Refraction has nothing to do with this argument anyway. They're still stuck on the black swan, which they don't understand.
Right. Exactly.
They could refraction, but that has nothing to do with this argument whatsoever.
So, are you?
Say again.
Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah.
That was
so
Jack.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a friggin' dagger right into the beast.
I have a question. You guys mind if I ask?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't blame you. That's okay. I'm going to ask it anyway. So when you bring this up to your family and friends, do they ever say, "What about refraction?"
Never.
Okay, never mind. See, that's what I'm saying. Go ahead. Continue,
I totally
gentlemen and
wanted
ladies.
to play the devil's advocate and say, yeah, what about refraction? What about refraction? Shouldn't that some kind of particles of moisture in the air make the star be?
Yes, your family and friends will never bring that up.
I know they won't. I know they won't do that, Helio.
Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with the baseline, though.
But your globy flat Earth troller might ask that question.
Yeah, but Shanna, you were asking, what about over land? That's a local thing. Surveyors they only can do local.
I really was actually curious about that because I'm not really super. I'll admit I'm an ignorant person when it comes to how the sextant works. So I wasn't sure if it was just for water because it's level. I wasn't sure how it worked when you
listen. I mean, they build.
I literally was asking that question with the sextant because I wasn't sure how it worked. So I wasn't sure if it worked differently.
Here's what happened. It's like you can survey land.
Please, I've been a flat Earth for a long time.
I guess I could.
Listen, I just want you to know I was honestly asking the question. I wasn't sure how it worked on land.
It works on land only locally. Now, if you take an observation or a survey a certain area, you don't really consider curvature of the Earth when you're taking a local observation. And like say even within less than a mile or whatever. If you're going to build a huge building, surveyors they're not taking curvature curvature of Earth into that at all. But
right, now
would you think they should? Hold on.
I wasn't talking about it that way. I was talking about it for navigational purposes. Like back in the day when they were using it to navigate.
So now you're talking about across the ocean?
No, I was talking about like say you cross the Atlantic from Europe and then you're going
That's
across
not
America.
The way people navigate across the land. They don't use the same. They don't use it.
That's
the same
what I was
way.
curious if the sextant
No,
could
no,
be used.
no.
Yeah.
When they build train tracks across the land, they don't use it the same way ships travel across the ocean. It's not the same thing.
And I know it may sound like an ignorant question to some people, but there might be people listening that, like me, are ignorant about this. So that's why I asked the question.
Well, I just answered it. So there you go.
Thank you. I figured it was just really a mariner thing, like if you're on the sea. But I wasn't sure if it was used on land too. I had no idea.
When you travel, when they're building trains, across train tracks across land, for thousands of miles, they don't navigate by the stars to build these things.
They're just
use they're surveyor maps. Go ahead.
But why wouldn't somebody traveling across land still use
because
stars
Earth
too?
is not a globe. That's why.
I mean,
hold on, Helio. You can't. Listen, here's why.
I'm sorry, I'm
Shanna, hold on.
What
Here's
about
why.
when you
listen, Shanna? Hold on a second. Here's why you can't do it, because you have to have a flat horizontal baseline to go on in the first place. Otherwise, it won't work. You would not find your location
That's why
correctly.
I asked the question in the first place, because
yes.
that's
So
why it works only in the ocean. That's the only reason I asked it.
No, it doesn't. You can still use a sextant on land.
You can.
Again, you can still use a sextant on land, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion here today.
Right. That's true. But you couldn't use that to actually build train tracks across Earth.
They just depends on what you're using the sextant. Sextant is used to measure angles. Now, on the ocean, it's used to measure elevation angles.
Right. And basically, that's in order to find your position using those circles of equal elevation.
Y'all can totally abandon the question I asked, because y'all have answered my conundrum that I was like, would that be able to? Because I was literally thinking about people coming over to a new land, and did they use that to navigate still?
Look, here I'll help you out, Shanna. Here, I was trying to get to this before. So it's not that you can't use it over land. You can still find GPs.
Direction.
You can still find zenith of celestial bodies at your location with using a sextant. You can still find elevation angles, but it's generally not going to be used for travel at all, because you have changes in elevation in land. You have valleys, you have hills, mountains.
So when people,
rivers,
after they got off, like say the ocean, they just pretty much only
started hiking.
use the compass.
Surveyors, once they traverse Earth and then they survey the land, they just use instruments, and they do it locally. And they go.
Well, instruments.
They
You say that.
survey one area, and then they move to the next area. They survey that, and then they move to the next area. They're not looking at the stars anymore. When you're traveling across the ocean, that's you can figure out which direction you're going, utilizing the sextant, but you wouldn't use that across land.
No. Generally speaking,
now celestial navigation, this screws a lot of people up. Listen, the sextant is used in celestial navigation to identify where you're at, not to navigate.
Yes.
Navigation, that's why it's a little squirrely, and you have to, I don't know why I have to get into this, but navigation, what do you mean by navigation?
Traveling across the ocean.
We could start from there, because using a sextant in celestial navigation is only to pinpoint your location. You're not navigating anywhere. It's only to find out where the fuck you're at.
Yep.
So the
because you're on open ocean. Because you're on open ocean.
Yeah, and your navigation is done through dead reckoning. That means you have known things. You have known speed that you're traveling at. You have a known compass area. You have known wind and currents and all kinds of things like that.
Call it
They
dead
put
reckoning.
it under navigation because you can't navigate without knowing where the fuck you're starting from.
So the sextant actually tells you like if you can get the triangulation of this star that on a flat surface, it basically gives you your latitude and longitudes. Is that what you're telling me? Is that kind of how it works?
No.
You can find your latitude.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can.
But
Once you
basically,
hit land, can you find your latitude
oh
on
my
land?
god, fucking land. Stick with the topic, flat earthers.
Okay, listen.
Mariners.
Does it help you? Does it help you when you're on the ocean find your latitude and longitude?
It finds your location, your latitude.
Okay, it finds your latitude.
You could pinpoint your location. You probably don't even, if you know where you started from and you've kept a log, right? Dead reckoning, you know, how fast you're going. If you could do that much, right? Then all you need is that elevation angle and a naval almanac and just start making fucking circles. That's all you actually need.
That's all you do when you're actually out there doing it. That's all you're doing too. You're just doing that. You're traveling along, and then you know, you're just sailing the ship like with your heading. You're just going your heading at a speed. So
do you think you could navigate the oceans today yourself in a little yacht with a sextant?
Yeah. Yep. I bet. Yep. I never done it before because I'm not a squid. I'm a land lover.
I mean, me too. Me too. I'm definitely not an ocean lover. I've never even been to the ocean. I have no desire to put my toe in the ocean. Literally.
But the principle is understood. I mean, this is what he's trying to explain to you.
I bet maybe I couldn't because the last time I was out on the ocean on a boat, I was fishing and I was throwing up everywhere. So probably sextant wouldn't have helped me then.
I ain't gonna lie. If I was in the South Atlantic or South Pacific, I think I'd I'm just gonna give it up. I'm probably gonna die.
Dude, if I went out on a boat to go fishing in the ocean and lost my eyesight of land, I think I'd totally spill my beans. Totally. Yeah.
No, you're not throwing your beans over that.
Damn, that's it.
You would do it before. You do it
Yeah,
before
you would.
cross the land.
Yeah, you would.
Hey, Shanna. Shanna.
Hey, what?
Yeah, hey, you want to hear a funny joke real quick? So, what does a Jewish pirate do at a Jewish funeral?
Uh-oh.
He's sitting shiver me timbers.
What?
I don't know. I'm lost on that. I'm a total joke killer, so I'm pretty slow on jokes.
It's all good.
I get it.
It's probably funny, but I don't get it.
Okay.
Fucking
asshole. Hey, listen. When I say spill my beans, I don't mean like take a shit. I mean throw up.
We know that.
Wait, you can spill your beans intellectually too, and just kind of you can get lost if you depend on this idea of navigating by the stars, and you don't really have an idea. I mean, it's like I'm going to take a ship to somewhere, and I'm just going to navigate by the stars, and I'm going to know where I'm going to end up.
No,
That's not gonna
Matthew's going to take you there, but he's not going to be measuring where your location is on the water. With him, you're going to be measuring the distance to the star. Good luck with that trip.
I know shit, bro.
Yeah, just using trigonometry, right?
Just using trigonometry. Trigonometry is triangles.
Study of triangles.
Flat Earth Day Saints, I have your answer from the question you had last night.
Dude, Matthew, if you could answer that, I would be really appreciative, bro.
Okay, the answer is about 85 minutes. Is if the Earth were spinning about every 85 minutes, that would be enough for water to fly off of it at the equator.
But that wasn't the question, though, Matthew. The question was how much bigger would a tennis ball have to be, and how fast would it have to go before the laws of how we see water flying off would actually reverse and stick to it? That was my question. Since you're a PhD in mathematics.
Yeah, as big as the Earth and 85 minutes, or if as small as a tennis ball and every 2 seconds.
Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Sure. If you spin a tennis ball about once every 2 seconds, then the water will fly off of it with the same force as the force of gravity.
But you're not answering my question was, how big would you have to make a tennis ball in relation to Earth, and how fast would you have to spin it before water, instead of flying off as we demonstrably see it, would actually reverse and stick to it? And since you were PhD in math,
it's always the same
not a
formula,
force
no matter
anyway.
how big or small.
Gravity's not a force anyway. You're going to have to start your whole spiel again because gravity's not a force. Start over.
I thought triangles were 3 straight lines. That's what formed a triangle. I was just going to say that.
Yeah, 3 straight lines form a triangle. Right.
Yeah, that's
all
correct.
right. Well, then what are you talking about?
Gravity.
It was a conversation for a question I asked him last night. That's what it was. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We can stick to the topic.
Gravity. He was talking about gravity. So it's not a force, so he's going to have to start all over again.
Well, the question I asked him was, I wasn't debating on whether it was a force or not. I figured since he has a PhD in mathematics and people were asking him stuff about time, space, and he couldn't answer because he wasn't qualified, I figured he'd be qualified to answer how big would a tennis ball have to be before, instead of water spinning off of it, how big would it have to be before water started sticking to it? And since he knows math, how big and how fast would it have to go? What's the size? Because he always says that the Earth is too big, we can't see it. So at what size mathematically would it have to be? That was my question for him.
Yeah, and the answer is it's a ratio between R and T, like how fast something is spinning, and then what the radius is. And I posted the formula if you're curious.
You posted the formula for me? It's in the chat right now? Okay, thank you, Matthew. Sure. I'm going to look at it right now. Thank you.
Yeah.
You got a problem with F. And
R. We're talking about centripetal acceleration just in general, not specifically.
Wait. Centripetal acceleration?
Well, no, we weren't, Matthew. I was specifically not asking about gravity or centrifugal force or anything. I was specifically asking you actual numbers. That's all I wanted from you. You can call the force whatever you want. I just wanted the actual numbers from you since you specialize in that. So I'm looking at your answer right now. I'll respond to it.
Matt, that's not going to give you an answer. Math is just a description. It's not going to explain any fucking thing.
Yeah, it doesn't explain. He was just asking for a number. Yeah,
I think I went over centripetal last night with this.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking, since this is what Matthew specializes in, I wanted the actual numbers, and so I figure, if what I wanted was, I wanted Matthew to convince me that the Earth was a ball, because before I was a flat earther, no brains, no headaches. The Earth was a better place. I want to go back there, and if anybody can do it, Matthew can do it. So I'm gonna look over these numbers right now, and I'll get back to you on that, Matthew. Thank you.
Your breath.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. Yeah. So Matt, how about you? Tell us about this centripetal acceleration. Tell us about that.
Can you wait for a few minutes? Because I gotta go take a break. I gotta go do something. I gotta hear this, man. But no, I'll be back in a few, man. Go ahead. Sorry.
I still want him to say it. I want to hear him explain centripetal acceleration.
Yeah, I think we had a good conversation last night, Matthew.
Can somebody bust his ass before I get back, so he doesn't fly off the handle and shit? Just hold down the fort till I get back, man. It'll be a few minutes.
All right, Matt. How about you just do some word salad until QE gets back, and then we'll
until he does his. Okay.
You mind if I ask him a question real quick?
Go for it.
So I'm just checking the chat real quick to make sure there's nobody in there that would get mad if I said anything about the Bible, since Matthew said he teaches at a Christian college. I was just wondering about that point I asked you, Matthew, last night about what he meant when he dipped his finger in the water, and what was that that chasm that kept him from going back down to the rich man?
Yeah, it's a metaphor. It's not meant to be a description of a 21st century question about, exactly where is the chasm, exactly what is the water. It's meant as a metaphor for a spiritual truth, not a scientific answer to a scientific question.
No, I just wondered what was the metaphor, though. I was just curious about the metaphor for dipping your finger in water and what the chasm is. What is that metaphoric for?
That's a good question. I suspect the chasm is the distance between, people's knowledge of the truth and their willingness to accept the truth, something like that. The water may be the water, I don't know what it means. I mean, I don't know what those specific images are meant to convey, but the basic story is pretty clear that even if somebody rises from the dead, they won't believe. That's the main point of the story.
Do you have a doctorate or anything in theology, hermeneutics, or exegesis, or the proper interpretation of Scripture, or do you just teach at that Christian class on the side as a hobby?
Hey, hold on. I want to say something about that. I've never been to a Christian school. I was raised as a Catholic, but there was a very large portion of my life where I studied the Bible through many different teachers, and I was as fascinated as with the topic as I am now. With the flat Earth, but it's sort of related. So, do you relate? And because I already know this about Matthew, he's a creationist. So, Matthew, is this? Are you saying God made the Earth a different way than we're implying?
I'm saying that it's clear that God made the Earth. The project of intelligent design is to show that the evidence points to an intelligent designer of the universe. We can argue about the specifics about exactly how he did that and the specifics of how.
So, let me ask you this. On top of that, is what they claim about age of are you a day age theorist?
I would say that
similar to like Hugh Ross's idea. Are you kind of like that guy?
I think Hugh Ross is right that the Earth is old, but I don't think it's specifically in the same order that Hugh Ross says. So I don't think so.
So you're saying the Earth is billions of years. I mean, it did form. I mean, like the Bible. I mean, it says Earth was first. But it's are you a geocentrist or a heliocentrist?
Heliocentrist.
All right. So God made the Earth, third rock from the sun. Even absent of what it says in Genesis. Come on, man. I mean, since you're a Christian, I mean.
Oh, I know. I think he made the sun first. I think the sun formed first before the Earth.
Genesis 1.
That's not what the Bible says, bro.
Right. No, the Bible doesn't give a step-by-step chronological account, is my opinion.
So you are.
It actually does. It totally does.
Yeah, but anyway, so I mean, I didn't want to make this a big deal, but I'm just kind of waiting for Huey to get back.
Listen, like it talks about how God, there was light, then there was the firmament, and it talks literally chronologically. It says in day 1 he did this, in day 2 he did this, day 3 he did this, day 4 he created the sun, moon, and the stars. After light, 4 days later, after light existed, there was the sun, moon, and stars were created.
We're not a Bible literalist server.
Hey, I know you're not, but I'm just saying if this person, Matthew, believes in the Bible, and he just said literally that the Bible does not chronologically, it actually literally does.
Jenna, I believe he's a Christian. I just think he's confused about whether or not to understand it the way, I mean, he's like somebody, like Danny. He's like one of the Danny Faulkner kind of guys. Like,
I never said he was Christian, but if you are,
Shanna.
I'm just arguing the fact that the Bible actually does chronological it because it says on day 1, day 2, day 3, all the way through
Shanna,
7.
I'm not a
what
Bible
happened.
literalist. I'm
I
just
know you're
trying to.
not. I
I'm
know
just
you're
trying to
not.
point out if you are, and you're a globie, that's not what the Bible says.
And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm
All right,
just here
that's
to
what I'm
I'm
saying. That's
backing
why
you
I'm saying
up.
what I'm saying.
I'm
Matthew,
just backing you up.
what formal training do you have in theology and in teaching the Bible? I'm just wondering how many years of experience or courses did you take to do that?
Are you asking me?
I took
Don't
about
ask me.
30.
We're
About 30
asking
units.
Matthew. We want to.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I'm none.
Help him to understand how he's wrong about this. No.
I just want to know how your qualifications, please, Matthew, if you elaborate.
Basically, the equivalent to a minor in college. I had 30 units of Bible and theology classes when I went to college.
30 units. I never went to college, so how many weeks would that be equivalent to?
That's equivalent to about, let's see, a sixth of a total college degree.
So that's again, I never went to college. So how many weeks of studying theology, hermeneutics, or exegesis was that?
10 classes of 15 weeks each. Each week is 3 hours.
So like how many weeks would you say that is if you went 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday? How many weeks would that be? Because I'm a layman at this, so just humor me.
Hey, listen, real quick. I just wanted to say this.
I
once again.
I want him to answer the question.
Helio. This is once again about religion, not about flat Earth. Thank you.
No. I just want to say I want to hear him say this as
I'm
if.
sure you do, but it doesn't matter because that's not the topic. So anyway,
All right,
go ahead.
11 weeks of exegesis about hermeneutics and all that kind of stuff.
Great.
Yes, I mean we're. Hey, Matthew, you already know that we know shit about this, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to say yes.
Matthew, can I ask you if you are employed at the Christian college and you get paid to do this, or do you do this?
It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
No, I'm just asking if
nothing. I know, man, and I appreciate your hard work, but it's not about flat Earth at all.
My job has nothing to do with either flat Earth or theology.
Correct. And theology has nothing to do with flat Earth. Thank you.
All I'm asking you is if you volunteer, if you get paid. That's all I'm asking you, Matthew. You don't have to answer the question.
What do you mean?
I don't see where Matthew's getting paid. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm interrupting on purpose. I don't think Matthew's getting paid. I think he's some kind of weirdo.
Oh,
that's really curious about like talking to flat earthers.
No, I'm not getting paid to get.
No, I know you're not, Matthew. So whatever. I think you're genuinely curious. I don't know why you would just hold to that, even though I could tell you completely understand our argument, and I don't know why that you would just be like, are you playing the antagonist just for the sake of it, or do you actually believe this shit?
It's an interesting topic, and I like explaining.
It's not a topic. I'm asking you personally.
That's why I like talking about this type of stuff.
I'm asking you a personal question. Are you playing the antagonist because you understand every single side of our argument, and we all bring that up all the time? I'm asking you personally. I'm confronting you right now.
I'm not playing the antagonist, no.
So you believe that the Earth is a globe,
right?
And that God used the Big Bang to create the solar system that we exist in now, and all that bullshit that people fucking believe in, all that shit, all the stories that they tell us about history of Earth and all that kind of shit. You believe that shit, right?
No, I wouldn't say that the standard story of
So
naturological
what do you
naturalism is
believe?
true.
What do you believe?
I believe that God created the universe, and it's interesting for us to kind of figure out how He did it, and we don't have exact answers.
So God used. So when God said, "In the beginning came the heavens and the earth," in the beginning, and then the earth was without form and void. Right. First, earth.
Right.
Void. Right. Second day. No, man, and just go through the steps right there. Seventh day, that was a day of rest. Sixth day, man and woman, right? Boom. So, what part of that has anything to do with? It's like you're agreeing with these atheists that said, "Hey, Earth could have happened on accident, and it has to do with quote unquote natural sounds, and it could have happened 4.5 billion years ago. Earth, third rock from the sun, just spinning and spinning, and come on, man. I mean, you're
Helio,
fucking.
he'd be out of a job if he became a flat earther. He'd be out of a job, and it's more profitable for him to remain a heliocentric. That's bottom
I
line.
don't think he's making money off of talking to us. I mean, it's just really kind of boring. Come on, bro, man. Why do you want to talk to us about this shit? You know what we're gonna say before we say it, and we know what you're gonna say before we say it. Anyway, I'm done. You guys
Matthew's a
fucking have it.
Matthew's a masochist, bro. And
Hey,
he likes money.
Helio, I want to defend Matthew because last night I drove down to Irving, Texas this morning to the University of Dallas and enrolled in a physics and astronomy class so I could become smarter and get more educated. So therefore I could become a glober. And I want to thank Matthew. I want to thank Matthew from last night.
It's really
So Matthew,
good for you.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you.
It's really more about the standard and the idea and the principle of the idea. I mean, Matthew knows what the fuck we're saying. He feigns ignorance so that he can just play a game with us. Matthew, come on, man.
Hey, listen, I do have to say, I want to say this 100%. I was right where Matthew is about, 8 years ago. I tried to marry what science told me with the Bible, and I constantly was like, man, I remember telling myself, well, this has got to be how it is because this is what I'm told, and I literally did not even try to question it, and I tried to marry the two, but it didn't make it makes no sense whatsoever. Period. I don't care who you are.
No, he's a PhD and he has a master's degree, though. That's what I'm getting at. He's not just a normal.
It doesn't matter if he's got whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter. If you're a person that has grown up as a Christian your whole life and you've been indoctrinated by the school system your whole life, married together, that makes a horrible, crazy business going on in your head. And a ton of us, if you didn't grow up in that, you don't know what I'm talking about. But a ton of us always questioned a lot of it. Like we were like, well, how do I marry, and when I say marry, you guys, I'm talking about how do you put together this with Christianity and science? Like the whole.
Matthew makes $100,000 a year teaching heliocentric to kids in college.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't make that much
I understand
money.
that.
I don't have a PhD either, by the way.
But it's very hard to marry like the scientific world with Christianity as far as like evolution and even just Genesis 1 with the universe. This is very difficult ideas that I tried to put them together my entire life, and I was like in my late 30s before I was like, this is all bullshit, Of course, I still believe in science, true, actual science, but I finally woke up and said all of this pseudo bullshit science, it's got to go. It's got to go. And yes, this is a big difference between me and him, is that yes, there's that bit of pride because you've paid for all of this education. But man, is your pride really worth you being true to your real beliefs that you're constantly battling within yourself? No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Shanna, that pride should never overcome the truth. You should stick with what you believe and go with that. And
But what
not.
about a huge paycheck, though? That could overcome both of those things.
For some people, it does. Most people in our culture worship money that way, and
A
are
paycheck
willing to
is
do that.
a paycheck. That answering to your paycheck is even worse to me than answering to your pride, because that's also still your pride. Your pride is you've paid all this money to make your money, so you're still just hanging on to your pride. That is still your pride, your money.
An opinion, though.
No, I don't think that's my opinion. I think that's a lot of people in wherever you are coming from. Your money is your pride. Your things, that's your pride. You hold your possessions and things as that's your pride.
That's only an opinion, though.
Is it?
Yeah, that's not factual. You can't actually prove that. You know, there's no way to measure money against
Well,
pride.
a lot of people are very. I'm not saying just because you have money, you have this super pride, but a lot of people, their money is their pride because they're proud of where they have come from and how studious they are, whatever, and it's a big hang up problem for, especially like you said, a person that has paid for a pseudo education, and they don't want to let that go.
He gets paid to teach it.
And he gets paid to teach it. So therefore, that's extremely hard to let go because that's his moneymaker, which is his pride of him taking care of his family.
Yeah,
she's
you just
right.
made my
Another
whole
term. Well, she's right though, but another term would be the lust of the world. Being of the world is a lust, and you combine that with pride, and you have a hardened heart, and that's why these guys are literally they're just destroying themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all opinionated, but I'm just saying literally though factually Matthew makes a career teaching people in college. And so Matthew, you don't have to answer the question about if you get paid at the Christian thing or not. I could probably FOIA it. So plus it's kind of rude of me to do that, no disrespect. So I'll just do my research online and find out the answers I need about that.
Yeah, I'll just say that I get paid to teach mathematics and computer science. I don't get paid to teach theology. I don't get paid to teach anything about the earth or flat earth or not a globe earth or anything.
That's very honorable of you, Matthew.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with true mathematics.
No, I'm saying it's honorable of him to teach the heliocentric globe model to college kids. Very nice, Matthew.
I think he just said he does not teach about any of that.
He doesn't get paid to teach that. And so I was commending how that is.
He just talks about it to his students, even though that's not his job.
Never mind. You get what I'm saying, Matthew. Very honorable, Matthew. To teach heliocentric Christianity to kids. Very honorable. And you do it for free. Very honorable.
I think that honorable part is much more of an opinion than her saying it's pride. Sorry, yeah, pride is the fact.
No, I wasn't.
Would be the opinion.
Well, I mean, truly,
that's very nice of him.
The biggest downfall of all mankind is pride. That is shown throughout history. Being too prideful, and not pride. I'm not talking about. There's, I can be proud of my son for doing something or my this or that. That I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about pride, where you're just so boastful that you cannot believe that you're beyond being duped. Where you think you're so intelligent that you could never be duped. And that's a pride that many people have. I had it. I just existed in my world, just believing everything I was told. Everything, literally. I mean,
I think they have a pill for that.
Oh, I have no doubt that some of my ideas are incorrect. I just don't know which ones.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. My father is a very, very smart person, and I tried to talk to him about some of this stuff, and he basically, said, well, God would not allow the devil to do this or that to be able to make me think this or that. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's pride right there, okay? That is a terrible pride to think
Yeah, you're right.
so highly of yourself that you think that the devil, this whatever you want to consider the devil may be, this treacherous creature is trying to deceive all of mankind, and you think you're above that? That's an insane pride, okay?
Isn't the devil the one who said level means curved? Didn't the devil say that?
I don't think
Might be an
I don't think that's actually been spoken, but he's trying to make everybody believe it.
Well, that's funny that your dad said that, Shannon, because actually, the fact that he said God wouldn't allow the devil to do that is exactly what God does. That's the whole Bible's about God allowing the devil to do those things. So maybe he should read the book.
Listen, and my dad, I grew up for I lived with my mom and dad until I was 19. And we were in the door every Sunday morning, every Sunday night, every Wednesday night. And my dad did song leading. My mom taught class. Literally, we were like very in the church, very super active. Okay. That's what blows my mind. That's why I told my dad, I was like, how can you think? He's like, there's no way the devil could deceive me. He thinks he's so learned upon things that he could not be deceived. And I'm like, no, as a person knowing what we know, we should know he's trying to deceive us more than anybody else. Constantly the devil is trying to deceive the people that he's not trying to deceive Joe Blow down the road that's like robbing stores left and right and murdering people, because the devil doesn't care to deceive that person because they're already on their path to not doing good, okay? So he's working on the people that are trying to do good, right? And so, this was a very hard conversation to have with my father. Very hard. And I don't even know, man. I don't even know how to have that conversation. And I know literally this is way off topic, you guys, but I know a lot of us deal with situations, maybe not exactly like this, but just trying to talk to people about flowers. We all run into situations like this. And, that's because my father was such a Bible thumper type person. I thought I could go at him with an angle of, the devil is a roaring lion looking for who he could deceive, and so I took it to that angle to my dad. Does that make sense?
I thought it said God will cause them to have a strong delusion. God will send upon them a delusion. But anyway, Glatt is right. It's really off topic. This is something for the biblical channel, I think.
Yeah, and I apologize for taking it to that. It is very difficult for me to untie the two, because that's why I am I don't believe in the globe. That's why I'm here, is because of my religious that's what y'all like to call it, is a religious affiliation. And it's not an affiliation, but because of my religious spiritual beliefs, that's the only reason I'm here, is because of that. So it's very difficult for me to untangle those things. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of y'all here that feel the same way. A lot of y'all don't, but it's very difficult for me to not take the two conversations hand in hand. Personally, that's just how I feel. And I know Globe Flat, you know that about me because we've talked many times. You know, it's very difficult for me to not have both these conversations at the same time. Anyway. But I still love you guys, even though you want me to shut up.
Shanny, listen, Shanna, as soon as they show me a non-Bible using or non-Bible believing flat earther that actually knows what they're doing, I'll tell you to shut up. Thanks.
See, thank you. I don't even know. It's so difficult for me to separate the two. I find it almost impossible.
Hey, listen, Shannon, I hear the moderators using it, and you know I'm not going to complain. So it just depends on the time and the mood of the room, you know. So you're doing well.
And I don't come. I know I don't even come in here that often because I know eventually somebody's gonna bring something up like this, and I'm just gonna be me, honest about how I feel about things, and I just can't stop myself. And maybe I need to read James again and go back to, the tongue is an unbridled thing that I need to try to get more control over. Oh, hey, Anyway, I should come in here and chat with y'all more often.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your snake stories, your rattlesnake stories the other night. That made me sleep real well. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Jim, I've got a ton of rattlesnake stories that will just curl your toes.
No.
Oh, my son this morning, he lives in our old house where we had all those rattlesnakes. He called me, he's like, because he gives me the money to pay his electric bill. He called me, he's like, Mom, did you go pay my electric bill? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, my electricity's not on. I was like, oh crap. Okay, well, I called the electric company and they said there's no power outages. So I called him back. I said, go outside and look at the bottom of the pole. I said, are there any squirrels or snakes or anything? They like to climb up that pole and they'll set off the transformer and it'll blow the fuse. The big metal rod will fall down. And he said, oh crap, Mom, there's a huge snake wrapped up around the transformer. That was this morning. Yeah. Excellent. So there's a story for you to sleep to.
Did you used to keep the rattlesnakes in the freezer, Shanna?
No. Why would I do that?
I don't know. Rattlesnake hunters keep them in the freezer.
I'm not a rattlesnake hunter. I'm a rattlesnake killer.
Oh, I missed the story.
Rattlesnakes are not a friend of mine. I am not a snake charmer, nor am I a snake hunter. I know that literally 2 of the snakes that we did kill on our place, I could have sold for like $15,000.
Yeah, those I think snakes are cold blooded. So if you put them live into a cold area, they'll
just go. Yeah, they just go into hibernation.
Yeah, they'll hibernate, so you can come back and do whatever you want to with them later, and listen to them hiss and all that stuff. That really makes you feel safe.
Yeah, I want no part of that. I do believe, like people that do collect them and harvest them for like the venom, for antivenom and stuff like that. Yeah, they probably keep them somewhat like that, maybe. I don't know. But Yeah, I'm not doing that. I got a snake in my front yard. That sucker's gonna
Wait, are you
die.
talking about the skins or the meat of the snake? That would be $15,000.
Just the snake itself.
The whole snake.
Yeah, it would have to be alive.
Oh, you keep the snake and you don't kill it, and then
because it's not very
you're talking about the
common.
rattlesnake. The rattlesnake would be worth $15,000.
That's what I was told. I don't know this. I didn't even look it up, but I was told.
Why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing it up?
I was told a snake that big, a rattlesnake over 6 foot long, and this sucker was like the
Who are
size
you
of.
going to sell it to?
I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna sell it. I'm gonna
obviously not. You know what? Obviously not Helio. He's not gonna buy it. So that's
no.
That's not gonna work.
I don't know.
I'm gonna kill that motherfucker if it's anywhere close to my house. I'm gonna kill
That's
it.
me. It was right on my freaking front porch. That sucker's dead.
Helio, you wouldn't kill it if you just paid $15,000 for it.
Of course not. But hey, hold on. Here's something to think about though. He's like, hey, I'll give you $15,000 to catch that rattlesnake. I'd be like, dude, I'm gonna give that a shot. And I think I probably would end up doing it. I think I could probably do it. I can catch that rattlesnake. Yeah. I'm pretty sure if they were going to give me $15,000 to catch that rattlesnake, well, fuck yeah, I'm going to catch that rattlesnake. Ain't no way around it. That rattlesnake has no chance of getting me. I'm going to get him.
Why don't you move it on down to the catching rattlesnake forum then?
All that shit.
The philosophy room, yeah.
That's true, but I'm telling you, I mean, shoot. Be like, hey, there's a rattlesnake in your backyard. I'll give you $15,000.
I wasn't kidding.
I know you're not kidding, but anyway, yeah, we were talking about
this. It doesn't mean you continue to talk about catching rattlesnakes.
So I can't talk about.
But if somebody offered me $15,000, I'd be totally catching that rattlesnake.
And cool. So that conversation's over. Yeah, it goes for everybody. Hey, this is Livestream voice text. We're talking about.
This is not a snake charming room. Yeah,
I'm going to the chill chat conversation.
Yeah, you're going to the rattlesnake chat.
Yeah.
All right.
See you there.
Probably not.
Probably not.
But if you were to give me $15,000 to catch a rattlesnake, I'll fucking catch that motherfucker. I guarantee you I'll catch him before he bites me. Anyway, we're gonna.
Yeah, I am actually going to go over the chill chat if anybody wants to come over and chat for a little bit, but.
Cool.
I'm sure nobody will, so I'll just sit there for a little bit and then probably go to bed.
That's a good idea.
The last time I came to a chat with Shannon, I got to bed at 5 a.m. Texas time, so I might decline.
That's shocking.
I might decline tonight. So
dude,
thanks, Shannon.
we were that was last weekend. Oh my gosh, we were up so late. That's really unusual for me. I'm never up that late. But yeah, we were up till 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, sometimes the chat's really slow, and sometimes people play the bot, in place of chats
I think
and stuff.
we had a good, wonderful we had a good time.
Sure, but this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live on YouTube.
I know. I'm just saying over there in the
just pay attention. Everyone that has
had a
roles
great
on here.
time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not guilty of it, and everyone else too. One can be guilty of just going off in the weeds on a lot of stuff, which is cool, man. We get to meet each other, but for the most part, we want to keep it up.
Helio, I have a relevant question. How does rattlesnake taste?
Oh, wait, you're from Mexico, right? There's more rattlesnakes in Mexico than there is.
But yeah, well, how does it taste? Can you ask?
I want you to ask your mom, how does rattlesnake taste? I don't know what that tastes like.
I've never ate rattlesnake, and I've heard it tastes like chicken, and like
I think that's what I've heard. It tastes similar to chicken. Depends on how you cook it.
But I've never ate it, and I don't desire to eat it.
I'd eat a rattlesnake in a heartbeat, bro.
Tastes like chicken. You all mother cluckers.
I'd be eating some rattlesnake in a heartbeat if I get a big ass rattlesnake and I actually like that some bitch was trying to kill me. And I killed it
Here we go with
first.
the snakes. You can't get off the snakes, can you? You mother clucking rooster booster.
I'm sorry. I don't think it's Helio's fault. I think it's
Well, we know whose fault it is. Don't worry.
So what if you season it with garlic? Does it taste like chicken or garlic?
I don't know. I've never cooked a rattlesnake. Yeah, if you put garlic on a rattlesnake and cook it, it's gonna taste like fucking garlic, idiot.
Oh, okay.
I wish I was in Tijuana having barbecue in Tijuana.
Everything in Tijuana tastes like garlic or red pepper. I mean, who?
I want a Mexican radio. Oh, Mexican radio. Oh.
Anyway.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Dude, who's the guy with the blue like controller face? I scrolled up and down and I cannot find your name.
Who, mine?
Yeah.
Special characters.
It keeps changing your icon from like the Salt Lakes or something to a blue emoji, and I'm like, who is this? Well,
Hey, I'm going to let you know a secret. I'm going to let you know a secret. Sonny is very special. Very special guy.
So needs.
Is it Sunny?
It is Sunny. I'm just
Special needs.
Y'all messing with me. I mean, you know I'm not really good at working this whole Discord thing, Helio.
Yeah, we know. That's why we're giving you shit, and we're giving Sonny shit now. But he's good at it. But it's like you're like, who's this guy's talking now? It's Sonny. Everybody knows.
A lot of people
So
they're too scared to ask, and they're like, because I didn't want to sound stupid. I don't care. I'll ask. I'll be like, who the hell is talking? Because sometimes it don't show.
Hey,
so
check
I'll
this
just
out,
ask.
Shanna. I mean, for the most part, as far as some of the obscure topics, we mostly want to keep everything to Flat Earth here in the live stream.
I know.
Well, then.
I didn't bring up the snakes. I wanted to say it was Sunny. Sunny did.
Dude, I'm talking way before the snakes. You were talking crazy.
No, I brought up barbecued guana myself.
Anyway.
He just said I gave him nightmares the other night about my snake story. So,
But I would eat me some roasted the rattlesnake though. Right now, if I had some available, I would be eating some.
If I got caught a big enough rattlesnake, I'd straight up eat that motherfucker. I wouldn't even bust
I'm
up
telling you that one rattlesnake we killed probably had at least 30 pounds of meat on it.
Okay,
damn,
okay.
what 30-pound
next rattlesnake? I'm gonna ban you.
30-pound rattlesnake. God damn, that's
moving all down to the rattlesnake room.
That's all right. I'll ban myself.
If you find no rattlesnake room,
yeah, show me a picture of 30-pound rattlesnake, and then I might.
Can I ban Helio?
Stop with the snake talk.
I can disconnect his ass.
Well, you can mute me, but I can unmute myself.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of good thoughts. Unmute me, please.
Anyway, so where are we going from here? I mean, Shanna's she's been a member of many different platforms for a long time. She's cool, but whatever.
Don't be white knighting for people and shit.
No, I am gonna white knight for Shanna. She's just, she's kind of like me.
It's pathetic.
No, it's not pathetic.
Yeah, it is.
You're pathetic. You're an asshole.
You know
So
what
are we gonna do about? What are we gonna do about Helio? He's been in many channels. He's a cool guy. What are we gonna do about him?
Anyway, Anyway, I'm not gonna. Anyway, let's move on.
Where?
You guys, this is all you now.
Matthew's still in the chat.
Next topic. What y'all gonna talk about?
Eagles.
Well, Matthew's here. Quantum.
Say again.
Matthew's still in the chat.
Yeah.
The college.
And?
No, I'm just saying.
How many times you want me to debunk him consecutively? Like we're heading on like greater than 585.
All right. Me too. It's like, Matthew, why are you freaking pretending that you actually believe the bullshit you're spouting? He's like, well, because I have sources. Like, what source?
Did he ever get back to the remember he said because gravity's a force? Well, that was the basis or foundation of his whole argument against you, Latter-day Saints. But gravity's not a fucking force. So his entire argument falls flat on its face. No pun intended.
Well, I the reason I asked him the question though, I was trying to actually throw him a bone, and because like I told him I want to become a Glober again because no brains, no headaches. So I was trying to throw him a bone and just have him give me the actual math numbers. I didn't care about the gravity or the centrifugal force or the lack thereof. I simply wanted the numbers because he said that was his expertise, and so. But his answer wasn't sufficient to me. But
fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even want to get into gravity with him and everything. I didn't want to debate about a fairy tale. I just wanted the actual factual numbers that he had.
So what you're saying, you wanted numbers?
Yeah, that's what I wanted, numbers. Yeah. They call me Jimmy 2 times because I'm gonna go get them papers. You know what I mean?
You like that, don't you? That's right. I had a play on that not that long ago.
Love that shit.
Yeah, you like the numpty clips?
Dude, yeah, hell yeah. I was gonna actually ask you permission if I could use like one or two of your sentences, like if I could throw it like in the ending of a song or something, just as like kind of like mix it in. If that'd be cool with you.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't care. You can do whatever you want.
Cool. That shit's funny as hell, dude. Whenever my girlfriend listens to you, dude, she hardly ever laughs, dude. She fucking laughs hysterically. She like spits soda out of it. Yeah. Whenever we fight, I'm just like, I'll just put on your video and then I'll just leave the room. You should be cool in and out.
Well, it's reached its mission then.
Yeah.
Yeah, too funny. Hey, Helio. Helio, where are you? Where'd you go?
He's on the porch having a smoke, probably.
He smokes?
I'm here. What do you want?
That's not Helio.
What?
Hey, so Q,
the first 3 words.
You said you were out in Santa Barbara in 07?
Oh yeah. We were talking online. Yeah. I was stationed out there in California from 2002 to 2007, and ironically, traveled through Santa Barbara and right by the Black Swan location.
You passed the San Ysidro exit, huh?
Which one?
It's San Ysidro exit in Montecito. Were you heading up to Vanderbilt?
I can't recall. We came through Santa Barbara, right? Went up north of Santa Barbara and then come down Highway 1.
Yeah, 101. Yeah, were you going to Vandenberg?
Or 101. I can't. It was so long ago, man. I can't remember.
Yeah, the two military bases between there's like Channel Islands and Oxnard, and then Vandenberg's and Lompoc. Santa Barbara's like right between both of them on the 101.
I was in Fort Irwin, man. We were just on vacation cruising.
Oh, cool. That's right. All right.
Yeah, but I did bypass, drove right by it. Isn't
That's
that
right.
ironic?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see any black swans on your way there?
Nope. Wasn't in that mode.
What state you live in now?
I live in Missouri.
Cool. Cool. All right.
Home of the Missouri boat ride.
That's right. Ozarks.
Yep. Right in the middle of the Ozarks. You got it.
Dude, I'd love to live in those. That should be so dope. They have like their own laws there, huh?
Hear a lot of banjos.
That's cool, man. I'll be running around barefoot in the swamp. You know what I mean?
Catching rattlesnakes?
Yeah, we could put the head on that.
Not doing that, but just rolling through.
I'll tell you what I did see yesterday. I was down at my, I shoot archery, right? So I was down at my target. I looked down. I have it sandbagged down my squat rack on blocks. Have it sandbagged down. I looked down. I said, "There's a fucking tick." I said, "Let me see this bitch." It was a Lone Star tick. That bad. I sent him back to Texas in a body bag.
You should have put him up on the target and shoot that.
Damn tick. He carries that fucking alpha damn carbohydrate thing that makes you a vegan and shit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You want to see him? I took a picture of that bitch.
Oh my gosh. Tick picture.
No, thank you.
Coming right up. What do ticks taste like?
Where the hell did that tick picture go?
Ew.
What
you posted on TikTok.
like? You fucking high or something?
See, since it's a thick picture, it won't upload to Discord because there's a limit to the
fake picture. What the fuck?
You said it's a thick picture, so it won't.
It's not a dick pic. It's a fucking tick. Tango, Indio. That's all right. Over talk me. Tango, Indio, Charlie, Kilo, Tick, Lone Star Tick. He carries that alpha shit.
Thick.
Oh, brother. You have to be literate first. Let me see where she's at. Hey, man, Nelson. Let's see. Where the hell is that tick at?
It's too thick. It won't.
Can't do a play on words. It doesn't work.
There's only 100 megabytes limit to the photographs you can share in here.
Where the fuck is that tick?
You ever get your computer fixed?
Yeah, show tomorrow. We're going to see if it works.
All right.
Now I'm searching for the tick. Can't find him.
Told you.
We'll get him.
Probably on TikTok.
Oh, got him. This son of a bitch right here will make you into a vegan. There he is.
Okay, how does that little thing turn you into a vegan? What processes make that happen?
He's got something in his saliva, man, or he throws it up into you.
Oh, nice.
And makes you allergic to fucking red meat and shit. I couldn't believe it myself. I was reading up on it. Yeah, it's true.
Uh-oh. Actually allergic to it.
Yeah. You can't eat red meats
the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's bad, man. It'll kill you.
Wow.
I said the same thing. I said, you guys are full of shit, right? And nope, they're right.
How big would you say that thing is?
Oh, he's tiny, man. A little bigger than a small ant. It is alpha gal. That's what they call the disease, alpha gal. As soon as I heard that, as soon as somebody told me that alpha gal, I knew it was alpha galactose. So it had something to do with carbohydrates, right? So I started researching into it because I didn't know anything about it, right? So yeah, there's been a lot of people, especially in the past 10 years, got bit by that tick. They get allergic reaction. They can't eat red meat anymore. Isn't that ironic?
Oh, it is very strange. What kind of animal does that tick live on? Do you know? Or generally?
I didn't go into that part. Probably on deer and fucking other animals and shit.
Yeah, we don't have any deer. Well, we have deer out in the wild, but not close to the city, of course. But I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
It's called Lyme disease. Sorry, I
No, it's not. Nope. This isn't Lyme's disease. This isn't Rocky Mountain spotted fever. This is another tick transmitted disease. It's a totally different one. Look it up. It's called alpha gal, and it's carried by the Lone Star tick.
Okay, let me look that one up.
Does that mean that Nathan Thompson has dicks?
The motherfucker's probably listening right now.
It's not out in California just yet. It's southeastern United States. Yeah.
I guess we do have western ticks. I guess we do have
Sugar
western
molecule found in most mammals. Alpha gal is not found in fish, reptiles.
The Mayo Clinic, alpha gal syndrome.
Symptoms and causes from Mayo Clinic. See, you're looking it up. It's like
a sugar molecule.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, hey, even Lyme disease is pretty bad for a lot of people.
Yeah, it is. I'm not discounting that.
It caused some really bad heart problems for a lot of people.
Yeah,
and
you're right. I'm not discounting that. Lyme's disease is really bad.
But you're not.
I bet there's some kind of natural essential oil you could put on your skin that they would not go on. But
the ironic thing is
it's called a Lone Star tick bite. That means it's from Texas.
Yeah, that's why I sent him back his ass back in a body bag to Texas. The ironic thing here is that I run into this in archery. There's a lot of hunters, and the hunters I've seen a lot of people online on different forums say they got bit by this thing and have that alpha gal syndrome. So they turn into vegans. Isn't that ironic? You don't get the irony here?
I do so far. I don't know how far we should go with
that. Yeah, we could bypass it. I just wanted to bring it up. I don't know how we got here, but there you go.
It's probably turning them into Globers.
Gender unrealists. Maybe something like that. Like genders don't exist anymore.
The funny thing is, here's another ironic thing here. I was down at the bow shop talking to the guys, and they brought this shit up, and I said, you full of shit, man. So I went and looked it up, right? And I was doing all the biochemistry background on it until I got so fucking out of this world. I just dropped it, right? 2 days later, that's when I seen that motherfucker.
Yeah, here's what it says on the thing. It says, researchers have now believed that some people who have frequent unexplained anaphylactic reactions, which that's anaphylactic means that's an allergic reaction.
Thanks.
And who test negative for other food allergies may be affected by alpha gal syndrome. There is no treatment other than avoiding red meat and other products from mammals.
Isn't that some bitch?
It is. It's something else right there. Avoiding tick bites is the key to prevention. How the fuck are you going to avoid tick bites? Stay in your house. That's pretty much the only way. Because
they can get in there too.
I know, but I go out. I go out in my yard, man. I get chiggers and ticks.
Yeah. You're in Arkansas. They're all over Arkansas, man.
It's like, how am I going to avoid having ticks?
That's easy. You know how you do it?
Enlighten me.
You could spray yourself with that Promethean shit, but I'm not into that. But they
Prometheus, that was a pretty good movie.
Not Prometheus.
I'm just fucking with you. Prometheus, are you talking about like a formulation?
No,
it's
a chemical.
Boiler and I think I know what you're talking about.
It's a chemical you spray on your clothes and shit, and ticks don't like it. But I don't like this. You don't spray it on your skin because that shit will eat you up.
No, I live in the woods. Yeah. I mean, I try, dude. I get ate up with ticks sometimes.
There's the remedy right there.
And shit. All right.
Rhino skin, man. That's the
Avoiding
remedy.
tick bites is the key to prevention. No shit, but what if you live in the fucking woods? You
I'm giving you the prevention right now.
All right, cool.
It's called rhino skin. Yeah, that's the prevention, right? If you don't want to spray yourself with all kind of chemicals, man, that's it right there.
Sure. This is a natural kind of prevention. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, because dude, I live in the woods, man. If I try to do anything in my yard, in the summertime, I'm kind of fucked. I get chiggers and all the time.
Yeah, chiggers are a pain in the ass, but that's on my next buy list right there.
What spray will you recommend for rattlesnakes?
Because I like steak, man.
Hey, rattlesnakes. Best thing you do with a rattlesnake is kick them in the mouth, and then eat them.
Jamesy, he's just become like a fucking heckler and shit.
He is. He is a heckler.
Hey, I'm learning from you guys.
He's funny. He's funny though.
It's been a good experience learning from you guys.
Yeah, I bet. We can get off the text. That's fine.
Yeah, I've never met a rattlesnake, but I've met plenty of cottonmouth snakes. Where they also call water moccasins, in Arkansas, and so they're
boring.
No, they're not. I mean, the water moccasins can be very aggressive. They'll freaking, if you're on a lake, like fishing, these freaking water moccasins like swim right towards you. Like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? I can throw a rock at your head. Easy.
I rather deal with snakes than being a vegan.
That's a good point,
want that tick bite in the ass. Let's talk about the sexy bow beast.
Oh, sexy boobies? Yeah, let's do that.
Not boobies. Sexy bow beast, not boobies. Yeah, illiterate some bitch.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have to give him, some leeway there. He thought you said boobies.
Is he Mexican?
He must be Mexican.
Possibly. Who knows? Maybe my mom knows, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Does she say you're Mexican?
No, never. But since you said it so many times,
No, I only say it because you say it so many times. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, but just because I speak Spanish, that doesn't mean I'm Mexican, Helio.
No shit, but you say it so more than I would ever say it. I know you're not Mexican, but
I haven't said it once today. You said it like 5 times already. So who said it the most?
Is your mama Mexican?
If you say so.
I'm asking you. No, she's not Mexican. All right, cool. I didn't think so.
Puerto Rico.
See.
Hey, if I asked Jose Meza if his mother was Mexican, he would say, yeah, she's Mexican. Because I know that for a fact, because he's talked about it many times. And there were immigrants from Mexico, him and his his mother and father. So he's talked about that openly. You make jokes about this shit all the time. So nobody knows where the fuck you came from, bro.
Do they have dicks in Mexico?
You talking about penises?
No, you and Quantum spoke about that, but not me.
Oh,
Just get it out of your mind.
He freaking can. He makes jokes, but he can't fucking take it as good as he can give it. Right?
Well, you're the one thinking about penises, not me.
Yeah, they got ticks down
you're
there.
the one that brought up penises, dumbass.
No, I didn't.
I didn't say anything about penises.
I
asked if your mother was from Mexico.
Oh, brother, they do have ticks down there in Mexico. It's called the Speedy Gonzales tick.
Oh, I thought he was talking about pricks. Never mind. That's something else.
They have gringos.
Gringos.
That's what Sleepy Joe said. They don't have ticks. They have gringos.
Oh, shit.
Reba on delay. Yeah, Speedy. You get bit by the Speedy Gonzales tick. You can't eat tacos anymore.
Wow, I mean that would be that'd be torture, right? It's like I live a torturous life. I can't eat tacos.
That means you're not Mexican anymore. Now you're a real gringo.
Real gringo. Dude, gringos love tacos, man. What the fuck you talking about? That would be torture if I could never eat a taco again. Burritos, tacos, fucking, I love that shit.
You just can't make them. You have to pay people to make them.
Oh, I can make a good burrito. I learned how to use. Matter of fact, I cook more Mexican food than I do like American, whatever American. I like Italian food too, but I'm not Italian. I'm more Irish and English, but I love Italian food and Mexican food.
You potato eating some, bitch you.
Dude, I love potato. Bro, when I cook,
like
man,
potatoes in your tacos.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Matter of fact, when I was growing up, as a teenager, I had a Mexican neighbor. She made potato tacos, and they were freaking awesome.
Hey, Helio, you going barefoot tonight, bro?
Barefoot,
bro.
Yeah, barefoot and pregnant.
And then I'm pregnant about. I mean, in the vernacular, I'm pregnant about the information. I got some info you might or might not want to know. I'm pregnant with the information.
Shit. You know what I find strange? You know what I find strange, Helio?
No, I don't. I have no idea what you're about to say.
Yeah, what I find strange is awesome ends with me, but ugly begins with you.
That's another interesting point. I like that. But I'll tell you what, I think everyone in this server, even though we, cut each other up all the time, and have jokes and fun, I think you all are awesome. And I have a fun time, but I also think you all are ugly motherfuckers. Ugly. But I haven't seen anyone's picture, but you've all seen mine. So. Can you agree that I'm an ugly motherfucker?
Are you projecting?
Now you've seen my face on a milk carton, bro, or a mugshot.
I saw your face on a mugshot.
Yeah, one of the two. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I bet you can find my face on a mugshot. That's probably not. It's not hard to find me.
A
That's
beer
why
mug shot.
it's just like dox me. It's not even hard to dox me, bro.
Helio, we put the webcams in the shield chat once, and you said I was handsome. I remember that. I don't forget that day.
Well, you don't forget.
But you were
forget
drunk.
it, but I don't remember it.
So
So apparently, you weren't handsome enough for me to remember it. So I don't remember telling
that's what
you
I'm saying.
you were handsome.
Drunk, so it doesn't matter.
Wait a minute. If you were handsome enough, even if I was drunk, bro, I'd remember that shit.
No, you were
It's like, how do you keep the bitches from flocking to you? That's what I'm asking.
Now I know that alcohol affects women and men alike.
Come off the curb, bro.
It's like you must have all the curves. The women be flocking to you because they're looking for the curve. I'm saying,
Okay.
like this nigga has the curvature.
Somebody save us quick because this is going badly.
Yeah, okay, so this is what happens when Jimsy tries to get one on me. This is what happens when Jimsy tries to get one on me because
Helio, what file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
What style?
The pedophile.
I don't know. I don't really, that's lost on me. No. Pedo, is that like wood? Something to do with wood?
His dad's name.
Oh, what was his name?
Yeah, he pulled the Geppetto file.
Geppetto. Yeah, okay. I get it now. I was like,
say it 5 times, you know what I mean?
No, I'm not going to say it any more times than that. Geppetto. Yeah. Oh, that was one other time. That's the last time I'm going to say. I totally understand. The Pinocchio story is very interesting, but anyway, we're not going to get into that.
Is that it?
You want another joke?
No.
All right.
You a damn lie, Huey. You want to hear another bad joke? Who's got another bad joke? Or how about this, John? Why don't you give us a good joke?
All right, let's see what I got. What do you call someone who sells their body for spaghetti?
A spaghetti hoe.
A prostitute.
I guess both of them would work, wouldn't it? A spaghetti-o or a prostitute. Yeah, man.
Somebody save us, please.
Spaghetti hoe.
See, like John was giving me shit, from talking, and now he just brings up some bullshit like that. So is it dead air or bad jokes?
Both.
Bad jokes.
All right, what's your next bad joke, John?
I ain't got any more, man. I'm not a jokester. I'm a counterpuncher by nature.
Oh, you don't even want me to get started on some.
I got a joke, but it's in Spanish. You want to hear it?
Yeah, I would. See, we want you to say it in Spanish, and then someone else to translate it. Not you, but someone else.
I'll do it in
Arriba, come today.
Don't mess with the joke, bro. If someone translate it, you won't get it.
No, I'll get it as long as someone else translates it.
All right, no jokes and then no jokes.
I want to hear you say it
Come
in
on, we want to hear
Spanish.
it. Just say it, dude. We'll figure it out.
I was just kidding. That was the joke that nobody will get.
You're a pussy. You're a pussy, Jamesy.
I got a Spanish. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
See.
Why did the blonde college student have sex with a Mexican? Because her professor told her to do an essay.
That's hot. That's so hot. That's just amazing. But that wasn't in Spanish.
It was in Mexican, not in
It
Spanish.
was not in Espanol. It was not in Espanol.
You see that this is Mexican thing. So if you say it to other Spanish speaking people, they don't get
Spanish
it.
jokes, Jimsy. Come on, bro, man.
No.
What the fuck are you
No,
scared
thank
of,
you.
bro?
Don't be
I'm not a
knocking like.
jokester.
Don't knock like the cops, bro. You have a secret and knock the way I told you, bro.
What?
And now you got somebody here who can speak Spanish. Now you're scared to tell your jokes.
Hey, can you want another joke now?
I'm scared.
All right. Like
He's so scared. He's just like,
I don't want to get banned.
you're not gonna get banned. You already know that. But anyway, that was a joke too. You already know that.
I like jokes when I say the punchline and nobody laughs for like 2 minutes, and then kind of just like push mute and dip
Hold
out.
on. All right, since you can speak, you can habla español. This motherfucker's so scared that he can't even say one joke in Espanol and let you translate it for us because he's scared and he's been a moderator here for a very long time. Come on, Jimmy,
Yeah.
what are you scared of?
Yeah, I'm scared. Yeah, Helio. Very, very scared.
I want to hear that joke. I want to hear that
Okay,
joke.
check this out. So Moses had the 10 commandments, right? And he goes to the Syrians and he goes, "Do you guys want any commandments?" And they're like, "What are those?" And he's like, "Thou shalt not steal." And they're like, "No, how are we going to earn our income?" You know what I mean? So he goes to the Romans and he goes, "You guys want any commandments?" And they're like, "What are those?" And he's like, "Thou shalt not commit adultery." And they're like, "Nah, what are we going to do on the weekends?" So he goes to the Jews and he goes, "Do you guys want any commandments?" And the Jews are like, "Well, how much are they?" And he goes, "They're free." And the Jews are like, "We'll take 10 of them." You know what I mean?
10.
That's good. That's good. The delivery was but that was okay.
That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. Flatter Day. No.
I
want Jimsy to tell a joke in Espanol.
I'm pretty sure you won $1 million too, right?
I want you to tell a joke
You
in
can't have everything you
Espanol.
want, Helio.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. You're just. You can't tell one joke in Spanish. I know you have a joke, but you just don't want to say it in Spanish. Come on, man.
The thing is, Helio, that I'm feeling bad today because I was pulled over by a police officer and he said papers. And then I said scissors. And I left because I won. And then I was arrested.
You're arrested because you didn't have.
He wanted a rematch. He was going after me like for 20 minutes.
But you live in Boston, don't you?
No.
Yes, you do. God, what the fuck? I ain't trying to fucking dox you or whatever.
He probably thought I was Mexican because he said papers.
Okay, this is the last joker here, and then I gotta go. Okay, so a bear walks into a
Hey,
bar.
at the end of the day, hey, Jemsy, bro, all of that, fucking love that. I love that interaction. Boom, it's over. I love it. I love it. It was good stuff. Go ahead, guys.
Can we hear James's shit joke, please?
Did I do the delivery good this time? Okay, so a bear walks into a bar, right? And he asks the bartender, he asks him for a drink, and the bartender says, "We don't serve beer to bears in bars." You know, so the bear asks him again. He goes, "Remember I said, give me a drink?" And the bartender tells him again. He says, "I told you we don't serve beers to bears in bars." And fucking the bear says, "Okay, if you don't even want to serve me a drink, I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna go over there, and I'm gonna kill one of your customers." So he asks him again. He don't do it, right? So he goes over there and bites the head off some chick sitting at the table. Comes back to the bartender, says, "I told you I'm playing around. Now serve me a drink." And the bartender goes, "What do you need a drink for? Wasn't that a barbiturate?" Barbiturate.
Damn, a bar bitch you ate. I ain't gonna lie, I've been
That was
sort
good.
of
That was good.
I've been sort of in that situation.
Pretty sure it's good, but the language barrier, I didn't get it.
It won't necessarily follow, but a
Yeah, yeah.
bar bitch you ate.
Like a barbiturate pill.
I mean, every time you have to explain a joke, it's
It gets funnier every time.
it's a bar bitch you ate. That's pretty fucking cool. It's like I met a bear. I once met a bear. He didn't kill me at first, but then he ate my bitch, and that was a bar bitch he ate. You know.
I'll sleep on it and I'll let you guys know.
Right. Why don't you take a barbiturate while you're sleeping? You might sleep longer than you normally do. Then you'll be able to take a barbiturate, and that would help you to sleep longer.
How about this one? So this dude, he's trying to date all these chicks, right? And these chicks, they the chicks nowadays go by acronyms, like they have VCR names, right? So you know what I mean? He went on a date with a chick named Rewind and shit, and went back to her pad. She's got kids, and he's not trying to be a daddy. So the next date he goes on, you know what I mean? He bumps into a chick named Play. You know what I mean? They do their thing, but she's already got kids, so he's good, right? So then he gets set up with a chick named Fast Forward, right? And same thing, they have great sex, goes back, she has kids. He's like, dude, I'm not trying to get tied down. Guess what? Finally, he met a pause, and his life was complete.
I think it's the language barrier.
Who doesn't love Flat
It is the language barrier.
Hold on, who doesn't love motherfuck you? Who doesn't love Flatter-Day Saints? He's freaking me throwing that shit out there.
His ex-wife.
Right on time. And you got another one, Flatter-Day Saints, so you can convince Jamsey that you're right on time.
Okay, this one I'm literally making up on the spot, and it's going to be in Spanish. Part of it's going to be in Spanish. So okay, so it goes something like this. What did one of the not the fingers but the things that are on your feet? What did he say to Winnie after Winnie burned him for one of those things that comes in those lay bags? When you open them up and you eat them. He burned him for one. What did he tell him? What did he say to Winnie? He said, "Odale, puto."
Puto means bitch, right?
No. Oh, he like owed him a lay. Poo. To. Get it? That's off the top.
We gotta fucking take the piss out of Chelsea. White people try to figure out how to insult people with the Spanish.
Okay, I'll do
what the
Spanish.
fuck did Miguel just post? What the
I got one last question, okay.
We gotta
So
bring Shanna back. This is
hey,
this is gay out, man.
hey,
We had
what are
one
the
job. We fucked it
what are
up.
the
Sorry, go on.
what are the what's the OG lowrider's mom's name? Her name's Consuelo. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying though.
Didn't you bring that? Did you say that joke like yesterday?
Nah,
I like it. I like it. That was the first time you said it here.
that was the first time I said it there. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's freaking hilarious. And hey, if you're offended, Jim Z, thank you.
You're welcome.
Say it again. I want to hear it again. I want to hear it again.
How about this one? I asked the guys on the ISS how they like their little boys, and they said we tap the chrome and we scrap the rest. You know what I'm saying? I asked the guys on the ISS how they like their coffee milk, and they said they like it breast. Oh, you like that one? Huh?
I want you to do that. Hey, but
that wasn't a joke.
No harm, no harm, no foul. But I want you to say just what you said again. If you don't mind, you don't have to, but that was funny. It was really funny.
What are the OG lowriders' mom's name? Dun dun. Her name's Consuelo. Yeah, Consuelo. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about the whole like spiel you went through just now. Maybe it sounded like you had it already set up, but now you're not ready to do it again. Is that the deal? Did you enjoy that, Jemsy? I mean, yeah, that was pretty good. But apparently, he can't repeat it. So that's
Don't worry, I don't think they get that West Coast swagger. No problem there, Flatter.
It's like you can't offend me. There ain't no chance.
Swagger Day Saints. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, Flatter, why couldn't you repeat that? You said you were working on it for a couple hours. Why couldn't you just do it again?
He already did it twice.
It's a spontaneous thing.
No, it sounds like something you already been working on, man. But either way, hey man,
Why you gotta hide your jokes like that,
dude? It's like, hey, even it's like with all the stupid racist shit that people talk about. We make racist jokes all the time, just like other people. And they'll say, "Oh, you fucking assholes! You're just racist, motherfucker." We come from different races. We make fun of each other because we're supposed to. What do you think? Have you ever been friends with someone?
No.
Fucking Jackie.
We're actually racist. We're against parallel sun rays.
Racist, like
Sorry, yeah.
That's a good way to put it. Very
I
simple.
mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it's just like, hey, as far as culture growing up, I mean, we've been talking to each other for so many years. When we just talk shit about each other, we make fun of culture and everything, and all the butthurt people that are on mainstream media, we make fun of them, and we make fun of each other. And as far as culture goes, that's we actually make fun of each other so that we can understand more directly how utilize Earth as it is. The more thing direct.
I'm racist against Globers.
Let's talk about parallel light rays. No,
Yeah.
I'm racist.
Dude, I love to make fun of Globers. I use racist terms to make fun of Globers, and I love when they get triggered because they're so dumb.
We have Snake Truther in the chat. Snake Truther.
Rattlesnake?
What are the junkies call heroin in Kansas?
Oh, I don't know.
They call it meth. In Kansas, they call it meth.
They call it flat smack, bro. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, though.
Yeah. Okay, well that makes sense. Flat smack, yeah, because Kansas is flat. Yeah, I get that. But I'm telling
Okay,
you,
how about this one? How about this
for
one?
the most part, they smack.
How about this one? Where did the dyslexic heroin addict go to buy his heroin? Where did he go to get his tar? He went to Target. He went to Target. Yeah.
Oh,
You know what I mean,
you mean Target? Target is the redneck. Target is the redneck.
Yeah, but you couldn't use Tarjay in the joke though, so there's that part.
If you thought it was funny, then it's a double entendre. I'll make it a quadruple entendre. You know what I mean?
Quadruple entendre.
This is pretty good so far. What's the next one?
Does Snake Truther have anything to say?
You're from Midwest, right? Flatter Day.
I'm from
Originally,
Santa Barbara. No, I was born and raised right here.
California. You got
Ooh.
No, I'm just playing.
No.
You understand what Midwesterners are like, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just born and raised right here. You know what I mean? But I would love to live somewhere else. I just don't got the money. You know, maybe if Jackie gets extra money on her EBT this month, we might take a little vacation to Denny's, though. You know what I'm saying? Balling. You know what I mean?
That's
What's up, guys?
Oh,
that's good shit.
We don't eat top ramen every night. Come on, man. Shit.
You gotta have a good meal. Yeah.
Just 6 days a week, right?
Right.
As if y'all friggin' people in California don't enjoy ramen sometimes.
Hey. What's the best thing about taking my pick out to eat with the EBT card? What's the best thing about it? There's no thing for
You don't
a
have to
tip.
worry about getting screwed out on your change.
No tip.
No, you don't. There's no thing. You know, with a regular credit card, you make a tip. There's nothing like that for EBT card. So you don't got to tip a motherfucker. You know what I mean?
That's so sad. And now Subway takes EBT. Okay.
I'm saying, and you don't got to tip them. If you pay for your sandwich with a regular credit card, it'll say like how much you want to tip them. With EBT, you don't got that option. So you look like you're paying with a credit card, but you don't got to tip them. Ballin', you know what I mean?
Hell yeah. Hey, we all a broke joke, ain't we? We're all just a broke joke, right? We just a broke joke.
So you can get a Subway once a month. You know, you're living high in the hog, man. You know,
high in the hog.
I don't got to tip them neither.
You get a Subway once a month, so that you can fill out your forms for your EBT. Boom. Not a broke joke. Because I get free money from the government. I'm not a broke joke.
Hey, I hate to interrupt you guys' lovely conversation, but I noticed
I would prefer that it would, not be this. To be honest.
Well, I was trying.
Okay. Well, yeah. There's still a few new people in here. Does anybody want to speak up and introduce themselves? I know it's Rentago. Seems to be kind of newer. I haven't seen the name around. We got Snyak, and he seems sincere. Do you got any questions, man?
Sarah Jibu.
Sure, I'll talk. Hi, I'm Rentago. I was invited here by a friend who's very deep into the deep earth stuff. He always keeps giving me stuff, and you know what? He didn't invite me to the Discord. He invited another guy I know, and I was talking to him about that mutual friend, and he's like, he invited me to the Discord. I'm like, why didn't he invite me to the Discord? So now I'm here.
And just for the sake of everything, and I will say this and shut up, and you can talk to the rest of the guys. We've been here for very many years, and we have an open platform here. You can come in here and talk about Flat Earth, and all. If you're curious about it, and if someone invited you here, sounds like you're a pretty cool guy so far. I mean, just just have an open mind, have the conversation, and I feel like you could have a good time.
All right, I appreciate that.
You got $5 to borrow? I'm just kidding.
I mean, we joke around a little bit, but just have some thick skin and you just have fun.
I'm not too what would I call it? I would say informed about flat. I've heard about it. I've seen the stuff around the internet about it, but I haven't dug into it. So I wouldn't say I'm super knowing about it. I guess I'm not trusting of the government anymore, so I wouldn't say that I'm believing everything anymore is just fact. When someone just tells me now, I'm really questioning things that we're just told to be listen and believe. So I'm starting to have a lot of doubts. It's not limited to this only. Like smoking, I guess.
Wait. When you're saying believe government, are you talking about what you see on TV?
Yes. TV, media, what's taught in schools. I'm starting to doubt a lot
Do
of
you,
that stuff,
do you
truthfully.
actually watch that stuff and pay attention?
Not anymore. I do not watch TV anymore. I do
How
not
long's
watch
it been? How long's it been since you've really kind of followed their ideas? Television and media.
It was around 2011, around that time where I started realizing that a lot of things weren't of, how to say, it was very opinionated, it was biased, it was always one side.
10 years ago. That's 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so I was going to college. College was like an indoctrination camp. I really didn't like it. So everything started becoming more, what would you call it? It started polarizing things where I was like, you're either on one side or the other. There wasn't really much of a middle ground, like being a classic libertarian. There was no reasonable side. It was you're extreme on one end or extreme on the other end. And so if I had to pick, I kind of figured I'd just go on the side that I feel like is questioning things, criticizing things, actually asking questions instead of the side that's like, oh yeah, just trust our science, trust our opinions. Don't look for proof though, just trust us. We say it's real. I don't know. I would say
I followed classic libertarian ideology for many years, probably as long as you have. So it sounds like you kind of have an idea of what's going on. But have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Or is this your first time meeting?
This would be my first time. My friend who's here, I don't know where he is or what's his name currently, if he has the same name here. I know
I'm in here.
No, that's not you.
Dango,
I'm talking about
okay.
Dango. Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's
No,
the guy
I don't know.
invited
Yeah,
me.
I don't know where I don't know where Dango is.
His name's Elvis here, but he invited me. Was the
All
thing.
right,
But we
well,
have a
check
mutual.
this out. From the start, you sound like a really cool guy. Nobody here is trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're just introducing you to, since this might be a new topic to you. Take a look at the information, just like you have in the past, especially if you've been following libertarian ideology. That's it's really easy. It would be something very easily. You can look at the information, analyze it, and come to your own conclusion. Nobody here's trying to convince you. So,
Well, that's good because that I would say the other side of things would just tell you're not allowed to look at the facts yourself. You have to only get what they feed you. I appreciate the idea that you guys are just simply laying it out there, and it's up to us just to look at it and come to
I
our
mean, we do have a solid opinion about it after looking at it. I ain't going to say. I mean, we've been doing this for 8 years, but we do have a solid opinion about it. But when we introduce people that are brand new to the topic, we try to say, "Hey, we're not trying to convince you." And especially if if it sounds like you're familiar with politics and all the bullshit and the news and everything, and it sounds like you're very familiar with that. So it sounds like you can come to your own conclusion after you listen to some of the information that we present.
Well, I have to comment that I am in California, and California is a shithole, and I hate it here. And it has completely polarized
I
me.
don't live there, and I agree with you.
Yeah. I have been trying to escape this place, and it's been ups and downs, because for a while I went up to Washington, and I was up there for a good last 10, 12 years. And now that I'm back here, I really don't know why I'm here. Again,
I
I'm
ain't gonna
very
lie
unhappy.
though. I mean, California. I mean, if it wasn't, politically, a shithole, it's a beautiful place to live. I mean, it's fabulous. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful. I mean, as far as naturally, growing food, building farms and shit. I mean, California is badass.
You're right, because the weather and like how you have the mountains and beach, like I understand that. As a state in itself, the location, everything, I get why people want to be here. But it's just like so many shit eaters here, and it's so unbelievable. I hate the women here. I hate talking to people here. I hate
Wait,
feeling
don't you hate the men too?
I can find some reasonable men. It's just I can't say the same
Well,
for
now
women.
you
I
found
can
some reasonable men here, and I promise if you stick around on this server and listen to us, you'll find some reasonable women here as well. So
That's funny. I live in California too, and I concur with most of what you say in there. I truly do, man. And listen, I lived in California when it really was pretty nice. Like right before the Reagan Army police control network
gun banning and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, before LAPD was the
that's a long time ago, right? That's
another
like
branch of the
30
military.
years ago. Right?
I'm not that old, but I'm very informed about that.
But yeah,
Yeah,
so
see,
I want to get out.
I could tell. That's why I was just like, I was saying something about it, and it's good that you jumped in, Sonny, because you
Like
know more about in
socially,
California.
socially, it's dismal. It's like there's lots, thousands of people around, but it looks like a desolate. It looks like some desolate wasteland as far as trying to interact with people with this many people around. It's astonishing to me because like most of the people I wouldn't want to associate with, number one. And then that makes it even more difficult because like you're dealing with like maybe 5 or less than 10% of the population that I would even want to associate with at all. So how are you going to find them? Because they're
Yes.
not hanging out in the regular places
No.
while the idiots are.
Yeah, if you hate the mall, why would you go to the mall to find people you like? It's one of those things where it's just I hate so many things about this place that when I think about how am I going to find someone that hates everything just like me, and I can't, to be honest, because those people probably don't want to go outside or do any things. So you have to go online, but then that's also being controlled and being filtered and curated, and it's not the Wild West like it used to be. It's being tightly locked down more and more as time goes on.
It's the
So
AI Wild West.
yeah, see, but thanks to Google and Windows 10 and all this stuff, little by little,
Wild
they're
bot.
slowly
Wild
making
bot.
sure
The
the
wild
rules
bot.
don't apply to corporations. For non-Americans, I mean, they just live with it. They accept the fact that one day they'll type up a message and they'll get like a mail saying they have to show up to court or go to jail. But for actual free people, which are Americans, we actually don't have many things applying to us that they can do to us. It's just that corporations can get away with a lot, and they're a proxy way of restricting our rights and freedoms, and it is an issue that I don't think we're going to really see the end of in our lifetime. Sorry, I know that goes off on a whole thing. Though this is more complex. I don't know if you guys are. I know it's about flat Earth, and I apologize for that.
No, you're actually right in line with what we talk about when we speculate on things like this. So yeah, so we do try to stick to the flat Earth topic, and these people that are here in the panel right now would be glad to show you our evidence. And
No, I
I'll
love
just
it all.
back off so they can do that. I'm getting a little tired here myself, but nice to meet you. Welcome to the server.
Nice to meet you guys. Just went silent. No one else going to talk.
Okay, I'll keep talking then. So, that's funny, Sal.
Well, like I said, I have Elvis up there, and I know I've been doing a lot of talking here as a new guy to this. But we have a mutual friend here. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's watching a stream right now.
Tago, just real quick, I'll just walk you through a couple of questions that we talked to new people here, and it's just kind of really, generally speaking, it's sort of, I mean, you're cool to talk with, so I can just explain it to you. It's generally like what it is like a truth gauge, sort of. But
I get it.
But the 3 points are actually something that have been established here by one of our members, and then we all just kind of ran with it because they're the 3 main primary claims that the globe Earth makes. And those are, briefly, number 1 is that Earth is a ball or a sphere requiring curvature. Number 2, that it's spinning on its axis. We'll leave the other vectors off for now. We'll just go with axial rotation. So detection is what we need. And then thirdly, gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
That one always gets me.
So here you go. I'll go through them all with you. Now, I'm just going to ask you the question of what you actually know yourself. Now, this is going to be something, if you don't know, it's much easier on you to just say you don't know if you don't know. Because if you say you do know, you're going to have to know exactly, because that's what I'll be asking you for, the exact method, the process used, who, where, when, and how. So that's it. Just be honest. It's not a gotcha, nothing like that. It's just to be on a level playing field with you. Okay? Sound fair?
Don't worry. I have thick skin.
Cool. Good. So, number 1, do you know of any time since ancient times that anyone has physically measured the curvature of Earth?
No. I'm aware of like Egyptians doing the thing where it's claimed they made like hot air balloons and they try to do a bunch of stuff, and then you have like the maps with the Aztecs and stuff where they were like mapping
Sticks
out
and
like
Shadows. A lot of people go to Sticks and Shadows of Eratosthenes, which is 200 BC. So, do you understand how? Well, we'll go into that later if you want to. We can go into later on of how Sticks and Shadows, that whole thing could be done on a curved surface and a flat surface. So it doesn't really prove anything. So anyway, you said no, which is fair. We'll just move on. That way we can get into further into the conversation once we finish this part. So do you know of when, where, and how anyone has detected Earth's axial rotation?
No. I remember reading on something about a guy doing a test where it was using like a telescope, and he had like the light was supposed to come in and go through water. It was like this weird complex thing to try to see something about the stars moving. It was supposed to prove that Earth was moving and all this stuff, but ended up doing the opposite. Ended up like proving that it was flat. I was aware of that. But
Right, good. The Aries failure. So that's awesome that you come in here and you already know this information. So if your friend is the one who gave you that information, he did well, because most people don't know about this. Yeah, that was to try to determine if parallax was happening, and they found there's no parallax with the stars. So therefore, it's not Earth moving; it's the stars that are actually moving. So anyway, that you can go more into what Aries failure is. So yeah, we'll move on then. No curvature, no rotation, and now, like, can gas pressure exist without a physical barrier?
all right, that one. See, I was glad you got to that. Personally, I don't know anyone who's like proven or disproven. I think of like the old child thing where you'd have a bucket with water and you just swing it, right? And it would stay in place even when it's upside down because of the motion keeping it in. But the idea that the Earth is spinning and all these other factors, like you said, there's no like magnetic shield keeping everything in.
Yeah, but so hold on. You have a point, but that's something else different. That's more like centrifugal. I'm talking about gas pressure. So gas behave in particular ways.
I do not get how we keep everything on this spinning ball in a vacuum. I really don't.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So the second law of thermodynamics demands basically the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. That's the only way we know pressure exists. With the assistance of a container, you can't even measure gas pressure in any way unless you have the assistance of of the container itself. Pounds per square inch or kilograms, or whatever squared, however they do that.
So you're saying there's a lid, and because of this lid, we can measure all that stuff.
It has to be fully contained. We have gas pressure at sea level. It's pretty constant. To have constant gas pressure, you have to have a constant volume. Now, it fluctuates because everything inside of a container, Earth, fluctuates. The air, the thermodynamics are going on in the air all the time. Everything's moving around, fluctuating. Like there's layers of heat differential. There's layers of humidity differential. This is all swirling around in an inhomogeneous mixture. It's always in motion.
But we can't see it.
No, so the point is we have gas pressure here, so we know there's a container. That is actual proof of a container. What the container is made of, no, I don't think anyone's been out that far to know what it is. If they did, they're not telling us. And further out on the plane, they're not telling us if they did that either. So we don't know. So the rest, that would be all speculation. As to what it is would be speculation. So so the thing they told us all growing up in all the movies and in Universal Picture with the little plane going around the globe, and that since 1928, they told us all that we're living on the spinny ball that can't exist in reality because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics. That simple.
Oh, I never thought of it like that, but I get what you're saying. I figure personally when I think about the idea of the Earth being flat, it raises questions like, then is our reality artificial? And then you got those people who start claiming we're in a simulation, and then things like the government controlling information.
The simulation thing is like a red herring because we can just look out and go to the ocean and take a Earth curve chart with you and look with a simple zoom device, even a cheap Walmart binoculars, and look 5 miles across some water at a beach. That should be 16 feet of drop. You can go look yourself. Is that 16 feet of drop? Go the next day. Is it there that day? Is it ever where the geometric horizon is supposed to be at the globe? You can, at 1 foot off the surface, it should be 1.22 miles. We have observation over water that shows oil rigs. I don't know if you're familiar with the Black Swan. No. Yeah, and we can show you that. You know, I would take your time with it though. So those are the three premise. So what those three things do is demolish the globe from the very foundations of it. There's no measurable curvature ever been measured by anyone. That would be the measurement that had the Nobel Prize attached to it, because it would be the most amazing thing ever, because you could use that as a reference or standard that you could find out yourself how to go find out where that curvature is, and you could go verify it yourself. This information would be everywhere we look, everywhere. It would be in every technology. It would be in every aircraft manual. It's not anywhere to be found. We've been looking, some of us for almost 10 years. No one's found any information that proves that this thing is a ball. There's no irrefutable, undeniable proof, like empirical data, which means observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Nothing about the globe fits that. So that's what we found. We've actually, through our observations, have falsified the radius dimension that was given to us of 3,959 miles, we see things that are magnitudes of 10 times further. That would make the radius of Earth, just those observations alone, 264,000 miles. There's no way out of that for them. And that's it.
Is out of curiosity, with the Earth being flat, do we live in a bowl? Is it like one of those like pans you would throw, the square pans for baking cakes, or is it like a?
The way I think of it is like this: like we know whenever we go away from the south, which is the center part of this plane we live on, the magnetic center is where north is. Everything else is going horizontally out. Water is horizontal. That's why we call it horizon. All water surface on the top in this reality is level. So all the oceans are level from north. Whenever you move further south away, you continue on, you're going to run into ice. Doesn't matter where you leave from, you will hit ice no matter where you go. If you're going south, you're going to run into ice.
So the ice keeps everything in.
Well, here's the thing. We know that there's parts of the Antarctica, that where there's ice wall 100 to 200 feet high, going all the way around. There's pictures of that. We don't know how far because, I haven't navigated. Yeah, you
the
can't.
military there.
All right. So like since Captain Cook, no one that I know has ever circumnavigated all the way around, which they logged 70,000 miles and took 3 years for Captain Cook. And so that's a little bit further than it's supposed to be. That's only supposed to be about 10,000 miles around at 60th parallel. Not 70,000.
Now,
so
we don't. After that point, there's like no real way to prove that unless someone's really rich and could fly his own jet to be like Batman or something, just fly around the whole place to just really map things out himself, or really relying on.
Well, here's the thing. Let me finish with this thing. So, what about the ice? So, what it appears that we are, what we live in, appears to be like the Antarctic basin.
Basin, okay.
And it has a covering. It's completely covered, or else we wouldn't have gas pressure. It would have escaped. So go ahead.
Do we have a? There is no space, is there? You think like there's like a, what would you call it? Like a glass dome of sorts where we can look.
There's something that's holding the gas in. I kind of more myself go with like the ancient Hebrew cosmology, which is it's a flat plane with a container over the top. And that's it. I don't know if it's a dome. I don't know if it's flat. Some people have posited that it may be a flat top. It does kind of appear flat in a lot of ways. The luminaries revolve around us in like a clock-like fashion. That's very mechanical. It can't be any other way. I'm a mechanic, and I was a machinist by trade and a mechanic. So this is mechanical operation. Because here's the proof of that. Those stars and luminaries find themselves at any given time of year over the same exact geographical location that they have since all time. Let that digest a little while.
No, I remember that thing where they try to say the not only is the Earth and the sun and everything rotating around, but it's also moving. Like our solar system is actually moving as well. So it's like everything's not only just spinning, but moving in a direction together. Which wouldn't make sense for all the stars to still remain in their place if that's all going on.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to put a meme. And are you able to see the live stream voice text? It's directly above this. Okay, so pay attention there because I'm gonna put a meme.
Physics,
Get it right.
thermodynamics.
This one is about the path. If I got it right.
I remember seeing that posted around. I
Oh no,
remember
that's
that
this
in
is a different
school.
one about perspective. This one I put is about perspective. Can someone put the one about the helical motion?
Oh, man,
Anybody here still? I got abandoned. Oh. Where is everybody? Anyway, I'll find it. Hold on a second. It's actually on mainstream. I could do it. DuckDuckGo. This comes up. Wait a minute. Put it helical motion of Earth. They're happy to show you this stuff.
Oh my god. I was thinking of this. I got this if I can post it, right? No? No, I can't.
You could send it to me.
Okay.
DM it to me. Do you know what it?
Let
Wait a minute. This might be interesting.
This is not the animated, what do you call it, GIF? I was hoping I could find it, but it was...
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them in there now. Northern Rebellion, put that one in. See that, or the one that's Miguel, the one that's so you get that. So we're supposed to be moving like this. So do you understand like that? Those are all elliptical, helical type motions, which require acceleration and deceleration. Every single one of those bodies would have to be accelerating and decelerating. That requires that's a speed differential. How are they adjusting the speeds? How is the moon adjusting its speed?
Well, we're supposed to trust the science, don't you see? They're telling us that's how it is. Don't question it.
Yeah. See, that's why it's easy to talk to someone like you, because if you already know they're lying about all kinds of other stuff, then this isn't that big. But this one happens to be the biggest one of all because it ties everything else all together. It really does.
Well, the question then is that why would they need to conceal all this? What is the purpose of making sure everything we know is a lie? And then from then, what happens? What's the point?
Because it's a religious preference.
Which religion are we talking about here? Is that okay to say, or is that bad?
Heliocentrism. The religion of heliocentrism.
Okay, that's new to me. I've never heard of that, and I will.
Yeah, that's the largest religion ever created in mankind. Is the one that people believe they're on a spinning ball in space. That's the largest religion ever created. We call it I call it heliocentrism. It's a religion.
There's no proof.
There's no proof backing any of it. It's complete faith.
Oh yeah, it is. No, you're right about that.
It's pure faith without any proof or backing. It's baseless faith. It's blind faith. Blind faith. And not only that, it goes against all of our own perceptions and our experiences that every human does not experience curvature. We all experience flat stationary and gas pressure with containers. That's how we experience. But they're telling us we experience something that's opposite to what we actually do sense and experience.
But is this all just one big joke?
So they have the burden of proof.
Is this a prank? They just want to do this to everyone.
I'm telling you, man. Listen, when you get into this, the Big Bang was created by Jesuit priests, good buddies with Einstein. They used to meet and so forth. There's pictures of them during meetings, during these big things that they would have with all the stuff that was going on at the turn of the 20th century. With science, this was a big thing going on back then. Even this was an argument still that was happening since like the 1800s. People were arguing. They were teaching flat Earth in schools in America until about 1920. So here's the thing. So listen, people don't know this. Newton, all of their priests, Newton, Einstein, Eratosthenes, even. All of them are priestly people. closely related to the higher ranks bishops and popes in line to be going into the seminaries. The ones that were pushing, so Copernicus, Newton, all of them, they're all Freemasons. All of them. They've all been shown in history with images of Freemasonry imagery in their images, of paintings and drawings of every single one of them.
Man, that sounds like a cool group. How do I join the group? How do I get
Like
in
what?
so I'm the one pranking instead of being pranked here? How do I rotate this around? How do I
Well,
turn
I
this
think
into a sphere?
I think
You know, what goes around comes around. How do I do this?
you're in the right place. You found it. This is the last house on the block. Welcome to the last house. Yeah.
Because they sound like the right people to be a part of. You know, just sign me up for the winning team right now.
So, well, the ones that think that they're losing, man. Yeah, they're losing big time. Listen, like, who knows how long, but sooner or later, like, I talk to people out in the street, strolling along by the beach or by the Embarcadero, by the harbor, and I talk about, hey, have you guys ever thought about the nature of water? Like couples walking. One night I talked to 3 different couples.
Oh man, this must have been your pickup line. Those are good.
No. I'm single for the reasons mentioned earlier by you.
Yeah, don't worry. You and me agree on that. I
can't stand them. What's wrong with them? And they look so fine, but you're like, how do you get past their technology?
The
I can't do
technology.
it.
All right, no,
I
that's
can't do
good.
it.
I like that. I like that.
It's
No,
been like that for years.
Oh my god, just
I can't.
travel, drinking, and I don't really know what
What
else they
the
do. I
hell?
guess
And having
spend
sex.
money.
Like, you should see the way the kids. I was telling. I know this is a social commentary, but it was like, like people are graduating, right? So all these teenagers just graduating high school, you should see them out at these big, huge. I don't know if these are banquet rooms they rent or something in some of these huge buildings, and but they're all in line to get out like they're at a club. But this is a prom, and these girls have dresses so short. I don't know what to say.
It's the times, dude. It's what's cool.
I know. Show as much ass as you possibly can in public, out in the streets, and that's cool now.
No, that's just how
And
it
then,
is now.
of course, drink, vomit, and then wake up pregnant.
Oh
But anyway,
yes.
that's enough of my. That's enough of mine. Oh boy. So yeah,
Don't worry, dude. I have to say, dude, I'm not very trusting of the government as it is, as you probably noticed. I don't understand what the whole. A lot of things have not been in favor of or benefit of people. It's never been about like helping
exactly.
people. When they say it's for your health, just get some of these fresh microwaves, or like, oh man, it's good for you. Just have toxin put in you. It's never been about. It's just convincing you that you should just trust
That's
them.
it.
Trust them.
That's
Not
it.
that it's in your best interest. Just you shouldn't question it because it'd be more trouble for them. But it's always never been making sense because at the end of the day, what good comes of telling people we live on a ball and poisoning our drinking water and
It's all
making
about
us just
control, like you
die.
said. You said it. Yeah, you
But
said it
it affects
because
them too. They're on the same ball. They're not on Elysium where they're in space, their space station, white gated neighborhood
well,
on a
see,
space.
they know it's flat. Here's my speculation: is they know it's flat. They always have. The point of telling us it's heliocentric, that it's a spinning ball, is to cordon off our minds to a limited place, so that we don't think there's any other place to go.
Well, like I
So,
said, doesn't the Earth being a ball make us think we can go to Mars and travel different planets?
well, see, isn't that weird? Because they haven't even they're even their experts are like, we barely discovered any of the oceans, only less than 1/2 of 1%. It's way less than that probably.
No,
But
but you
yeah,
get my
it's ready
point.
to
It's like
go.
if there is a
Well,
purpose for this that make you think less or make you want to achieve less or something, doesn't it do some of the opposites to self-harming? Doesn't like poisoning your own water that you drink, they're going to get the same brain chip from Jeff
No,
Bezos
they
as I am.
don't. They
Like
don't.
they're going to get the 5G. They're going to get all the everything. They get the works.
They probably have ways to combat it.
Oh,
They
that's a good
literally
point.
probably do. They don't live in the same place, like a reality as you and I do. They don't drink the same water. They don't
All right.
wash with the
No,
same
that
water.
is a good mindset. I'll take that right now. I will
I
buy
don't believe they
oxygen
do. No,
tanks.
they
I
don't
will
send their
breathe
kids.
different air from everyone
Mhm.
else. My air will be curated.
Listen, they like you. You should know this: the doctors and lawyers and the uppity ups of society that make a lot of money like that. They don't send their children to the same schools as you and I. Hell no, they don't. Period. They don't make them take the medicines either that they tell other people they have to. So anyway, I'm not going to talk about that. That's one of the topics we don't talk about. But
No,
anyway,
I know. I'm sorry about that.
no, it's not you, it's me. But we could talk about this at other times in other chat sections. So there are other rooms, just not the live stream here. So this one's reserved for Flat Earth, which we've been on topic. You notice how we did veer off, but it's still really
It's
pretty much
okay.
on
No,
topic.
you guys are a little bit of, what would you call it? You have a little bit of room. Not that you want to be completely off topic, but you allow a little bit.
Yeah.
Wiggle room.
So
No, it's
anyway,
been nice talking to you. I don't know.
nice
There are
talking
other
to you.
guys, right? They just haven't been talking.
Yeah. Who's here still?
There's one guy sounded like a
Glad.
Southern Duck
I'm here
Dynasty.
still.
Oh, he's here.
Who is that?
Helio? No,
Miggy?
Conrad.
Conrad.
Oh, Conrad. Hey, bro. Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
had a
nice talking
friend.
with you too. Really nice talking with you as well. I hope you do enjoy your time here. Feel free, make sure you look at all the information down below the live stream here and all the different categories. And a lot of us are content creators, so we have our own channels, Flat Earth content.
All right. No promises. I'm not an active person, but I will probably like pop in every now and again.
That's okay. Whatever,
It's not that I have
Everybody has
anything better going on in my life here in California. It's just that I'm usually not a very social person on Discord in general, which is bad.
Yeah,
I should.
listen, if you haven't seen the next level, here I'm gonna put a. They just released another documentary, and these are very high quality, very well done, and very plain and easy to understand for everyone. So watch this when you get a chance in your own time. This level documentary, and I don't know if you've seen any other flat Earth content.
Where are you
What were you
giving me
gonna say?
this? Is this? Are you putting the live stream to voice text or?
Live stream voice text, but also I can. Oh, let me see.
I was going through 200 proofs. Earth is not a spinning ball by my friend Dango, who I don't know where he is if he is
Yeah,
here.
definitely watch that too. You might want to watch. Either one. Like, see the 200 proofs is something you want to sit down and either watch the whole thing or take it piecemeal, like half at a time or something, because it's pretty long. But the documentary, I think, is pretty good, and they just released it.
Oh shit!
Might want to
You're
watch
right.
that.
It's 2 hours long. Jesus.
It's a mainstream. So, like the 200 proofs is going to 2 hours long, so that's going to take you a while. But after you get done with the 200 proofs, when you go out and try to debunk any of them, there's a lot of them that are not like things that you can debunk and that are still going to be left open-ended. But there's some things that are definite as far as like what engineers and so forth and navigators do.
Like you said about debunking, though, it's kind of hard because when you debunk something, it's, how would I put it? You can't. It's very hard to take a defensive stance in defending that the Earth is a ball because there's so many holes in that logic. The math doesn't add up. A lot of factors don't add up. So you usually try to do it, and the only thing you can say is, "Well, I was told that, and everyone else believes it. So how could millions of people be wrong? And why would the government not tell me that the Earth is flat if it's so true or whatever?" And I would say it's not it's not very hard to debunk it. As long as you're just like looking at things and questioning things, it kind of, well, the truth always kind of, it makes more sense. It's also not very nice either. Usually the truth is very mean. I think people like to believe in gentle things that don't hurt their feelings.
But that's the hard part, is getting them to actually question their worldview. I mean, like, once their worldview crumbles, then sort of their entire existence is threatened, and it's just very uncomfortable for most people.
There you go, Sleepy Joe. We need to convince people. All right, you got the right thing. We got to crush their souls, crush their mental, just their mind.
Ego.
We got to mind crush like Yu-Gi-Oh. We just got to go
Crush
out there
their ego.
Break them down. Don't rebuild them.
Send
Remove
them to
the conditioning.
Send them to the shadow realm. Yes.
All right, I like that. I love this.
I sent you a DM of my channel. Yeah, that's mine. I've had it since I discovered the same month. I discovered it. I came to that awareness that Earth was actually flat. 2017 in March, I created a flat Earth channel the same month. Didn't know what the hell I was doing. Still don't, but that's okay.
You're in California. We should hang out sometime. This is a long
Yeah, that'd
stay.
be fun.
We should just go out. We should go pick up women together. It'll be fun. We'll try the whole thing up about flat Earth
Would be
together.
fun. I'm in San Diego. What part are you in? I'm not.
I'm near Six Flags Magic Mountain, right?
Oh, I know where you are, up there in the valley.
Yeah, Santa Clarita. That's where I'm at.
I know where that is. Dude,
I'm not afraid. If any of you guys want to visit me, more than happy. I'm bored and I'm lonely. I'm getting
I went to high
a
school.
breakup.
I went to high school up in LA in Santa Monica.
I grew up in Burbank, and
right on.
Gradually my parents kept moving out further and further, which I completely get why. You know, I was up in Washington. I went to college up there. And
I see.
You know, I had a fiance I was attempting to marry that kind of went south, and so now I'm back here. Not very happy about that.
Were you near Seattle or in
Yes.
another part? Okay.
No, I was in Seattle.
Another epicenter of BS.
Don't worry. I appreciate those people more because you just had to take 30 minutes outside of that city and you would meet gun-loving, freedom-loving people. Like it was
nice
easy to
place
find
too.
agreeable people, but the city was just extremely leftist. Just it's like all of California condensed into just a small city. That's like.
I think I left before it got too bad. It might have been bad. I left Washington in the 90s, still 93. I lived up there for 4 years.
That was back when the housing costs and stuff started going all over the place. Like it got real bad. You left, I think, at a high point.
Well, I made good money, but I gave half of that up to her.
Yes. Don't worry. You and me understand the pain.
When I divorced. Well, yeah.
All right. I didn't go through divorce. I tried to marry her, but she wouldn't. She wouldn't accept it, and then she started telling me she's a lesbian. And man, the sex was so bad for her to have to go resort to that. So, you know.
Yeah, you dodged the bullet. I think that was for the better.
Oh, don't worry. I know. That's what I keep telling myself. But I did care about her, so I'm really heartbroken about it. It really does eat me up inside about it. So that's why I'm here. See, I took all that hate and I channeled it into hating people who like round objects.
There you go. You got your big
Everything must be flat. Flat women, flat Earth, flat government. You know.
It's a stage of maturing to have a woman tear your heart out. Every man.
Gee whiz.
No, I like La Jolla. One of the things I like to do is kayak, so I actually drive down to.
Beautiful.
Yeah, see, I hear that San Diego. Wait, is this bad? Should we not be talking about this here? I realize we're kind of.
No, you can't. Go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to double check. See, the thing is,
you're talking about kayaking on flat water, so go. Continue.
Yes, exactly. It's a great place to kayak. I love it. I hear that San Diego and that whole area is dealing with, you know, the Black Plague, homelessness, all that stuff is really bad out there. But I'm sure La Jolla is still good, right? I could still go there. or am I going to be on a beach with used needles? A lot of flat used
No,
needles.
no, it's still I haven't been in a while, in a few years, but no, it's still beautiful. Yeah, it's still
All right,
awesome.
that's good to hear, because
I mean,
while I'm
there,
down here, it's all
yeah.
about hitting all my favorite joints. I'm going to revisit a lot of
Mhm.
stuff while I'm here, and then I'm going to go visit my friend in Arizona, and I'm going to
Right
tell
on.
him about the Earth being flat.
Well, awesome, man. I mean, join the troops. You know, we're here just fighting the good fight every day, just like in the trenches. You know, and
We got to handle this just like Mormons. You got to just start knocking on doors, giving people pamphlets.
we kind of do that here. They come to us though, which is pretty cool. And wait till you hear some of the conversations. I mean,
Yeah, I know. I'm at night.
it's
I can understand it being a little more dead, maybe. Sure, it's
Actually,
a lot more
people
rowdy.
show up at night. I don't know.
They
If
do.
you stay up later, there'll be more people.
Aren't you a little too sleepy to stay up later? You sure about that?
No. Yeah, I got a country to run, but screw that. I mean, I don't even run it. I
I
just
feel
have a
like
hand up my
people
ass.
get a little more honest when they're not necessarily on point, right? But it's a fine line because we don't want anybody coming in here shit-faced, right?
Well,
But definitely, if you need a nap, that's okay. We don't mind talking to somebody who just needs a nap.
Right.
Fewer inhibitions, but that's okay. You might be willing to open your mind for a second because you had a long day.
Well, no, this is nice. This is actually really nice. I need to join more, because I had Discord. I used it specifically for just chatting with friends. I was very minimalistic on the use. I wasn't joining lots of groups. I wasn't using it for like more than a minimum thing. So this is just because, like I said, Dango brought this up with Elvis, who's up here and hasn't had anything to say so far. You should start quizzing his ass. Get him on here. I like his voice. He has a good voice. You'll like it too. He's much funnier.
I'm listening. I'm listening to everyone talk. I
Wait,
appreciate that there's another.
Whose ass are we
I-
questioning?
I appreciate that there's another person in California, from California here, that just has all the same opinions.
Yeah.
I think
Like
everyone
I said,
in
The one,
California has the same opinion.
yeah, it's
California
the one,
polarizes you. It's either you're on one side
the
or
one
the other
set
side.
of correct opinions. Well, yeah, because I mean, you're either living in reality or you're not.
Yeah,
Like you either somehow don't see these tents, or you do see them.
I know, it's so weird, man. And yet, I can still go to one of the largest parks in the country and not see a person all day long for hours. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
I haven't been down here before the lockdowns. I came back, like, it's been 4 years since the last time I was here. I usually tried to come down to visit family once a year, and these lockdowns fucked up the social life here. It's just dead. Everything that would normally, like, people being out doing this, is just not there. And then steaks are like $80. I don't know what the fuck happened to claim jumpers. I don't know what the hell happened to the price. Like, the dollar is so weak here, dude. I could buy good food up in Washington for a lot less. My gas was not a problem. I didn't have to worry about gas prices up there. I'm here. It's like $7 a gallon or some shit. And
Yeah,
steaks
food
are
is
like,
food is horrible now. The prices are really
yeah.
high, man. So, gee whiz.
all right, we're going
More
out to
like
eat
thinking
together,
about.
dude. It's on you. You can pay for it. I know you're a rich dude. All
No,
right, you got.
I'm not. I'm poor. I'm retired. Freaking retired, man.
You're retired. Retired on
Yeah.
what? You got a
Yeah,
pension. See, you got money. So
exactly.
we're gonna.
It's not
I'm not
Didn't you
gonna
know
have a
that?
payment.
Taxpayer bucks.
Didn't you know all flat earthers are poor anyway? I don't know who you've been under a rock.
Ah, dude, I don't.
You
Like
know.
you said, you turn
Yeah,
this
we're
into
all
a
poor
religion.
pumpkins.
You start collecting money. Look at Scientology. They're leading a good
Exactly.
example.
Yeah, because L. Ron Hubbard was good friends with Disney and Jack Parsons, so that's why.
See,
It should scare people that
Ties back in. Sorry.
It should scare people that people bought that as like a viable, religion.
See, exactly. See, we just need to make friends. See, we gotta go up. These people have names, addresses. We're gonna go visit them. We're gonna become friends with them. We'll buy them some $80 steaks. Take them out on a really expensive trip around California, because nothing here is cheap. And maybe they'll mention flat Earth somewhere.
No,
like
maybe I'll
opposite.
just take him out to the beach and say, "Look at that
Yeah.
lighthouse over there."
Take him out to the middle of the ocean. Yeah, take him to some lighthouses. Some fucking just be at the water for a while and then be. Yeah, but that globe, huh? Right.
Yeah, take him on. Yeah, take him on a romantic night.
So
You got
anyway, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I like. God, I really am just sad to be back here. I've only been back in California for like a week. I'm just not happy to be here. Every day I'm here, it makes me regret being back here because it makes me want to just move. I wasn't sure where to go, and
So
I
you've
hope
been
you don't
back a
mind me
few
asking.
hours already?
Yeah, exactly. Like I've only been here for just a little bit, and I hate
Like
being
20
here. It's
minutes.
dry. It's hot. It's dry. I'm not sure if you noticed, but outside the seasons here, or it's everything's dry and there's like no water. People are like drinking like recycled toilet water or something. I don't know where they get their water here. It's the tap water ain't good here. I got spoiled. Washington had rain all the time. They have water that comes out of the tap that actually isn't bad because it comes from the rain in the mountains. Over here, I don't know where they get it. But I'm considering trying to get
Don't they
maybe.
desalinate the water? Like
They do
from
the
the
usual things. One of those
from the
toilet
sea,
tablets.
from the liberal tears, they just desalinate that.
That's a good idea. I like that. That's better. The reason
Yeah,
why
it's,
ocean water can't be like filtered is because it's like when you try to filter it like the traditional way with like coal and all that shit, you get like 1 ounce of water for like filtering
yeah,
10 gallons of like it's like
yeah.
whale semen.
It's
It's just
retarded. Yeah, you get
yeah,
all the whale semen. Yeah,
yeah. It's like so the better way is to boil it. You'd think, right? Because that would be faster and you could do it in bulk or something. But then the issue is saltwater rusts all the equipment. So there's like there has been an issue where there's no real reasonable way because
okay.
ocean
So,
water is just that awful. It's that awful. It's
so it's all just bullshit virtue signaling. Got it. Nothing.
yes,
Yeah, it's
you can't
funny.
do. That's
Though.
what.
It's funny. It's funny how much gold is actually in seawater. They can't even get that out. There's no real
Is
good
this
way, but
is
there's
this a
more
claim?
gold in ocean water than you could possibly imagine.
Are you serious? Is this a joke?
Yes. No, that's true.
No
What's
way. I've never
what's
heard
that?
about gold being in ocean water.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
that right?
like gold sinks, right? It's not gonna float. It's not gonna mix in like sugar and like salt. It's gonna like sink. If there's a lot of gold in the ocean, it's on the
I think there is.
floor. We gotta
There's
rake the
minerals.
sand.
No, look at all the other minerals that are in salt water.
All right, you're making me look. I will start looking. Minerals and salt water. Lots of salt. H2O.
Whale semen.
Yeah, whale semen. Like 90% of the ocean.
All that foam, all that white foam you see, that's not water. That's yeah.
Yeah, dude,
What you thinking?
ocean water is disgusting.
The next time y'all go body serving,
Holy
keep that
shit!
in
Yeah,
mind.
gold. Gold. Oh my god, you're not lying. They do say there's gold, and there's a small amount, but I mean,
There's
technically,
gold in them.
if we
What?
boil the whole
Gold
ocean,
semen.
But
we
wait a
can
minute,
get
a
a gold
small.
bar.
But wait, a small amount per how much? Per what quantity? A
I
small
don't
amount per what quantity?
understand this quantity. They're saying ppm. I don't know what that stands
Parts
for.
per million. Okay, how many parts per million?
P per million.
0.0000008. So like a very.
Yeah, that's not very much. You're right. So okay, I'm gonna have to.
We can juice the whole ocean.
I'm gonna
Kill
have to
all the
retract
ocean
that
critters.
statement. So there's
And
just
Fuck
very
those
little, but it probably if there's that little. Interesting. Okay, never mind.
You're gonna give
it
me.
was not a bad idea.
Whoa! But look, a lot of these are absorbed into your body: sodium, chloride, sulfur, calcium,
It's all.
potassium,
Remember, our sewage
magnesium,
goes to the ocean. See, it's great.
gold, boron, strontium, I thought it
All
said
that estrogen that we flush down
protactinium.
the toilet.
Protactinium? No, I'm looking at protactinium.
Yeah, it's like
Protactinium, oxygen.
all the
How,
shit you take, all those meds, and then you piss it out. It goes to the ocean, and then you drink it again when it comes back as rain.
carbon dioxide, amino acids, phosphate, nitrogen, and more. Anyway, yep.
It's great. Looking at this list makes me want to actually never get in ocean water. I wasn't aware of this. Now I am. See, you've educated me now. The ocean is filled with way worse shit than I thought. I just thought it was salt and water,
It's
and it was
great
disgusting.
for you. Don't drink it though.
Yeah.
Don't let it get in your. Don't let it get in your nose either if you can help it. Good
Yeah,
luck
don't let it
with
get-
skin diving. No, I'll be back in the ocean one of these days.
Yeah, I
been
want to
quite a while.
kayak. Something I want to do while I'm down here is go kayak.
No, I want to go Hawaiian sling. Take a Hawaiian sling, mask, fin, and snorkel, Hawaiian sling, and do some fishing.
Yes, we can do that together. So you and me can go both. We can fish together. All right.
Now, actually, from
It's
a
a
kayak,
two-man
you can
job.
do some great fishing. You can really do some great fishing from a kayak. You can go out to the kelp beds and just
I've
tie
seen one
off.
person do that. I've seen one person fish from
Yeah.
a kayak before when I was out there, and someone else did. And I didn't consider that. That didn't cross my mind of.
No, I
doing
would
that.
tie my kayak off and have my fins, mask, and snorkel jump off into the kelp beds and bring it back up. Boom. Okay. Lunch is going to be served. Sounds great.
No, it does. That does sound great.
You know, there's some great places in La Jolla at the beach there near Blacks at Scripps, Torrey Pines, where people have actually taken shots of Catalina from down there, which is probably close to 80 miles.
No, I know
As
what
a
you're
crow
talking
flies.
about. That's actually funny since you're bringing that up. Yeah.
Could you,
You know,
kayak
since-
to the Black Swan?
I mean, you technically you can swim anywhere. It's just how good are you? How physically, how much stamina do you have? Because you could swim across the ocean if you really wanted to. And we would be.
No, I'm talking about the observation of seeing Catalina from San Diego Beach is like so phenomenal, far off of the, like blows the globe out of the water completely. That's what I mean. Like that is a black swan beyond, I believe, 80 miles. I wish I could get a shot of that
80
view,
miles?
of that observation.
Holy
Like-
fuck! How much refraction is at play there for them to justify?
What's refraction? That's funny. Yeah, think of a shot, a picture of that.
All right, quick question: how many Californians are here? Would you say? Do we have a tag? Can we leave? Can we tag everyone as Californian? I need
Well,
to figure out.
Flatter-Day Saints was in here. He's a Californian. Flatter Dude is a Californian. There's several of us.
Like I said, it's extremes, dude. In California, you're either just chugging that Kool-Aid, or you're just not. It's There's no like middle ground here anymore. It's really just wild how people over here are just
dumb as doornails.
Yeah, exactly. Or they actually know. And you know, most of the better people I've talked to aren't actually locals. It's always like people who are visiting from out of state.
Yeah.
And they tend to be like, it's so weird about that. God, it's just I can hate California forever.
The locals forgot how to say. The locals forgot how to say hi.
Thank you. That's what's missing.
When someone
You're
says
right.
hi to them, they don't know what to do.
No, you're right
They
about
look
that.
with they have the scared look in their eye, like they're
you're
they're
socializing
having
with me?
some kind.
No. When you say hi, they roll up a joint.
No, they don't. Not at all.
Yeah, they do. Hi.
You should hear how the women. Hi.
Just
okay, sure.
So
let's
like
roll
you
one
said,
over here.
It's really bad. I assume it's because of lockdowns and everything. California's just taken the shaft. No lube, just pure raw, dry, and they have just not recovered from it. Because I'm here right now, and I remember people just hitting up. I couldn't take a shit in a public restroom without some dude trying to talk about how nice the weather is to me in the stall next door. People used to just talk to you in the most inappropriate times. And I was used to that, so now
So
I'm
it
here.
might be a
and
plus. That might be a plus now.
You're asking for the guy next to you in the urinal who's gonna start talking to you and like secretly looking at your wiener. Is that what you're doing?
No, I mean it'd
You
be
want
like
that back?
I don't. I don't want that back. I'm just saying, Californians had this weird thing where people just talk. It'd be strangers. You wouldn't know them. They just start talking to you. You'd be walking on the same sidewalk, and suddenly he starts talking about things with you. You know,
I
and
remember Sonny When it used to be, you could just talk to somebody and say hi.
Yeah, no, it's not like that anymore. It is
So weird.
so weird. I feel so bad for this next generation of people. They're just gonna inherit shit, and they won't even know it. It's all they know, so they can't say if it's good or bad because they wouldn't know it's been better. That's how it always goes. So they're gonna come in, they're gonna get what they get, and they're gonna think everything's never been better, and it can't possibly get worse. And
It's bound to get worse.
the Earth is gonna get less flat.
Hate to shit on your parade, but it's just starting. You know, I just looked at the Illuminati agenda. I just got.
You have no clue what I have planned, dude. I have ideas of like going to Italy. I need to like circumvent and like avoid. I need to like because is this bad to talk about? If we talk about vaccination stuff, like should I not?
Yeah, don't talk about that.
That word specifically. So yeah, it's okay.
No, I get it. So I'm gonna take up my flat plane across the flat globe, and I'm gonna basically just try to prepare for the worst. If nothing happens, it's fine.
Don't go to Italy, dude.
So it kind of.
I don't want to live there.
It kind of sounds like you're saying you're going to attempt to flatten the curve.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I have to like. I totally think they're gonna roll back the lockdowns. All that stuff's gonna come back, and because of that, I have to think about where I want to be. Do I want to be in California, the state where I need to be like Escape from LA as a guide on how to get out of here? You've seen that movie, I hope. God, please tell me you've seen Escape from LA. Don't be one of those people who hasn't seen that.
So Escape from New York. I didn't see LA.
You know,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
he was there was going to be a third movie. It was going to be Escape from Planet Earth. They did not let me have that. I am very upset. I needed that when the moment where I need it most.
That's like the plot line of like 15 different movies.
All right, give me those.
I bet John Carpenter's a flat earther, and he was going to reveal that Earth is a plane in that movie. So then they nixed that.
It. Yeah, you're totally right.
And then he made They Live. No, I'm just joking.
I think of like Elysium. I always go to that because I thought that movie was so hilarious. The idea of like the Earth will just get destroyed and all the people who don't want to deal with it will just live in space and like white gated neighborhoods was so good. And that's what I was bringing up earlier. It's like if everything just kind of goes bad and everyone's being lied to and everyone's basically being told all this misinformation, they get affected too. They're on this Earth as well. Their globe Earth with all the pollution and destruction. Also, they're not like they're not that separated. They're not like in another realm that's unaffected. Like they're poisoning the same well they drink from. That's why I don't get like if we get into talks about like Freemasons and all that kind of stuff. It's like all this stuff they do, all this misinformation. Yeah, it controls people, but like they die too. They're not going to live forever. They don't live past 100, I don't think, anyways. And you know, like I don't know if they can like continue this with their kids. You know, drinking the Kool-Aid that everyone has to drink. They can try to avoid it for so long, but I'm pretty sure they get affected by it all the same. What good does this do?
You're talking about like them, like the controllers.
All right, we could go with them.
I mean, they think we're useless eaters, so they really see themselves as gods. They see themselves as above.
So if it's population control, then even then I still don't know.
Well, I mean, they eventually want to make us a slave class, and what's the first? Step is to just totally rob us of knowledge of the world around us. So we think this circle of Earth deception is the first step to like just creating this zombified, wholly ignorant, stupid, useless eater class, which is part of their world to come. I mean, it's really the beginning of their entire kind of mythos. If you follow me.
No, I do. I get what you're saying. Like I said, though, I still feel like they're still affected by this all the same. Like if they hate like me,
they're
it's not
psychopaths.
just me. it's like they're killing themselves too in the process. Like I get the idea of like those kind of hippies that are like they're vegans to the point where they're killing themselves and they want to kill other people. Like I get that. If that's these people who shall not be named intention is to just like kill themselves and everyone on it, there's many faster ways, less boring too. Like this isn't like fun. This isn't like we have Skeletor here like doing something fun and wacky and evil. We're dealing with like
Yeah.
really boring, very slow, annoying.
It's they're not just doing like completely bad like things. Like they're not trying to just like kill us off like like Skeletor. I mean, they see themselves as gods and they think they have the power to sort of meet justice, to decide, the fates of us basically, and then they do good and evil at the same time. What they consider good and evil, and they sort of balance it out, and they sort of play this whole game. I mean, if you're familiar with their kind of religion, I mean, so they really think that they have the power to sort of decide what's good and evil.
All right, well then, that's disappointing. Like I said, I would have rathered like some more fun antics. If I had that kind of power, every day would just be a cartoon.
Well,
You
call
might
up
as well.
your lodge, but just be sure to swear in on the Talmud, otherwise you're never gonna get to.
A better idea is, why don't we all pool our money together and make a flat Earth documentary, and then from there we take that money and we continue to make really annoying things that will
That's what we've been doing,
constantly
dude.
No.
Dude, we have like I don't know, like 1,000 documentaries probably now. Like, I mean,
No, but
people
see,
just
but your documentary is on YouTube. We need to take these and put it where people have to see it. It has to be in everyone's
Netflix.
face.
We
I
just
guess
buy Netflix. We
I think
pull all
movie
our money.
theaters are not as popular anymore because people don't make movies for movie theaters anymore. They make it for Netflix. So now movie theaters
Here,
are
let me just save you some time, buddy. Let me just save you some time. There's no money. There's no big money behind the truth.
No, there isn't.
A good
What
way
about
to
that
put
one
it.
guy? Who was that fat guy who was like making that whole thing about like he criticizes like American healthcare and stuff like that, and he makes movies trying to say he's revealing the truth.
Michael Moore.
Thank you. I'm bad with names, so you're gonna have to forgive me. But I'm glad I have you guys to depend on. See,
Michael
as you said,
Moore food.
Michael Moore. There's no big money in the truth. That's very true. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to make money from the truth. I'm sure someone tries to like stop that. I'm sure if you were to make money, it'd just never go into your pocket. It would just be diverted into someone else's bank account. But I'm just saying, there's no reason at this point where everything's so not controlled. I would say everything's really fallen out of control because with the stock market on an upheaval, movie theaters no longer being the go-to way, Netflix taking off, everyone's like doing their own proprietary platform. It's become more normal. Like everything's no longer that. Well, besides Amazon, everyone shops at Amazon now. You can thank the whole situation for that, but it's like everything's become a little bit deregulated. Maybe not. Certainly, things aren't running normally. Everything's all fucked up. So I'm sure you can kind of get away with more than you would normally. As you said, you're putting stuff on YouTube and stuff like that, but you can't force people to watch that.
I mean, YouTube. That's what's going to reach the people, and people they waste all sorts of time on YouTube, right? Like,
I used to hear Facebook was the one that, because people kept posting things on Flat Earth, and so it'd be a lot of people on Facebook would share it, and
that's
that was like
the older crowd. Maybe is more Facebook, but that I don't want to say.
I don't go on Facebook.
Yeah, I don't go on Facebook.
I like those quotes that tell us we've been lied to. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. You and me will be great friends.
Quotes that tell us we have been lied to. Oh yeah, they love to drop us breadcrumbs.
Oh, dude, just give me the whole loaf. Just give it to me. Just take everything, throw it all in one big trash bag, and do that thing where I have to like chug it while upside down.
You gotta take it one at a time, where you're just gonna vomit it all out. I mean, it's really like you have to build up to it. You have to do your own research.
My goal isn't to argue with people on this stuff. If there's one thing I learned about California, is that there's no point to try to like. If someone's conditioned to think and feel a certain way, they really don't want to break away from that. Mostly, it has to be like willing. People have to be willing to want to question and doubt things as it is. Can't force someone to.
Yeah, that's why we try to get people to do their own research, because really, to break out of that, they have to realize it themselves. Like that movie Inception. It's a good point that really the best way to convince someone is to give them the illusion that they sort of came to it themselves, or even better yet, they did come to it themselves, right? So,
Yes. I'm not a master manipulator. I don't think I'll be able to make someone do it, because if I could, I don't think finding partners would be so tough if I could make them think they want me. Because that would not be my problem. I would be able to roll up to someone and be like, "Hey, did you hear about flat Earth?"
Sounds like a great tune. Let me make you love me.
yeah, that's yeah. See, tell us how that goes.
That's Biden's re-election promise.
Oh
Dude,
shit! I gotta do that
don't
for
even
my
talk about
re-election.
that here. Don't even talk about that. We know that's going to happen. All right, it's going to be 20 years of Biden, hands down. They're going to extend his life. He's going to live longer.
It's not even Biden right now. Like,
no, I know, but I mean, like, I just think the whole situation is such a goddamn joke.
It's a puppet show.
Yep.
I mean, the president has been a figurehead for a very long time now. I mean,
wasn't the last dementia president like Reagan? Reagan was the last one who was losing his mental faculty and was president. But I think people actually liked him, despite all the stuff he was doing. Or just
Reagan? I don't know.
Yeah, Reagan had he was having problems. He was getting old, was the thing.
I mean,
his wife was running the show.
I mean, none of these guys are running the show. It's the thing. They're literally just figureheads since at least JFK, and probably even since Washington. So, I mean,
yes, no, you're right. You're absolutely right about that.
Because I mean, the entire United States is just a Masonic experiment. So, I mean,
oh, that's a good one. But yes, we are just an experiment. That is so true.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much you can just look at our dollar bill. I mean,
that bothers me. That does that little bit there, like the experiment part, like because I don't want to live in Canada and I don't want to live in Mexico. I don't like Europe. Even if we're the experiment, why is Europe like 10 years ahead of us in all the problems we're facing? Like they're way ahead of us on that curve. So I don't know why we're the experiment. We're the ones who are behind on the kind of shit we should be doing.
It's because the people are so dumb. They had to arrange it to adjust for the dumb level.
Dumb. You're
not
absolutely
free.
right about that.
Pseudo free, not really free.
No, dude, you're
just
absolutely right.
dumb.
Because we don't use the metric system, so since we're all about measuring shit in like feet and inches, and we just don't want to. They have to convert.
You know the metric system is based on the globe, though, right? I'm not like criticizing anyone using it. I'm just saying it was basically contrived to promote this sort of new world order.
I'm completely aware, and that's why I think it's funny.
It's pretty funny.
That's why I don't understand why the hell we're like I said, we're really behind the curve. I don't get it.
We'll make the nautical mile 6,000 feet. We'll just pretend it's a ball.
Pretty base, yeah.
Don't worry about it. The water's flat. Don't worry about
thumbs.
Maybe the experiment was to see what happens when you make a whole nation not comply.
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, okay, I don't know how much you want to get into like the Masonic plan
all of it.
No, I don't. That's not
here,
the
though.
place.
That's what I told you. So Sleepy Joe, you and me, we hang out. You're not in California, are you?
I am not in California.
Are you afraid to reveal the state you're in?
No,
or country.
I'll just say I'm not in California for now. Let's just say that. But
Okay, I understand. Some people really need to hide. I have a lot to hide too. I'm not very good about it.
I'm not like hiding anything, but like, you know what? Why don't you like let's get to know each other more, and then maybe we'll.
Oh, I like that.
Let's not rush to.
Yes, let's do that.
Did you guys get a room? Fuck's sake.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding. Good evening, everybody. How we doing?
Is it evening?
Another Californian shows up.
I'm in California, man. I'm in
Flat-
California.
You're in. Oh, great. Yes, California.
Why are there so many of you fuckers?
Because California sucks, dude. It sucks. It sucks so hard. You either end up here or you're out there believing the Earth is round. That's like the two sides of it. You're either on the one side where you hate everything, you're questioning things, or on the other side where you believe everything, you drink the Kool-Aid.
I love California. I hate the politics in California and the way they run it. Yeah, it's fucked up, but the actual state, the people are pretty cool, man.
But that's not like that. Yes, you're right. Like the actual place is pretty.
Mm-hmm.
It's the people and how it's ran. Yes, but sadly, that's California. It's the people who run it.
I don't know.
But think of it, it's like the red pill like express, right? If you live there,
Yes,
like you're going to get red pilled.
It filters people hard, dude. You're either going to meet someone who's sane or they're going to be insane. That's just how it is here. You get those. Just...
It's like most of them are fucking sleeping, dude. You know that. Like, good night. Okay, bye.
Oh, yeah, dude. They're sleepwalking. I think we mentioned that earlier. It's just like they just really turn a blind eye to everything. That's what drives me up the wall about being here. I just can't.
Just got to go to the beach, man. Get away from these Mongos.
Yes, that's what I was telling. What's his face? Where is he? Sunny? Was it Sunny? Yeah, it was Sunny. I was telling him I want to go to La Jolla and go kayaking. That's something I like to do.
That's a killer place, man. Oh man.
Yes. Where are you at? Are you more north or south?
I'm a little north, about 70 miles north. No. I'm down by Disneyland.
All right, good. You're close to me, dude. Let's hang out. I was telling Sunny we should go hang out. We should all go together. I was telling we can pick women together. We go around. We just tell women our pickup lines about flat Earth. It has to all be flat Earth pickup lines. It'll be great. All right.
You can do whatever pickup line works, man. Go for it, bro.
I know the Earth's flat, but I see some curvature on you.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, that's Niagara Falls. She's gonna be Niagara Falls after hearing that.
That's actually pretty hot. Yeah. What she's never heard that line. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, she was definitely not expecting that. Yeah.
So
I think telling someone the Earth is flat might be the opposite of a pickup line.
Or you get some really red-pilled chick, so it's a good filter.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I'm a.
Yeah, I think
I've thought
it's
about that.
filter.
I thought like if I was going to get someone red pill, that's going to be like impossible. I just accept the fact that California women are just. They're all blue pilled, just really blue pilled. Like they're like maybe if you get with them and they like you first. Like if I'm like super buff, I'm like 10 out of 10. They'll just if I said I think the Earth's flat and I'm like really racist and all stuff, they just love me no matter what. It's like those jokes where people like show like they make fake profiles with Nazism and they do all the thing where they're skinhead, but it's like I could ignore all that. You're so great. I believe anything you believe. That's
if you look chat enough, you can get away with anything.
The sarcasm of my pickup line increases with the increase of the stuck-up-ism.
All right, I meant to smoke that one for a minute. What?
Yeah,
that was too complicated.
That was pretty hot there, man. That was deep.
You just give me a funny idea. So, like, what if you like impressed a woman with all your knowledge about the heliocentric model and all these numbers and stuff and all these funny little facts, quote unquote facts you memorized, and then like further down the line, you just tell her the Earth is flat, like a couple weeks later.
No, dude, they're not. They won't hear. Dude, they're not going to hear you. They're going to tell you
they'll shut
talk
off
too much, and they'll tell you you're a nerd. Women are like, if you can't make flat Earth about like jewelry and shoes and makeup. Like if you can't somehow convert it into their math, you have to
You can't
understand.
turn it into, if you can't talk about the best show on Netflix or whatever, HBO or some shit.
You have to tie it into the things they like, dude. If you could explain how the curvature of their shoe proves that the Earth is flat because they're
How do they?
flat, you know, like.
How do
Hey
they?
man, watch it.
How do they know you're look? How do they know you're looking at them from a block away?
Oh, that's a good one.
You should be behind the curve.
I want to be behind your curve.
Oh,
Glatt was the one that talked, right? This list is long.
This is KJ.
Yeah,
Oh, KJ. KJ, thank you. Where are you? Are you also California?
I'm in Minnesota.
There you go. See, I told you. There's no sane woman in California. You're not going to find a Californian girl here. She's from Minnesota. See?
I know. I probably know 5 or 6 flat earth women in California. So.
All right.
Whatever you do, man, whatever you do, don't go north. Like if you go north to Portland, you're gonna run into the same problem. I'd suggest going east. That's what I'm thinking about doing.
I've been up in Washington. I've driven up through Portland and Washington and back and forth. I've been doing that a lot. I've been all between. I know what you're talking about. I don't think Oregon's as bad as you say. I mean, yes, Portland itself, it has the same issue as Seattle, where it's a very liberal containment zone, and then you go outside of it, and it's like very red. Just the surrounding areas.
Remember, call them leftists. You're complimenting them in a way that they don't deserve when you call them liberal.
No, you're right. But look, dude. It's like if I
exactly, they're not liberals.
You know when, like, back in the day, they like to say that it used to be cool to wear pink because real men wear pink and blue was for girls and shit like that. It's how things change, all right? It's what's up is now down. It's just
inversion.
Yes, everything gets, I'm forgetting the word for it, but it's like they took it over. And there's no way to take it back. It's just
subverted.
It's the semi-conscious liberation army.
They're soulless Marxist golems. That'll get them.
Yes.
Can we just call them cocks, man? They're just a bunch of cocks.
Yeah, no, that's good. Man. I liked soy. I like cocks. Yeah, anything works. I love it.
Yeah,
I don't know how chud didn't get me. I didn't understand.
Okay, instead of soy, okay, I'm going to coin a new term. I'm going to coin another term right now on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live. You're going to hear it here. Instead of soy boy, soy doy.
Soy doy.
What about with the Z at the end? No. Soy boys.
Soy
doys.
No,
you got to doy. You got to say it like that. Soy doy.
Soy doy.
I like it. Flat Earth. So shouldn't we have like an insult to call someone who doesn't believe that the Earth is flat? We should call them like,
ballers. We call them.
Well, that's actually it. Hold on. It's a funny thing you just said that. You said don't believe that the Earth is flat. I've actually offended, I think, damn near 100 people up to this point in time by pointing out that they believe in the ball. And there's no belief behind the flat Earth. Like just calling them a believer, that's an insult to a lot of people.
Yeah,
I'm a believer.
Then I saw her curve. Now I'm a believer. I didn't actually see a curve.
But see, that's what I'm saying though. It's like there should be a label, all right? Like there's incel for those people. We got like Chad and this, and so we should obviously have something for the two denominators. Either you believe in the flat Earth, the hollow Earth, the simulation. You gotta, those people who think we're living on a ring planet.
We have a guy. We have a
Donut
guy
plan.
for these insults. We call him QE. He has all the insults. He's our guy. So he has numpty, dipshit.
You're a ball-licking retard.
You should be picking up cans by the side of the road.
You're done. You're fucking done.
Crayon muncher.
He's called me a fucking retard a couple times.
Oh yeah.
Too, so. Oh yeah.
It's a rite of initiation.
It is.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If QE hasn't told you to shut the fuck up at least once, you're not doing something right.
It's like your father's baptism. It's like you gotta get.
You're just not trying hard enough.
Right. On the other hand, Helio doesn't call people names. too much.
Yeah,
No, some of you
Huey is
guys
one
have
of
been
these.
very nice.
Huey is one of these like so-called mature people, whatever those are.
Mature people. I don't know.
Well,
about
look,
that.
I get it. You have to be nice. How are you going to get someone to join your little Scientology club if you're calling them a fucking retard and dipshit, and they have like a globe head and they're just dumb fuck? You know, like I don't know.
I needed that laugh. That was a genuine giggle right there.
Because I don't disagree with it. I honestly I humor that. I grew up with that. I grew up with like when Eminem was more about
felt good.
making fun of everyone, ripping on people before he started talking about how much he loves everyone. So I don't understand. Like I'm used to that level of heated, just.
How did the Scientologists do it, man? How did L. Ron Hubbard and
He tells them nice things. Nice things. Do you ever see those Scientology? Have you been? I always go to those places
I
because I
watched
think
the
it's
one
fun.
I watched that one documentary. It might have been Netflix. I don't know. It was a long time ago.
You're so smart. You're so gifted. You're special. Join us. Give us your money, and you're even more special, more gifted. The more money you give us, it's
Don't they?
As long as you keep getting your money, you are so special.
Yes. See, that's how it works. See, you guys got to do that. See, you have to kill it.
Not one single Mongo around here is going to do that shit. No, we're not.
You're not
It's
kind.
not going to work for us, man.
You're too mean. Kindness is
We're not
free.
mean, man. We're just honest, and that most people think honesty is meanacy, whatever you want to
No,
call
see,
it.
you got to be like, you know what? Maybe you have a point. Maybe the Earth isn't so flat after all. And if you keep giving me money, I'll continue to believe you.
Maybe let's see. Maybe the Earth is a globe. Let's both go out together and see if we can measure that globe.
See, exactly.
Oh, you're not available.
You're not available.
I see.
Hey, we got an eclipse coming up soon.
Really?
Yeah, lunar.
When?
Lunar.
Let's hope for no chemtrails. Maybe we'll get clear skies this time.
Are you kidding me? That's just all California has. I don't even know if you can even see the sky anymore.
God, you're so bright. I'm so pleased. You're so bright. You're funny as hell too, man.
Yeah, you are. You're killing me, man. I love it. Don't ever change, man. Don't ever change.
I'm not going to change.
I'm not going to change.
Since
at
I
this
got out of
point.
high school, I've just become more jaded and bitter and just stayed the same. And everyone changed around me. It bothered me,
it's
dude.
like
it
me.
was so weird.
Sound like me.
Yes, you're the same person.
Just like me, man.
I'm just your clone, dude. The government put me here to infiltrate this.
Me too. No, I'm only kidding. Sure.
We need more sound effects. We need a sound effect person.